The American Revolution. How America Won Independence. Full documentary for Sleep. A quiet night before revolution. The night is unusually still. Imagine yourself standing on a narrow dirt road somewhere outside Boston in the early spring of 1775. The moon hangs low behind thin clouds, casting pale silver across stone fences and empty fields. The smell of damp earth lingers after an afternoon rain. Somewhere in the darkness, a horse stamps its hoof. A dog barks once, then decides whatever it heard is probably not worth investigating. Most homes have gone dark. Everything appears peaceful. Yet beneath this quiet landscape, history is holding its breath. Within only a few hours, riders will race through the darkness. Church bells will ring. Militia companies, farmers, blacksmiths, merchants, fishermen, schoolteachers will stumble from their beds, grabbing old muskets that have rested above fireplaces for years. Some have never fired them in anger. Others fought alongside British soldiers only a decade earlier. Tonight, they are preparing to fight those very same soldiers. Because history enjoys irony almost as much as historians do. If you had walked these roads just 20 years earlier, almost nobody would have imagined such a future. The people living here considered themselves loyal subjects of the British Crown. They proudly called themselves Englishmen, even if they had never seen England. Their king ruled from across an ocean nearly 3,000 miles wide. Their laws came from Parliament. Their trade flowed through British ships. Their language, customs, traditions, holidays, even many of their dreams, belonged to Britain. There was no country called the United States. There was simply Britain and its American colonies. Yet by the time this story ends, an empire that seemed unstoppable will lose 13 colonies to a collection of ordinary people who often disagreed with one another, lacked proper supplies, nearly starved during winter campaigns, and somehow managed to defeat one of the most powerful military machines on Earth. As if that could ever go wrong. Or perhaps more surprisingly, as if that could ever go right. Tonight, we'll wander slowly through that extraordinary transformation. We'll visit bustling colonial ports where ships unload tea, molasses, books, and rumors. We'll stand beside printers quietly producing pamphlets that governments desperately wish would disappear. We'll cross frozen rivers with exhausted soldiers whose shoes have worn completely through. We'll sit inside candlelit taverns where revolution begins not with dramatic speeches, but with ordinary conversations over ale and stew. We'll follow generals who make astonishing decisions, politicians who hesitate, spies who whisper, merchants who gamble fortunes, women who keep households alive while wars rage around them, children who barely understand why fathers leave home carrying muskets. We'll meet famous names: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams. But we'll also spend time with people history rarely pauses to remember. The widow waiting for news that never arrives. The apprentice watching soldiers march past his workshop. The enslaved man wondering whether talk of liberty might someday include him. The indigenous communities forced to choose sides in someone else's war. Because revolutions are never experienced only by the people whose portraits eventually appear in textbooks. They're lived by everyone, even those history quietly forgets. So make yourself comfortable. Lower the lights. Allow the noise of your own day to drift gently into the background. Together, we'll travel back through nearly 2.5 centuries, not rushing toward famous battles or dramatic declarations, but moving slowly, allowing the world to reveal itself one quiet evening at a time. Because before anyone fired a musket, before anyone signed a declaration, before anyone spoke boldly about liberty, there were simply people. People trying to make a living. People arguing over taxes. People complaining about politicians. Some things, it seems, never really change. Long before revolution entered anyone's vocabulary, Britain's American colonies stretched like scattered beads along the eastern coastline of North America. From New Hampshire in the north to Georgia in the south, 13 colonies hugged the Atlantic Ocean. Behind them spread forests that seemed endless. Rivers carved their way toward the sea. Mountains rose blue against distant horizons. The landscape itself shaped lives. In New England, winters arrived with sharp determination. Snow-buried roads, ice-locked harbors. Families stored firewood months in advance because nature showed remarkably little sympathy toward poor planning. Further south, Virginia offered rich tobacco fields. The Carolinas grew rice and indigo. Georgia remained a frontier where settlements pushed cautiously into unfamiliar territory. Every colony looked slightly different. Every colony developed its own personality. Massachusetts bustled with merchants and shipbuilders. Pennsylvania welcomed remarkable diversity. Quakers, Germans, Scots, Irish, merchants, craftsmen, philosophers. Virginia's wealthy plantation owners often lived lives resembling English country gentlemen. Charleston displayed astonishing wealth alongside heartbreaking inequality. Yet despite their differences, these colonies shared something important. Distance. Distance from London. Distance from Parliament. Distance from the royal officials making decisions about people they'd never met. In the 18th century, crossing the Atlantic required weeks at sea. Weather determined schedules more reliably than clocks. Storms scattered fleets. Disease spread through cramped cabins. Letters sometimes arrived months after they were written. Occasionally, they never arrived at all. Imagine trying to govern millions of people when every conversation takes half a year. A question asked in January might receive its answer sometime during the summer, assuming nobody sank along the way. This enormous distance created something unusual. Britain technically controlled its colonies, but day-to-day life often belonged to the colonists themselves. Local assemblies handled many practical matters. Town meetings debated roads, schools, taxes, churches, and defense. Communities solved problems because waiting for instructions from London was about as practical as asking tomorrow for advice about yesterday. This loose arrangement suited many people. Britain focused primarily on trade. The colonies supplied raw materials. Britain manufactured finished goods. Everyone, at least in theory, benefited. The arrangement had a pleasant simplicity, until money entered the conversation. Money has ended more friendships than bad cooking ever has. Empires proved no exception. Life in colonial America was neither glamorous nor uniformly miserable. It was simply demanding. Most people rose before sunrise. Roosters announced dawn with tremendous confidence regardless of whether anyone appreciated the performance. Farmers stepped into fields damp with morning dew. Blacksmiths lit roaring forges. Women kneaded bread before breakfast. Children fetched water, gathered eggs, chopped firewood, or performed whichever endless chore happened to need doing that particular day. Everything required effort. Making candles, spinning wool, repairing fences, grinding grain, preserving meat, building barns. Nothing emerged from factories. Almost everything passed through human hands first. Even simple meals represented hours of invisible labor. A loaf of bread required planting wheat, harvesting it, grinding flour, kneading dough, maintaining ovens, and hoping weather hadn't ruined everything months earlier. Modern grocery shopping would have seemed like magic. Or witchcraft. Possibly both. Cities remained relatively small. Boston housed around 15,000 residents. New York somewhat more. Philadelphia ranked among the largest cities in British North America, bustling with merchants, craftsmen, newspapers, and ideas arriving from Europe almost as frequently as ships. Walk through Philadelphia's streets, and you'd hear multiple languages. English, German, Dutch, French. Conversations blended into the clatter of horse hooves over cobblestones. Shopkeepers displayed imported fabrics, books, spices, clocks, china, and tools. Coffee houses buzzed with debate. Printers produced newspapers discussing politics thousands of miles away. Ideas traveled remarkably well, especially controversial ones. People have always enjoyed reading about someone else's political mistakes. It makes their own feel slightly more manageable. Religion shaped everyday existence. Church attendance wasn't simply spiritual. It was social. Business relationships formed after services. News spread through congregations. Communities gathered around shared beliefs, though not always peacefully. Different denominations frequently disagreed. Human beings have displayed extraordinary creativity when inventing reasons to argue. Politics, religion, tea, weather. Nothing seems immune. Education varied widely. Many children learned basic reading at home. Some attended local schools. Elite families hired tutors. Harvard had already existed for well over a century. William and Mary educated Virginia's gentlemen. Books remained precious possessions. Libraries were modest. Knowledge traveled slowly but carried enormous influence, especially once printing presses multiplied. Ideas, unlike armies, require surprisingly little food. Once released, they become remarkably difficult to capture again. Among all these ordinary routines existed profound contradictions. The colonies celebrated freedom, yet nearly 1/5 of their population lived in slavery. Enslaved African men, women, and children labored on plantations, farms, docks, workshops, and households throughout British America, especially in the southern colonies. Their work generated immense wealth. Their suffering remained largely invisible to those benefiting from it. Some colonists questioned slavery. Many did not. Others conveniently postponed difficult moral conversations until some undefined future. Human beings possess remarkable talent for delaying uncomfortable truths. The contradiction would eventually haunt the new nation long after independence arrived. Native American nations faced equally uncertain futures. For thousands of years, they had inhabited these lands. Now colonial settlements expanded steadily westward. Forests disappeared beneath farms. Treaties came and went. Promises often proved temporary. Different indigenous nations pursued different strategies. Some traded. Some negotiated. Some resisted. Others attempted careful neutrality. None could entirely escape the consequences of European expansion. As Britain and its colonies drifted toward conflict, native communities found themselves navigating impossible choices. Support Britain? Support the colonists? Remain independent? Each decision carried enormous risks. History rarely offers perfect options, usually only different kinds of loss. Still, in the early 1760s, few imagined complete separation from Britain. Certainly, there were disagreements. Merchants complained about regulations. Farmers grumbled about prices. Politicians argued over authority. Complaining about government, after all, is practically a universal language. But independence? That remained almost unimaginable. Britain wasn't merely a ruler. Britain represented protection. Its navy dominated oceans. Its economy connected continents. Its empire stretched farther than most people could comprehend. To challenge such power seemed absurd, like standing before a tidal wave carrying nothing but optimism. Yet sometimes, history changes not because people initially seek revolution. It changes because every attempt to avoid revolution quietly fails. One misunderstanding becomes another. One tax follows another. One protest meets another punishment. Each side believes itself reasonable. Each assumes the other will eventually compromise. Neither notices how rapidly trust evaporates. Until one ordinary evening, someone hears distant hoofbeats approaching through the darkness. And suddenly, nothing is ordinary anymore. The road to American independence did not begin with gunfire. It began with victory. A victory so expensive that Britain soon discovered winning wars could create problems almost as dangerous as losing them. And in that unexpected aftermath, an empire unknowingly began teaching its own colonies how revolutions are born. The war that planted the seeds of revolution. The story, strangely enough, begins with a celebration. Not the loud, triumphant kind filled with fireworks and speeches, but the quieter confidence of an empire convinced it has just secured its place at the very top of the world. It is the year 1763. Church bells ring in London. Newspapers praise victory. Merchants smile over ledgers that promise new opportunities. Children chase each other through muddy streets, blissfully unaware that adults are discussing maps stretching across continents. Britain has defeated France in what many historians call the 7 Years' War. In North America, colonists know it by another name, the French and Indian War. Different names, same conflict. History enjoys giving wars multiple titles just to keep future students awake. Or perhaps asleep, in our case. Either way, the war has changed the world. France has surrendered vast territories. British flags now fly over enormous regions that only a few years earlier had belonged to their greatest European rival. On paper, Britain looks unstoppable. Its navy controls the seas. Its soldiers have proven themselves in battle after battle. Its empire stretches from the Caribbean to Canada, from India to Africa. The sun, people proudly begin saying, never sets on the British Empire, which sounds wonderfully poetic. Though, geographically speaking, it mostly means Britain owned an astonishing number of places. Victory, however, carries an unfortunate habit. It sends the bill afterward. Wars are astonishingly expensive. Cannons cost money. Ships cost money. Uniforms, horses, food, ammunition, doctors, roads, wagons, salaries. Everything costs money. Even burying the dead requires labor. By the time peace arrives in 1763, Britain has accumulated debts that would make even experienced bankers quietly clear their throats. The government owes sums almost impossible for ordinary people to imagine. Interest payments alone consume enormous portions of national income. Members of Parliament gather beneath ornate ceilings in Westminster, studying ledgers with increasingly worried expressions. Some propose cutting spending. Others suggest borrowing more. A few recommend raising taxes. It is, after all, the traditional solution governments discover whenever money becomes inconveniently scarce. The question is not whether taxes should rise. The question is, who should pay them? Across the Atlantic, Britain's American colonies appear increasingly prosperous. Trade flourishes. Ports bustle. Population grows rapidly. Land seems abundant compared to crowded Europe. Many British politicians reach what appears, from London, to be an obvious conclusion. Surely, the colonies should contribute more toward the cost of defending themselves. After all, wasn't the recent war fought partly to protect them from French expansion? Surely they can help repay some of the expense. It sounds perfectly reasonable. From 3,000 miles away, distance has a remarkable ability to simplify complicated problems. Imagine standing in Parliament. You unfold a map. North America stretches before you like an endless canvas. 13 colonies line the eastern coast. Millions of acres. Growing towns. Busy ports. Thriving trade. It seems almost impossible that these colonies cannot afford a few additional taxes. Now imagine standing instead in Massachusetts, or Virginia, or Pennsylvania. You are not looking at maps. You are looking at your own farm, your own shop, your own family. You already pay local taxes. You repair your roads, support your churches, fund your militia, maintain your community. And now people living across an ocean, people you have never met, announce they intend to collect more money. Without asking your opinion, without inviting your representatives, without much explanation beyond. We need it. Perspective changes everything. Both sides believe themselves entirely reasonable. Neither fully understands the other's point of view. History often begins this way, not with villains, but with competing assumptions. The colonies had long enjoyed something historians call salutary neglect. It is one of those wonderfully academic phrases that sounds far more complicated than it really is. In simple terms, Britain often left the colonies alone. Officially, laws regulated colonial trade. Officially, imperial officials supervised commerce. Officially, regulations existed. Unofficially, enforcement could be rather relaxed. Smuggling flourished. Local governments exercised considerable independence. Merchants discovered creative interpretations of trade rules. Customs officials occasionally looked the other way. Everyone benefited, or at least enough people benefited that few complained too loudly. This arrangement lasted for decades. Colonists grew accustomed to managing many of their own affairs. Not because Britain intended eventual independence. Quite the opposite. Britain simply had larger concerns elsewhere. Europe demanded constant attention. Wars erupted with exhausting regularity. Kings changed. Alliances shifted. Empires collided. The American colonies remained important, but they were not Britain's only priority. Then came the French and Indian War. Everything changed. Suddenly London paid much closer attention. Closer attention usually means closer supervision. Closer supervision often means more paperwork, more inspections, more regulations. Few developments in history have inspired less enthusiasm than additional paperwork. One of Britain's first major decisions after the war seemed sensible enough. The Proclamation of 1763. The government announced that colonists should not settle west of the Appalachian Mountains. On paper, the policy aimed to reduce conflict with Native American nations. Recent violence had demonstrated how unstable frontier regions could become. Limiting Western expansion, officials argued, would preserve peace. Reasonable. Again, from London. For many colonists, However, the proclamation felt deeply frustrating. Some had fought during the recent war expecting new lands would become available afterward. Others had already purchased Western claims. Speculators dreamed of fortunes waiting beyond the mountains. Veterans anticipated farms as rewards for military service. Now the crown effectively announced, "Not yet. Perhaps later. Maybe never." Imagine spending years working towards something only to have distant officials suddenly move the finish line. Resentment grows quietly at first. It rarely announces its arrival. Along the frontier, reality remained complicated. Native American nations had no intention of simply disappearing because European governments redrew maps. Leaders such as Pontiac organized resistance against expanding British influence. Forts came under attack. Settlements feared renewed violence. British soldiers found themselves policing enormous territories won only months earlier. Maintaining thousands of troops across North America required substantial funding, which returned everyone to the same inconvenient question. Money. Money always seems to wander back into historical conversations, rather like an uninvited guest who nevertheless refuses to leave. Meanwhile, colonial society continued its ordinary rhythms. Ships arrived in Boston Harbor carrying textiles from England, sugar from the Caribbean, wine from Portugal, tea from Asia, coffee houses filled with conversations about trade. Newspapers reported events from Europe alongside advertisements for runaway apprentices, imported books, and household goods. Life appeared remarkably normal. Children attended school. Farmers harvested crops. Churches filled every Sunday. People married. People argued. People borrowed money they hoped to repay later. History seldom warns ordinary families that they happen to be living inside the opening chapter of a revolution. If someone had walked into a tavern in Philadelphia during 1764 and confidently declared, "In 12 years these colonies will declare independence and fight Britain itself," most listeners probably would have laughed. Some might have suggested reducing the speaker's ale, because such an idea sounded ridiculous. Britain remained the most powerful empire on earth. Its navy dwarfed every rival. Its professional army possessed experience earned across Europe and beyond. How exactly would scattered colonial militias defeat that? The notion bordered on fantasy. And yet, great historical changes almost always appear impossible until they happen. Among those quietly observing imperial politics was a Philadelphia printer named Benjamin Franklin. Franklin had already lived several remarkable lives. Printer, writer, scientist, inventor, publisher, diplomat. He possessed an endlessly curious mind that seemed unwilling to specialize in only one subject. Electricity fascinated him. Politics fascinated him. Weather fascinated him. Human nature fascinated him most of all. Years earlier, Franklin had proposed uniting the colonies for mutual defense. His famous cartoon depicted a snake cut into pieces. Beneath it appeared a simple message: join or die. At the time, few embraced the idea. Each colony guarded its own interests carefully. Unity sounded admirable, until someone suggested actually attempting it. Still, Franklin sensed something changing. Not revolution. Not yet. But a growing awareness that the colonies shared common experiences, common frustrations, common interests. Ideas spread through newspapers he helped shape. Readers debated them over breakfast. At taverns. Inside workshops. Along docks where sailors carried stories from port to port. Empires move armies. Ideas move themselves. Across Virginia, another generation quietly matured. Young George Washington returned from military service with valuable experience and valuable lessons. He had witnessed British officers firsthand, admired many, disagreed with others. During the recent war, colonial officers frequently found themselves treated as socially inferior to regular British officers despite fighting beside them. Rank mattered. Birth mattered. Connections mattered. Ability sometimes mattered. Washington rarely forgot slights against his dignity. He seldom complained publicly. But memory can become surprisingly powerful fuel, especially when combined with principle or pride. Human history has often struggled to distinguish between the two. In Boston, merchants began noticing increased customs enforcement. Ships received closer inspections. Smuggling became riskier. Officials appeared more determined than before. At first, these changes irritated businessmen. After all, trade relied upon flexibility. Strict enforcement threatened profits. Profit, contrary to romantic storytelling, has always inspired considerable political passion. Few things encourage philosophical arguments about liberty faster than interfering with commerce. The merchants framed their objections in constitutional language. Rights, representation, traditional English liberties, fair treatment. Yet beneath lofty principles also existed practical concerns. Taxes affected livelihoods. Regulations affected incomes. Families noticed. Communities noticed. Gradually, politics became personal. Inside Parliament, however, many lawmakers genuinely believed they acted responsibly. They did not consider themselves tyrants. Quite the opposite. From their perspective, British taxpayers had long shouldered disproportionate financial burdens. Why should people living in England alone finance imperial defense? Colonists benefited from protection. Should they not contribute? Furthermore, Parliament represented the entire empire. Members argued they exercised virtual representation. Even citizens who never voted remained represented through Parliament's responsibility toward all British subjects. Colonists rejected this reasoning. Representation, they insisted, required actual elected representatives, not theoretical ones. The disagreement seems almost philosophical. Yet philosophy possesses remarkable power when attached to taxation, especially taxation. By 1765, Britain's government decided discussion had lasted long enough. Action seemed necessary. Officials drafted legislation unlike anything the colonies had previously experienced. A direct internal tax. Simple, efficient, expected to generate much-needed revenue. On paper, it looked entirely manageable. In practice, it would ignite one of the greatest political crises in imperial history. Printers, lawyers, merchants, farmers, ordinary families. Nearly everyone would soon encounter its effects. Because sometimes history does not arrive riding into town with cannons and cavalry. Sometimes, it arrives folded neatly inside an official piece of paper bearing the royal seal. And that quiet sheet of paper would soon begin transforming loyal British subjects into reluctant revolutionaries. Stamped paper and unstoppable ideas. History has an unusual habit of hiding enormous consequences inside objects that appear completely ordinary. A sheet of paper, a coin, a letter, a teacup, a newspaper folded neatly beneath someone's arm. On their own, these things seem harmless enough. They occupy little space, make very little noise, and rarely announce that they are about to change the course of nations. The Stamp Act of 1765 was, at first glance, exactly that sort of ordinary thing. No cannons fired. No cities burned. No armies marched. Parliament simply passed another law. Thousands of miles away in London, the legislation slid through government offices with the quiet efficiency of official paperwork. Clerks copied documents in careful handwriting. Wax seals were pressed onto folded pages. Messengers carried orders through the streets of Westminster. To the men drafting the law, it seemed almost painfully reasonable. The colonies, they argued, should help pay for the soldiers stationed in North America. The tax itself was modest. Nearly every printed item would require an official government stamp purchased from the crown. Newspapers, pamphlets, marriage licenses, playing cards, legal contracts, college diplomas, business records. Even the humble deck of cards waiting on a tavern table could no longer escape imperial taxation. It was, from Parliament's perspective, efficient. From the colony's perspective, it was something entirely different. Imagine waking one cool autumn morning in Boston. You unlock your print shop before sunrise. The familiar scent of ink already fills the room. Metal type rests neatly inside wooden cases. Sheets of damp paper wait beside the heavy press. You have customers expecting newspapers before breakfast. News does not politely wait until taxes become convenient. Then someone arrives carrying official instructions. From now on, every newspaper must bear a government stamp. No stamp, no legal newspaper, no newspaper. Simple, at least on paper. But nothing involving politics remains simple for very long. Printers immediately recognize the danger. The tax is not merely about money. It reaches directly into the machinery that spreads ideas. Newspapers are more than collections of advertisements and shipping schedules. They are conversations, arguments, rumors, complaints. They carry speeches from London, essays from Philadelphia, debates from Boston, and gossip from almost everywhere else. Taxing printed words feels uncomfortably close to taxing public thought. People notice. Very quickly, throughout the colonies, printers become some of the loudest critics of the Stamp Act, which should surprise absolutely no one. If history teaches us anything, it is that writers rarely enjoy being told what they may or may not publish. Benjamin Franklin, then living in London as a colonial representative, initially believes compromise might still be possible. He knows many members of Parliament personally. He understands British politics. Surely, he thinks, misunderstandings can be resolved through discussion. Surely reason will prevail. History politely smiles. Reason, unfortunately, often arrives after everyone has already shouted. In Virginia, a young lawyer named Patrick Henry rises inside the House of Burgesses. Henry is not yet one of the most famous voices of the Revolution. That will come later. For now, he is simply another representative, though one blessed with remarkable confidence. He introduces a series of resolutions declaring that only Virginia's own elected assembly possesses the right to tax Virginians. The debate grows heated. Some legislators warn that such language borders on treason. Henry remains unmoved. At one dramatic moment, he compares King George III to tyrants of ancient Rome. The chamber falls silent. Several members reportedly cry, "Treason!" Henry pauses, then calmly finishes his thought. If this be treason, make the most of it. Whether every word survives exactly as spoken is impossible to know. History occasionally polishes famous speeches, but the spirit remains unmistakable. Something fundamental is changing. Colonial leaders are no longer merely complaining about taxes. They are questioning authority itself. Outside government buildings, ordinary people begin discussing politics with unusual intensity. Markets, churchyards, blacksmith shops, dockside warehouses, coffee houses. Everywhere conversations drift toward the same question. Who has the right to tax us? The issue becomes surprisingly personal. Imagine purchasing paper for your business, signing a legal document, publishing an announcement. Every ordinary task now reminds you of distant lawmakers whose faces you have never seen. Politics has entered everyday life. Not dramatically, quietly, persistently, like rain finding its way through the smallest crack in a roof. In taverns after sunset, candlelight flickers across wooden tables stained by decades of spilled ale. Merchants gather after long days balancing accounts. Sailors fresh from Atlantic voyages share news from Europe. Farmers visiting town listen more than they speak. Tankards are raised. Arguments begin. Some insist Parliament has every legal right to tax the colonies. Others reply that Englishmen possess ancient constitutional protections. Voices grow louder. Someone inevitably pounds a fist onto the table. Someone else reminds everyone to lower their voices before attracting unwanted attention. Political discussion has become a form of evening entertainment, though considerably more dangerous than cards. Not everyone opposes the Stamp Act. This is important to remember. History often compresses entire populations into neat categories. Patriots, loyalists, heroes, villains. Reality rarely cooperates. Many colonists remain loyal to Britain. Others dislike the tax, but oppose resistance. Some simply hope everyone calms down so business can continue. Most people, then as now, would prefer ordinary life over political turmoil. Revolution sounds romantic. Living through one generally does not. Still, resistance spreads. Merchants organize boycotts of British goods. If Parliament insists on taxing the colonies, perhaps the colonies will stop purchasing British imports. The strategy hurts both sides. British manufacturers suddenly notice declining orders. Warehouses begin filling with unsold merchandise. Business owners who previously ignored colonial politics now write concerned letters to Parliament. Money, once again, proves remarkably persuasive. Commerce has an extraordinary talent for making distant problems feel surprisingly close. Meanwhile, another organization quietly emerges. Its members call themselves the Sons of Liberty. The name itself carries enormous confidence. Who, after all, wishes to publicly oppose liberty? The group forms in Boston before spreading to other colonies. Its membership varies widely. Merchants, craftsmen, laborers, printers, dockworkers, ordinary townspeople. Some meetings involve speeches and petitions. Others become considerably less peaceful. Tax collectors receive threatening letters. Their homes are surrounded by angry crowds. Effigies hang from trees. Officials discover that accepting government appointments has become unexpectedly hazardous. One August evening in Boston, thousands gather beneath an enormous elm tree. Suspended from its branches hangs an effigy of Andrew Oliver, the man appointed to distribute the official stamps. The crowd grows throughout the afternoon. Men, women, even children stare upward. As darkness approaches, someone cuts the effigy down. The procession begins. Torches illuminate narrow streets. Voices echo between wooden buildings. The effigy is carried through town before being destroyed. Oliver resigns soon afterward. He never distributes a single stamp. The message reaches every royal official. Some jobs have suddenly become dangerous. Violence escalates. Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson, a loyal servant of the crown, watches helplessly as an angry mob approaches his elegant Boston home. At first there is shouting. Then windows shatter. Doors give way. Furniture is smashed. Books are thrown into the street. Wine spills across polished floors. Silver disappears. Family possessions accumulated over decades vanish within hours. Remarkably, Hutchinson himself escapes unharmed. His house does not. Later he writes that he has never witnessed such destruction. Neither had many of his neighbors. Political disagreement has crossed an invisible line. Property now lies in ruins. Trust soon follows. Across the colonies, stamp distributors quietly resign. One after another. Few are willing to risk becoming the next target. Without distributors, there are no stamps. Without stamps, the law becomes almost impossible to enforce. Parliament has passed legislation. The colonies have largely refused to obey it. This is extraordinary, not because taxes are being avoided. Smuggling had accomplished that for years. What makes this different is that resistance has become organized. Public, collective. Colonists separated by hundreds of miles begin acting together. Massachusetts, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, South Carolina, different colonies. Shared purpose. Benjamin Franklin had dreamed of colonial unity years earlier. Ironically, Parliament may be accomplishing it far more effectively than Franklin ever managed himself. Empires occasionally create exactly the opposition they hope to prevent. In October 1765, representatives from 9 colonies gather in New York. The Stamp Act Congress. The meeting is modest by later revolutionary standards. No declarations of independence. No calls for war. Only discussion. Delegates draft petitions respectfully addressed to the king and parliament. They insist upon loyalty. They praise the British Constitution. They simply request recognition of rights they believe already belong to them. The tone remains hopeful. Firm. But hopeful. No one yet imagines severing ties completely. They seek reconciliation, not revolution. History still offers opportunities to step backward. Whether anyone notices those opportunities is another matter entirely. Across the Atlantic, Parliament begins receiving alarming reports. Trade has declined. Colonial resistance grows stronger. Merchants in London complain loudly. Factory owners worry about lost income. Even politicians who supported the Stamp Act begin questioning whether it has become more trouble than it is worth. Benjamin Franklin appears before the House of Commons. Calm. Measured. Patient. Members ask whether the colonies would contribute voluntarily to imperial defense. Franklin answers honestly, yes, when asked, not when compelled. The distinction seems small. It is anything but. In March 1766, Parliament finally repeals the Stamp Act. Celebrations erupt across the colonies. Church bells ring. Bonfires illuminate town squares. Crowds cheer. Newspapers announce victory. Many colonists believe the crisis has ended. Reason has prevailed. The British government listened. Harmony, perhaps, can now be restored. It is a comforting thought. Unfortunately, Parliament cannot quite bring itself to admit defeat. On the very same day it repeals the Stamp Act, it quietly passes another law. The Declaratory Act, Its wording is simple. Parliament declares that it possesses full authority to make laws governing the colonies, in all cases whatsoever. The tax disappears. The principle remains. Britain has surrendered one battle of ideas. It has not surrendered the war. Many colonists scarcely notice. They are too busy celebrating. Sometimes history hides tomorrow's crisis inside today's victory. The ink on one law has barely dried before another begins laying the foundation for conflict yet to come. The arguments over stamped paper may be ending, but arguments over power, over representation, over liberty, are only just beginning. Soon, another British ministry will search once again for revenue. Another set of taxes will arrive, and this time, the humble cargo of a merchant ship will become one of the most famous symbols in American history. Tea, soldiers, and the slow burning of an empire. For a brief moment, the empire exhaled. The repeal of the Stamp Act in 1766 was celebrated throughout the American colonies with the sort of enthusiasm usually reserved for weddings or the end of particularly long winters. Church bells rang. Cannons fired ceremonial salutes. Bonfires glowed in town squares late into the evening. Merchants reopened ledgers with cautious optimism. Printers returned to their presses without worrying whether each page required an official stamp. Children, blissfully unaware of constitutional debates, simply enjoyed the excitement. Life, it seemed, could return to normal. History, however, is rarely so generous. Sometimes peace is not the absence of conflict. It is merely the quiet pause between arguments. Across the Atlantic, King George III remained convinced that Parliament possessed every legal right to govern the colonies. From his perspective, this was not tyranny. It was constitutional government. The colonies were British territory. Parliament made laws for Britain. Therefore, Parliament naturally made laws for Britain's colonies. Simple, neat, entirely logical. At least if one happened to be sitting inside Westminster Palace. The colonists saw matters rather differently. To them, Parliament had authority over trade and imperial affairs. But internal taxation? That belonged to their own elected assemblies. Neither side believed itself unreasonable. Each sincerely thought the other misunderstood the British Constitution. Unfortunately, constitutions cannot settle disagreements if people fundamentally disagree about what those constitutions actually mean. The British government still faced one unpleasant reality. Its debts had not disappeared. Repealing the Stamp Act had calmed political unrest. It had done absolutely nothing for the Treasury. Money remained desperately needed. Charles Townshend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, believed he possessed the answer. Townshend was intelligent, confident, energetic. He also possessed that dangerous combination of certainty and optimism that occasionally convinces politicians they have discovered the one solution everyone else somehow overlooked. His proposal seemed clever. If colonists objected to internal taxes like the Stamp Act, why not impose duties on imported goods instead? Taxes on glass, paper, paint, lead, tea. These, he argued, were customs duties rather than direct internal taxes. Surely the colonies would find them more acceptable. Surely. History has a remarkable affection for the word surely. It usually appears moments before events become considerably more complicated. The Townshend Acts passed in 1767. The taxes themselves were relatively small. That was never truly the point. The principle remained exactly the same. Parliament insisted upon its authority to tax the colonies. The colonists insisted otherwise. Imagine arguing with a neighbor over ownership of a fence. The fence itself matters less than the question behind it. Who has the right to decide? Compromise becomes increasingly difficult once pride enters the discussion. And pride had certainly arrived. Boston, perhaps more than any other city, became the center of resistance. It was a bustling seaport where ships from every corner of the Atlantic unloaded their cargoes. The waterfront smelled of salt water, tar, wet rope, fish, tobacco, and fresh timber. Sailors shouted in accents from England, Scotland, Ireland, the Caribbean, and beyond. Dockworkers hauled heavy barrels through narrow streets. Blacksmiths hammered iron anchors while gulls circled overhead, crying endlessly as if offering commentary on human affairs. The city pulsed with trade, and trade depended upon freedom from excessive interference. Merchants organized another boycott of British imports. Shops stopped ordering certain goods. Households encouraged one another to buy locally made products whenever possible. Women became central participants in the movement. Instead of imported British cloth, many families produced homespun fabric. Spinning wheels appeared in public gatherings where women demonstrated both practical skill and quiet political resistance. No speeches, no muskets, just thread. History often remembers generals. It should also remember people making clothes. Revolutions require shirts almost as much as speeches. Newspapers carried essays criticizing Parliament's actions. One writer attracted particular attention: John Dickinson, a Pennsylvania lawyer. His series, Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania, spread rapidly throughout the colonies. Dickinson argued calmly and carefully that Parliament's new taxes threatened fundamental liberties. He did not call for independence. Quite the opposite. He urged moderation, respect, loyalty to the crown. Yet he insisted that rights surrendered today might never be recovered tomorrow. Readers found his arguments persuasive precisely because they sounded reasonable rather than revolutionary. Ideas wrapped in moderation often travel farther than ideas wrapped in outrage. Britain watched these developments with growing frustration. Colonial assemblies criticized royal policies. Merchants ignored British goods. Newspapers questioned Parliament. Officials worried resistance might spread further unless authority was firmly reasserted. The solution seemed straightforward. Send troops, not to wage war, simply to maintain order. In 1768, British soldiers arrived in Boston. Their bright red uniforms immediately transformed the city's atmosphere. Scarlet coats marched through narrow streets where children had previously played. Drums echoed between brick buildings. Bayonets glinted beneath autumn sunlight. The soldiers established camps, built barracks, guarded customs officials. Officially, they had come to preserve peace. Many colonists wondered why peace required loaded muskets. Imagine Boston at dusk. A fisherman returns home carrying the day's modest catch. A merchant closes his warehouse. Candles begin glowing behind windows. Then comes the steady rhythm. Boots. Hundreds of boots. British patrols move through the streets. Some soldiers behave professionally. Others do not. Many are young, poorly paid, far from home. Some seek extra work during their free hours. They compete with local laborers for jobs. Resentment grows. Arguments become common. Insults fly in both directions. The soldiers nickname the townspeople. The townspeople invent less flattering names for the soldiers. Neither side particularly enjoys the arrangement. Imagine living beside armed strangers whose presence constantly reminds you that someone doubts your loyalty. It would become exhausting. Among Boston's most influential voices stood Samuel Adams. Unlike his cousin John Adams, who practiced law with careful precision, Samuel possessed extraordinary political instincts. He understood crowds. He understood newspapers. Most importantly, he understood emotion. Adams believed liberty required constant vigilance. He wrote essays, organized meetings, encouraged resistance. He rarely advocated reckless violence, but neither did he shy away from confrontation when necessary. His critics considered him an agitator. His supporters viewed him as a guardian of colonial rights. History often reserves both descriptions for the same individual. Throughout 1769, tension thickened almost visibly. The city felt smaller, narrower, heavier. Every disagreement carried political meaning. A dispute over wages, a customs inspection, an argument inside a tavern. Everything became connected to the larger struggle. Imagine carrying a bucket of water already filled to the very edge. Even the slightest movement risks spilling everything. Boston had become precisely such a bucket. All it required was one careless step. That step arrived on the evening of March 5th, 1770. The weather was cold. Snow lingered in dirty piles beside the streets. Ice covered patches of cobblestone. The air carried the sharp bite of late winter. Near the custom house, a British sentry named Hugh White stood guard. Someone shouted an insult. Another threw a snowball. Soon more townspeople gathered. The crowd grew louder. Dockworkers, apprentices, laborers, curious onlookers. Snowballs became chunks of ice. Someone struck the soldier. White called for assistance. Captain Thomas Preston arrived with several additional soldiers. The crowd surrounded them. Voices echoed through the narrow street. Bloody backs. Lobsters. The insults came from every direction. Wooden clubs appeared. Snow mixed with ice and stones flew through the darkness. No one knows precisely who shouted first. Some witnesses claimed they heard the word fire. Others insisted no such order had been given. Then, a musket discharged. Perhaps accidentally. Perhaps not. Within seconds, the other soldiers fired as well. Smoke exploded into the freezing air. The smell of gunpowder drifted through the street. When the smoke cleared, 5 colonists lay dead or dying. One of them was Crispus Attucks, a sailor and dock worker of African and Native American ancestry. Another was 17-year-old Samuel Maverick. Blood stained the snow. Silence briefly replaced shouting. The impossible had happened. British soldiers had fired upon Boston civilians. News spread faster than anyone imagined possible. By morning, the entire city buzzed with rumor. Within days, the colonies knew. Paul Revere created an engraving depicting disciplined British soldiers deliberately firing into an innocent crowd. It was powerful, dramatic, not entirely accurate, but powerful. Politics has long appreciated memorable images more than perfect nuance. The event quickly became known as the Boston Massacre. The name itself shaped public memory. Massacre. A single word capable of carrying enormous emotional weight. Samuel Adams ensured few would ever forget it. Yet amid the anger, something remarkable occurred. John Adams agreed to defend the British soldiers in court. Many questioned his decision. Why defend men accused of killing fellow Bostonians? Adams answered simply, justice required fair trials, even for unpopular defendants. Especially for unpopular defendants. The trial proceeded carefully. Witnesses testified. Evidence was examined. Adams argued the soldiers had genuinely feared for their lives. The jury acquitted most of them. 2 were convicted only of manslaughter. Years later, Adams called this defense one of the finest services he ever performed for his country. Because liberty, he believed, depended upon law rather than vengeance. Even revolutionaries sometimes pause to protect principles. Ironically, the Boston Massacre temporarily reduced tensions. Parliament repealed most of the Townshend duties shortly afterward. Most, not all. One tax remained. Tea. The amount collected was tiny, almost insignificant, but Britain deliberately kept it. As a symbol, Parliament refused to surrender its right to tax. The colonists refused to accept that right. An entire empire now found itself arguing over tea. Future generations would smile at the irony. At the time, nobody was laughing. Because everyone understood. The tea itself did not matter. The principle did. And before long, ships carrying tea would sail quietly into Boston Harbor. Their cargo would never reach British teacups. Instead, it would become one of the most famous acts of protest in world history. A protest carried out beneath a cold December sky, by men disguised as something they were not, and witnessed by an empire that still believed the colonies could be brought back into obedience. The night the harbor turned to tea. There is something strangely peaceful about a harbor at night. The tide rises and falls with quiet confidence, paying little attention to the worries of human beings. Wooden ships sway gently against their moorings. Masts creak softly in the wind. Lanterns reflect across dark water in shimmering ribbons that break apart with every small wave. Boston Harbor, on the evening of December 16, 1773, looked much like it always had. Cold, still, patient. The winter air carried the sharp smell of salt water mixed with pine smoke drifting from hundreds of chimneys. Snow lingered in shaded corners of the town. The streets echoed with the footsteps of men hurrying toward the Old South Meeting House. No one standing along the waterfront could have guessed that within a few hours, nearly 50 tons of tea would be floating in the harbor. Not stolen, not burned, simply thrown into the sea, one wooden crate after another. To understand why tea became the center of a political storm, we must first appreciate something rather amusing. The British loved tea. The American colonists loved tea. Nearly everyone in the 18th century British world drank tea. Morning tea, afternoon tea, tea after supper, tea while discussing business, tea while discussing politics. Quite a great deal of history, it turns out, has been shaped by people trying to enjoy a warm beverage in peace. The tea itself was not especially controversial. The problem was who controlled it. By the early 1770s, the mighty British East India Company, one of the largest commercial enterprises in the world, was in serious financial trouble. Its warehouses overflowed with unsold tea. Its debts mounted. Its directors pleaded with Parliament for assistance. The government obliged. In 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act. The law actually lowered the price of tea in the American colonies. That seems rather generous, almost thoughtful. Except for one detail. The Tea Act allowed the East India Company to sell directly to the colonies while still collecting the small duty that Parliament insisted upon. From Britain's perspective, everyone benefited. The company sold its tea. Consumers paid less. The government quietly reinforced Parliament's authority to tax the colonies. Elegant, efficient, perfect. Except the colonists immediately recognized what was happening. If they accepted this tea, they were not simply buying a beverage. They were accepting Parliament's right to tax them. Once again, the money mattered less than the principle. Liberty, they insisted, could not be measured by the price of a cup of tea. Throughout the colonies, resistance formed quickly. In New York and Philadelphia, merchants refused to unload tea ships. In Charleston, officials stored the tea in warehouses where it remained untouched. But Boston became something else entirely. Governor Thomas Hutchinson refused to allow the tea ships to leave without unloading their cargo. The law required imported goods to be landed and duties paid within 20 days. If not, customs officials would seize them. Hutchinson believed yielding would reward resistance. The Sons of Liberty believed surrender would destroy everything they had spent years defending. Neither side blinked. History occasionally resembles a game in which both players continue raising the stakes because neither wishes to appear weak. 3 ships arrived carrying East India Company tea. The Dartmouth, the Eleanor, the Beaver. Their holds contained 342 wooden chests filled with carefully packed tea leaves. The ships waited. Days passed. Crowds gathered daily to discuss what should happen next. Boston seemed suspended in a strange state of anticipation. Nothing happened, yet everyone sensed that something eventually would. The harbor itself appeared calm. The people surrounding it were not. Meetings filled the Old South Meeting House. Thousands crowded inside. Many more waited outside in the freezing December air. Imagine the scene. Candles flicker against wooden walls. Breath hangs in the cold air. Boots scrape across worn floorboards. Voices rise and fall beneath the high ceiling. Merchants, craftsmen, farmers who had ridden in from surrounding towns. Young apprentices standing beside aging veterans. The room overflows. Some men balance themselves on window ledges. Others squeeze shoulder to shoulder near the doors. Everyone waits. Samuel Adams addresses the gathering with measured determination. He does not shout. He does not demand violence. Instead, he calmly explains that every peaceful attempt to resolve the crisis has failed. The governor refuses compromise. The customs deadline approaches. Time is running out. Outside, darkness settles over Boston. The harbor disappears beneath the night. As evening arrives, someone reportedly delivers the final message. Governor Hutchinson will not allow the ships to leave. Whether Samuel Adams actually speaks the famous words attributed to him remains uncertain. This meeting can do nothing more to save the country. Perhaps he said them. Perhaps someone remembered the evening a little more dramatically than it unfolded. Either way, the effect is immediate. Men quietly begin leaving the meeting house. Not in panic, not in chaos. With purpose. Across Boston, small groups move through the narrow streets. Some carry hatchets. Others carry clubs. Many have wrapped blankets around themselves against the bitter cold. Several disguise themselves as Mohawk warriors. Not because anyone expects the disguise to fool close observers. No one mistakes these men for Native Americans. The crude costumes serve another purpose. They symbolize an American identity distinct from Britain. They also help conceal individual identities. After all, throwing an empire's property into the sea is generally considered a risky career move. The first group reaches Griffin's Wharf. The tea ships rest quietly against the docks. Their crews watch nervously. The protesters climb aboard. Remarkably, there is almost no violence. No sailors are attacked. No cargo besides the tea is touched. No personal property is stolen. Instead, the work begins with astonishing discipline. Hatchets split open the wooden chests. Lids crack apart. Loose tea pours onto the decks. Men shovel it overboard. Again, and again, and again. 1 chest, 10 chests, 100. Tea drifts across the black water like dark leaves caught in the tide. The smell fills the harbor. Strong, earthy, almost sweet. Imagine the scent of thousands upon thousands of cups of tea released all at once into the icy Atlantic. By the end of the night, every one of the 342 chests has been destroyed. An estimated 90,000 pounds of tea float upon the waves. The harbor itself briefly becomes a giant teapot, though considerably colder than anyone would have preferred. One curious story survives from that remarkable evening. At one point, a participant allegedly attempts to slip some tea into his pocket. Other protesters immediately seize it. They force him to return the tea to the harbor. The message is unmistakable. This is not theft. It is protest. Nothing else aboard the ships is to be touched. Another man accidentally breaks a padlock while opening a hatch. The following day, someone anonymously replaces it with a new one. Such details, whether polished slightly by time or entirely accurate, reveal something important. The protesters wanted discipline, not looting, not chaos. A carefully controlled act of defiance. When dawn arrives, Boston Harbor looks strangely different. Tea leaves cling to the shoreline. The tide carries brown fragments back and forth beneath the docks. Children reportedly play along the waterfront, fascinated by the unusual sight. Merchants stare silently across the water. Sailors shake their heads. Customs officials write reports. The East India Company estimates its losses at roughly 10,000 pounds sterling. An enormous sum. Someone eventually must pay for it. Britain has little doubt who that someone should be. News crosses the Atlantic. The reaction in London is immediate. Outrage. Disbelief. Members of Parliament who had previously argued for moderation now lose patience. Destroying private property is one thing. Destroying the property of a company already struggling financially, and one closely tied to imperial interests, is something else entirely. King George III reportedly declares that the die is now cast. The colonies, he insists, must either submit or triumph. Compromise begins quietly disappearing from the conversation. Back in Boston, many residents feel uneasy. Even among those who oppose British taxation, not everyone approves of destroying valuable cargo. Some fear retaliation. Others wonder whether events have gone too far. Because revolutions are strange things. People often recognize the beginning only after it has already begun. The Tea Party does not immediately create war, but it destroys something perhaps even more valuable: trust. The British government no longer believes Boston can govern itself responsibly. Many colonists no longer believe Parliament respects their liberties. The distance between the two sides, already measured by an ocean, now grows immeasurably wider. Parliament decides that Boston must be punished. Not merely criticized. Punished. In 1774, lawmakers pass a series of measures the British call the Coercive Acts. The colonists soon give them another name: the Intolerable Acts. Sometimes history remembers legislation by the name chosen by its opponents. It is rarely a good sign. The Boston Port Act closes the harbor entirely. No ships may load or unload cargo until the destroyed tea has been paid for. Imagine an entire city's economy suddenly frozen. Dock workers lose employment. Merchants lose customers. Sailors lose wages. Warehouse owners watch empty wharves gathering dust. The sea remains. Trade disappears. Other laws follow. Massachusetts self-government is dramatically reduced. Royal authority expands. British officials accused of crimes may be tried elsewhere. The Quartering Act is strengthened, allowing troops to be housed more easily. To British lawmakers, these measures restore order. To many colonists, they confirm every fear they have voiced for nearly a decade. If Parliament can close one city's port today, what prevents it from doing the same elsewhere tomorrow? Something remarkable begins happening. The other colonies rally around Boston. Food arrives from Virginia, grain from Pennsylvania, money from South Carolina. Communities that once argued over local concerns now see themselves connected by shared danger. Boston's punishment becomes everyone's warning. Benjamin Franklin, still in London, watches events with growing despair. Years earlier, he believed compromise remained possible. Now he privately admits that reconciliation grows less likely by the day. Even he, one of the empire's greatest admirers, begins wondering whether Britain has misunderstood its own colonies beyond repair. By late summer of 1774, colonial leaders decide they can no longer respond separately. If Britain acts as one empire, perhaps the colonies must begin acting as one people. Representatives from 12 colonies prepare to travel to Philadelphia. Not to declare independence, not yet, simply to speak together. For the first time, they cannot know that history is quietly watching. Because once strangers begin meeting around the same table, sharing the same fears, imagining the same future, they often discover they have already become something new. The First Continental Congress is about to gather, and with it, when 13 colonies began speaking with one voice. Autumn arrives quietly in Philadelphia. The fierce heat of summer has softened into cool mornings wrapped in mist. Golden leaves drift lazily onto cobblestone streets where horses pull wagons loaded with flour, timber, and barrels of salted meat. Church bells echo across the city while merchants unlock heavy wooden shutters and sweep yesterday's dust from their shop entrances. Philadelphia is, in many ways, the perfect place for an impossible meeting. It is the largest city in British North America. Busy, prosperous, crowded with printers, merchants, lawyers, sailors, craftsmen, and philosophers. Ideas seem to travel here almost as naturally as people. The smell of fresh bread mingles with the scent of ink from dozens of printing shops. Newspapers circulate through coffee houses before breakfast. Every corner seems alive with conversation. Normally those conversations concern shipping prices, or politics in London, or whether this year's wheat harvest will be better than the last. Now they concern something much larger. Can 13 very different colonies somehow become one? It sounds simple today. Americans often speak of the colonies as though they were already united. They were not. Not even close. Massachusetts often viewed Virginia as distant and aristocratic. Virginia sometimes regarded New England as loud, argumentative, and rather fond of telling everyone how they should behave. Pennsylvania valued religious diversity. South Carolina depended heavily upon plantation agriculture. New York competed fiercely with Boston for trade. Georgia remained a young frontier colony. Each possessed its own government, its own economy, its own traditions, even its own sense of identity. If someone in Virginia was asked where he came from, he was far more likely to answer, Virginia, not America. That answer had not quite been invented yet. Nations are curious things. They often exist in people's hearts long before they appear on maps. On September 5, 1774, delegates begin arriving at Carpenter's Hall. Their journeys have taken days. Some have ridden hundreds of miles on horseback. Others have crossed rivers by ferry, slept in roadside inns, and endured roads that generously deserve the title of roads, only because there was no better word available. Travel in the 18th century is an exercise in patience. Mud swallows wagon wheels. Bridges collapse. Rain delays everything. Horses become stubborn at precisely the worst possible moments. History remembers grand speeches. It rarely remembers sore backsides. Yet nearly every important meeting in the 18th century began with tired travelers climbing down from exhausted horses. Inside Carpenter's Hall, 56 delegates gather. The room itself is elegant but modest. Sunlight filters through tall windows. Heavy wooden tables fill the chamber. Candles wait for evening sessions. Outside, curious citizens linger nearby, hoping to glimpse the men whose decisions may shape the future. The delegates themselves study one another carefully. Some know each other well. Others are complete strangers. Many have only read one another's newspaper essays. There is John Adams from Massachusetts. Brilliant, methodical, occasionally stubborn, quite capable of arguing both sides of an issue before deciding which one he actually prefers. His cousin Samuel Adams sits nearby, calmer than legend sometimes suggests, yet possessing remarkable political instincts. Richard Henry Lee arrives from Virginia, John Rutledge from South Carolina, Roger Sherman from Connecticut, Edward Rutledge, only 24 years old, represents South Carolina despite barely being older than many apprentices. Benjamin Franklin is absent, still in London, still hoping against hope that reason might somehow prevail. Instead, Pennsylvania sends another remarkable figure, Joseph Galloway, a loyal supporter of the British Empire. He believes compromise remains possible. His presence reminds everyone that independence is not yet the goal. Far from it. Perhaps the most imposing figure in the room is George Washington. Tall, broad-shouldered, quiet. He stands nearly 6 feet 3 inches, making him noticeably taller than most men around him. Years of military service have given him calm confidence. He speaks sparingly, listens carefully. When Washington enters a room, people tend to notice. Not because he demands attention, because he seems almost uncomfortable receiving it. Some leaders dominate conversations. Washington often dominates silence. The delegates immediately discover a problem. What exactly are they trying to accomplish? No one agrees completely. Some want reconciliation. Some seek stronger resistance. Others simply hope to coordinate colonial responses without provoking open conflict. Imagine gathering 13 neighbors who have argued with the same landlord. Everyone agrees something is wrong. No one agrees what should happen next. Meetings proceed slowly, very slowly, which, for historians, is wonderful. For the delegates themselves, perhaps slightly less so. Days become weeks. The delegates debate nearly everything. Should they petition the king? Certainly. Should they boycott British goods? Probably. Should they prepare militias? Perhaps. Should they declare independence? Almost nobody suggests such a thing. Not yet. Most still consider themselves loyal British subjects. They admire Britain's constitution. They cherish English common law. Many genuinely love their connection to Britain. They simply believe Parliament has misunderstood colonial rights. Revolution remains the last thing they desire. Ironically, history is often propelled forward by people trying desperately to avoid it. One afternoon, Joseph Galloway presents an ambitious proposal. He suggests creating an American parliament within the British Empire. Colonial representatives would govern local affairs while remaining loyal to the crown. It is, in many ways, a remarkably modern idea. Shared sovereignty, mutual cooperation, compromise. For a moment, the proposal appears promising. Debate continues for hours. The vote proves astonishingly close. Eventually, however, the plan fails. By only a single vote. One vote. History occasionally turns upon margins so small they seem almost unbelievable. Had that vote gone differently, the British Empire, and perhaps the modern world, might look entirely different today. But history seldom grants second chances. The proposal quietly disappears. Its papers are later removed from official records, almost as though people hoped future generations would forget it ever existed. They did not. Historians have excellent memories, sometimes inconveniently so. Instead, Congress adopts a different strategy. Economic pressure. If Parliament refuses to listen to petitions, perhaps it will listen to empty warehouses. The delegates approve the Continental Association, a sweeping boycott of British imports. Communities throughout the colonies establish local committees to enforce it. Merchants stop ordering British goods. Families reduce consumption. Ordinary citizens begin watching one another's purchasing habits. Patriotism gradually enters daily shopping decisions. Buying imported cloth becomes a political statement. Drinking imported tea becomes controversial. Even choosing one's dinner table suddenly carries constitutional implications. Politics, once confined largely to legislatures, now reaches kitchens and marketplaces. Outside Philadelphia, ordinary life continues. Farmers harvest corn before winter. Children chase one another through fallen leaves. Blacksmiths repair wagon wheels. Churches fill every Sunday. Yet conversations have changed. People ask questions they rarely considered before. What happens if Britain refuses to compromise? Would soldiers actually fire upon fellow British subjects? Could war really come? Most dismiss the idea. Surely cooler heads will prevail. Surely the king will understand colonial concerns. Surely Parliament will reconsider. There's that word again. Surely. History smiles patiently. The First Continental Congress drafts a respectful petition to King George III. Its language remains polite, even affectionate. The delegates address him as their sovereign. They ask only that he protect their constitutional rights. There is no mention of independence, no demand for separation, only hope. Quiet, persistent hope. The petition begins its long voyage across the Atlantic. Weeks at sea, storms, changing winds. By the time it reaches London, events in America have already continued moving forward. Distance once again conspires against understanding. Meanwhile, General Thomas Gage serves as military governor of Massachusetts. Gage is no monster. He is a capable British officer. He fought bravely during the French and Indian War. He even married an American woman. Yet he now faces an impossible task: restore order, without provoking rebellion, enforce unpopular laws, without creating martyrs, disarm suspicious colonists, without appearing tyrannical. Every decision risks making matters worse. He requests reinforcements. London sends more troops. The sight of red-coated soldiers becomes increasingly common around Boston. Militia companies throughout New England quietly begin training more regularly. Officially, they practice defense. Unofficially, many suspect darker days may lie ahead. Across Massachusetts villages, church greens transform into drill fields. Farmers gather on weekends carrying old muskets inherited from fathers and grandfathers. Local officers bark commands. Lines form awkwardly. Volley fire echoes across open fields. Some men prove excellent shots. Others, considerably less so. Military discipline develops slowly. Most are amateurs. They have crops to plant, livestock to feed, families waiting at home. Soldiering is still a part-time occupation. No one imagines standing against Britain's professional army. They simply wish to be prepared, just in case. History has often been shaped by those two small words. Just in case. One new idea begins spreading quietly through Massachusetts. The Minutemen. Selected militia companies promise they can assemble within 1 minute of receiving alarm. Hence the name. They keep muskets clean, powder dry, equipment ready. Not because they expect war tomorrow, because uncertainty itself has become exhausting. If trouble comes, better to be prepared. By early 1775, the atmosphere has changed profoundly. Trust has nearly vanished. British officers suspect hidden weapons caches throughout the countryside. Colonists suspect spies in every tavern. Letters are written in cautious language. Meetings become increasingly private. Even ordinary conversations lower their voices when unfamiliar faces appear nearby. Imagine living in a town where everyone wonders what tomorrow might bring. No one wants violence, yet everyone quietly prepares for it. It is a strange way to live. Like watching dark clouds gather on the horizon while convincing yourself they will probably drift elsewhere. Sometimes they do, sometimes they do not. General Gage receives intelligence that colonial militias have been storing gunpowder and weapons in Concord, about 20 miles west of Boston. He decides action can no longer wait. If the weapons are seized peacefully, perhaps rebellion can still be prevented. That is his hope. A carefully planned march. A quick operation. No bloodshed. Simple. At least on paper. There is, however, one small difficulty. Boston is filled with people quietly watching British movements. Among them are craftsmen, merchants, dock workers, church sextons, stable boys, ordinary citizens. Many secretly support the patriot cause. Information travels astonishingly fast. Almost before British troops finish preparing, word begins slipping through the city. Someone notices soldiers assembling. Someone else recognizes unusual activity along the waterfront. A messenger quietly leaves Boston. Then another, and another. Far out in the countryside, horses are being saddled beneath the stars. Lanterns will soon shine from church towers. Hooves will thunder along lonely roads. Doors will be pounded in the middle of the night. Farmers will wake to urgent voices calling their names. Because by sunrise, the long argument between Britain and its American colonies will no longer be carried by petitions, pamphlets, or tea. It will be carried by gunpowder. And somewhere on a village green called Lexington, history is about to hear what later generations will remember as the shot heard around the world. The shot heard around the world. The night begins with a whisper. Not a cannon, not a battle cry. Just quiet footsteps moving through the sleeping streets of Boston. It is the evening of April 18th, 1775. The city appears peaceful beneath a sky scattered with stars. A cool spring breeze drifts in from the harbor, carrying the familiar scent of salt water and tar. Ships rock gently against their moorings. Lanterns glow behind shuttered windows before one by one disappearing into darkness. Most of Boston has gone to bed. General Thomas Gage hopes to keep it that way. His orders are clear. Around 700 British regulars, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith and Major John Pitcairn, will quietly march west to Concord. Their mission is straightforward: seize colonial military supplies and, if possible, arrest two prominent Patriot leaders, Samuel Adams and John Hancock. Speed is essential. Secrecy is everything. If the countryside remains asleep, the expedition may be over before breakfast. History, however, has never been especially kind to secrets. Inside Boston, Patriot observers notice unusual activity almost immediately. Red-coated soldiers gather near the common. Officers move between headquarters with unusual urgency. Boats begin crossing the Charles River under cover of darkness. The movements are subtle, but not subtle enough. Dr. Joseph Warren, one of Boston's Patriot leaders, receives word that British troops are preparing to march. He understands the danger instantly. There is no time for speeches, no time for meetings, only time for riders. He summons two trusted messengers, Paul Revere, William Dawes. Both know the roads. Both know the countryside. Both know that every minute matters. Paul Revere is already a familiar figure in Boston. A silversmith by trade, he has spent years quietly carrying messages for Patriot leaders. He is practical rather than theatrical, methodical, dependable. Future generations will transform him into legend. The real man is perhaps even more interesting. He understands that successful messengers are rarely noticed. Tonight, anonymity is impossible. Before leaving, Revere arranges one final precaution. Across the Charles River, in the church tower of Christ Church, better known today as Old North Church, two lanterns briefly shine into the darkness. One if by land, two if by sea. The signal lasts only moments. Just long enough for watchers across the river to understand that British troops are crossing the water rather than marching over Boston Neck. It is not intended as a message to the entire countryside. It is simply one link in a much larger communication network. Even in 1775, information moves surprisingly fast when enough people cooperate. Revere crosses the river and mounts his horse. The night air is cold against his face. Moonlight filters through budding trees. The roads are rough, uneven ribbons of dirt winding through fields and forests. His horse's hooves strike the ground with steady rhythm. Every sound seems louder in the darkness. Dogs bark as he passes lonely farmhouses. Windows open. Someone calls into the night. Who's there? Revere does not slow. His mission is urgent. He rides toward Lexington, toward Samuel Adams and John Hancock, toward history itself. One popular image has endured for centuries. Paul Revere galloping through the countryside, shouting, "The British are coming." It is wonderfully dramatic. It is also almost certainly inaccurate. Most colonists still considered themselves British. Shouting, "The British are coming," would have sounded rather confusing. British who? The farmers waking from sleep thought of themselves as British subjects too. Instead, Revere likely warned that the regulars, the king's troops, were marching. History occasionally sacrifices precision for memorable poetry. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's famous poem, written decades later, helped create the legend. The real ride required far more caution. British patrols searched the roads. Loudly announcing one's presence would have been an excellent way to get arrested, which, as strategies go, tends to interfere with delivering urgent messages. William Dawes rides separately by another route. Soon another rider joins them, Dr. Samuel Prescott. Unlike Revere and Dawes, Prescott knows the local roads intimately. This knowledge will prove invaluable. Near Lincoln, the three riders encounter a British patrol. The surprise is complete. Officers emerge from the darkness. Horses rear. Voices shout commands. Revere is captured. Dawes escapes briefly before losing his horse. Only Prescott successfully continues toward Concord. His warning reaches the town. The mission succeeds, not because one rider completed it, because many people participated. History often remembers individuals. Reality usually depends upon networks. Across Middlesex County, alarm bells begin ringing. Church bells, drums, signal guns. Bonfires appear on distant hills. Messengers ride from village to village. One farmhouse wakes another, then another. Windows fill with candlelight. Doors open into the cold spring air. Families emerge in confusion. What is happening? The regulars are marching. Those words travel astonishingly quickly. Militia captains pull on boots. Farmers retrieve muskets stored above fireplaces. Powder horns are checked. Flints examined. Mothers help sons gather supplies. Wives watch husbands disappear into the darkness. Children stand barefoot in doorways, too young to understand why everyone suddenly seems afraid. In Lexington, Captain John Parker assembles his militia company before dawn. Parker is 45 years old, a veteran of the French and Indian War. He suffers from tuberculosis. Years of illness have left him physically weakened. Yet this morning he stands before approximately 70 militiamen on Lexington Green. Many know one another well. Neighbors, cousins, friends. Some are teenagers. Others are middle-aged fathers. None wear matching uniforms. Some carry hunting muskets rather than military weapons. Their clothing varies from work shirts to heavy coats against the morning chill. This is not a professional army. It is a community. Captain Parker gives simple instructions. Stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon. But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here. Whether these are his exact words remains uncertain. Like many famous quotations, memory and history have danced together over time. Yet they capture the mood. The militia does not seek battle. Neither will it simply disappear. Just before sunrise, British troops approach Lexington. The first light of dawn paints the eastern sky pale gray. Mist clings low across nearby fields. Birds begin singing, apparently unconcerned that empires are about to collide. Major John Pitcairn rides near the front. He sees the militia waiting. Not many, perhaps 70, facing hundreds of disciplined regulars. Pitcairn orders them to disperse. Some militiamen begin stepping backward. Others hesitate. No one wishes to fire first. For a few remarkable seconds, everything hangs suspended. The air itself seems to pause. Then, a shot. No one knows who fired it. Not then. Not now. British soldiers later blamed the militia. Militiamen blamed the British. Some witnesses thought the shot came from behind a stone wall. Others believed it accidental. History has searched for certainty for more than 2 centuries. It has found none. The identity of the first shooter remains one of history's enduring mysteries. What matters is what happened next. British soldiers fire a volley. Then another. Smoke erupts across Lexington Green. The sharp crack of muskets echoes through the morning air. Militiamen scatter. Some attempt to return fire. Most seek cover. The entire confrontation lasts only minutes. When it ends, 8 Americans lie dead. 10 more are wounded. 1 British soldier has been injured. The regulars continue toward Concord. Technically, the battle is over. In reality, the war has just begun. Back in Lexington, families emerge cautiously. The silence afterward feels almost unreal. Gunpowder smoke drifts lazily across the green. The smell hangs heavy in the cool morning air. Women search desperately among the fallen. Neighbors recognize familiar faces. Jonas Parker, Jonathan Harrington, Isaac Muzzy, or Jonathan Harrington, mortally wounded, reportedly crawls across the grass toward his own front door. His wife reaches him moments before he dies. History often remembers battlefields through maps and troop movements. Families remember them differently, as places where someone never came home. Meanwhile, the British column marches onward toward Concord. Their orders remain unchanged. Find the military supplies. Destroy them. Restore order. But Concord has not remained idle. Thanks to the Midnight Riders, much of the military equipment has already been hidden. Cannons buried. Gunpowder removed. Weapons scattered among neighboring farms. When British troops arrive, they find far less than expected. They burn some supplies. Search warehouses. Inspect buildings. Mission only partially accomplished. North of town, at the Old North Bridge, another confrontation develops. Several hundred militia gather on a hillside overlooking the bridge. More arrive every minute from neighboring towns. Their numbers steadily grow. Unlike Lexington, they are no longer badly outnumbered. Colonel James Barrett and Major John Buttrick observe smoke rising from Concord. Some believe the British are burning the town. The smoke actually comes from military supplies being destroyed. Misunderstanding proves dangerous. Orders are given. The militia advances toward the bridge. British soldiers, nervous and increasingly isolated, prepare to defend their position. Again, tension builds. Again, voices shout. Again, someone fires. This time the exchange becomes more sustained. Several British soldiers fall. The survivors retreat across the bridge. For the first time, British regulars withdraw before colonial militia. It is a small tactical moment. Its psychological impact is enormous. Lieutenant Colonel Smith now realizes the expedition faces a serious problem. Militia companies are arriving from every direction. Roads once quiet now teem with armed farmers. The countryside itself seems to have awakened. Every hill hides potential marksmen. Every stone wall may conceal another militia company. Smith orders the long march back toward Boston. The return journey becomes a nightmare. Throughout the day, colonial militia harass the British column. They fire from behind trees, from stone fences, from barns, then disappear before regulars can organize effective attacks. This is not the formal battlefield warfare European officers expect. It is relentless, exhausting. The British march mile after mile under constant pressure. By afternoon they are exhausted. Sweat mixes with gunpowder. Uniforms become stained with mud. Wounded men struggle to keep pace. Only the arrival of fresh reinforcements under Lord Percy prevents complete disaster. Even then, the retreat remains brutal. By the time British troops finally reach the safety of Boston, nearly 300 of them have been killed, wounded, or captured. Colonial losses are significantly lower. The news spreads across the continent with astonishing speed. Lexington, Concord. The King's troops have fired upon colonial militia. The militia have fought back. There is no official declaration of war, no dramatic proclamation, just smoke lingering over village greens, fresh graves, and the quiet realization that something irreversible has happened. For 10 years, arguments had been carried through pamphlets, petitions, speeches, and boycotts. Now, they would be carried by armies. The age of protest was ending. The age of revolution had begun. The siege of Boston and the reluctant general. News, in the 18th century, usually traveled no faster than the fastest horse. But some news seemed to possess wings. Within days of the fighting at Lexington and Concord, riders were arriving in village after village with breathless reports. The regulars fired first. The militia drove them back. There has been fighting. There is war. No two stories sounded exactly alike. Some claimed thousands had died. Others insisted Boston itself had already fallen. Rumors have always traveled faster than facts. And unlike facts, rumors rarely pause to catch their breath. Yet beneath the exaggerations, one truth became impossible to ignore. Blood had been spilled. British soldiers and American colonists had killed one another. The long argument had crossed a line from which neither side could easily return. Across New England, church bells rang not for worship but for alarm. Militia companies gathered almost instinctively. Farmers left plows standing in their fields. Blacksmiths allowed forges to cool. Fishermen abandoned boats tied safely in harbor. Young men hurried toward Boston carrying muskets that varied enormously in quality. Some were hunting rifles. Some were military muskets left over from earlier wars. A few looked old enough to have frightened pirates rather than redcoats. Uniforms? There were almost none. One man wore a linen shirt. Another appeared in a heavy wool coat. Someone else arrived wearing clothes better suited for chopping firewood than fighting an empire. If appearances alone determined military success, the British had absolutely nothing to fear. Fortunately for the Americans, appearances rarely tell the whole story. By the end of April 1775, nearly 20,000 colonial militiamen surrounded Boston. Imagine the city from a hill overlooking the harbor. The town sits upon a narrow peninsula connected to the mainland by a thin strip of land called Boston Neck. Beyond it, stretching across fields, villages, and low hills, campfires begin appearing night after night. 1, then 10, then hundreds. Smoke rises gently into the spring sky. Canvas tents spread across meadows. Farm wagons become supply carts. Stone walls become defensive positions. Without anyone formally planning it, an army has appeared. Not a professional army. Not yet. But certainly an army. The British suddenly find themselves trapped inside the very city they occupy. History possesses a delightful sense of irony. The world's greatest empire has marched into Boston. Now it cannot easily march out again. General Thomas Gage watches these developments with growing concern. Only weeks earlier, he had believed a limited expedition might discourage resistance. Instead, nearly all of New England has answered his soldiers with muskets. His position grows increasingly uncomfortable. He still commands experienced regular troops. The Royal Navy still dominates Boston Harbor. Supplies continue arriving by sea. Yet beyond the city's defensive lines waits an ever-growing force of determined colonists. They are poorly organized, poorly supplied, poorly trained, but they keep arriving. Every road seems to produce more. Every village sends another company. Every sunrise reveals additional campfires. Gage begins realizing something unsettling. This is no longer a riot. It is a rebellion. Life inside the colonial camps is, generous historians might say, rustic. Less generous observers would probably choose the word chaotic. Most soldiers have never lived in military camps before. Tents are scarce. Blankets are scarcer. Many sleep beneath rough shelters made from branches and canvas. Others crowd into nearby barns. Some simply wrap themselves in cloaks beside campfires and hope the weather remains kind. Spring nights in New England possess remarkably little sympathy for optimism. Morning dew soaks blankets. Rain turns roads into thick mud. Cooking fires smoke endlessly. The smell of damp wool mixes with wood smoke, boiled salt pork, and unwashed clothing. Military life has never been especially glamorous. Food presents constant challenges. Supply systems barely exist. Many soldiers bring provisions from home. Families continue sending bread, cheese, smoked meat, dried beans, and cider whenever possible. Local communities donate flour. Farmers drive cattle toward camp. Bakers work through the night producing loaves for hungry militia. Some days meals are generous. Other days, less so. An army, historians often observe, marches on its stomach. This army occasionally marched on whatever happened to be available, which, admittedly, required considerable flexibility. Despite these hardships, morale remains surprisingly high. Most soldiers believe they are defending their homes. Their farms lie only a few miles away. Some can literally see the church steeples of their own towns from nearby hills. This is not a distant war fought for abstract imperial ambitions. This is personal, very personal. One evening, after supper, groups gather around campfires. Someone plays a fiddle. Another sings old English folk songs. Others discuss politics beneath a sky brilliant with stars. Young men boast about future victories. Older veterans quietly clean muskets while saying very little. The conversations drift between hope and uncertainty. Nobody truly knows what happens next. Far away in Philadelphia, delegates to the Second Continental Congress receive the news with mixed emotions. The Congress convenes in May 1775. Many delegates had expected another series of debates. Instead, they inherit a war, not one they officially declared, but one that undeniably exists. The mood inside the Pennsylvania State House is very different from the previous autumn. There are fewer illusions now. No one can pretend relations with Britain remain merely strained. 8 men lie buried at Lexington. Others have fallen at Concord. Thousands of armed colonists surround Boston. History has accelerated. The delegates must somehow catch up. Many familiar faces return. John Adams, Samuel Adams, Richard Henry Lee, Roger Sherman, John Hancock. Benjamin Franklin has finally returned from London after years spent unsuccessfully trying to repair relations with Britain. Franklin arrives older, wiser, and profoundly disappointed. For years he had believed mutual understanding remained possible. He had defended the colonies before Parliament, pleaded for moderation, warned British officials that coercion would fail. Few listened. Now, as Franklin quietly takes his seat among the delegates, he reportedly remarks to a friend that Britain has lost not only its colonies, but its judgment. Sometimes, even optimists eventually surrender to reality. One enormous question dominates the Congress. Who should command the colonial forces surrounding Boston? An army without unified leadership cannot remain effective for long. The New England militias answer to different colonial governments. Each possesses its own officers, its own traditions, its own methods. Unity requires a single commander. Finding one proves surprisingly delicate. Several candidates possess military experience. Yet politics matters almost as much as military ability. If the rebellion is to unite all 13 colonies, not merely New England, the commander should ideally come from somewhere beyond Massachusetts. John Adams already has someone in mind. Throughout the sessions, Adams quietly observes a tall Virginian who always arrives wearing his military uniform. George Washington. He does not campaign for the position. He rarely even speaks about it. Instead, Washington listens carefully while wearing the blue and buff uniform of the Virginia militia. The uniform itself sends a subtle message. Experience, responsibility, readiness. Adams notices. So does everyone else. Washington had fought during the French and Indian War. He understood logistics, leadership, failure, success. Most importantly, he belonged to Virginia. Appointing a Virginian would signal that this struggle belonged to every colony, not merely Massachusetts. Politics and symbolism frequently marched together. On June 15, 1775, Congress unanimously appoints George Washington commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Washington accepts with characteristic restraint. He rises quietly, expresses gratitude, then immediately admits something remarkable. He does not believe himself equal to the responsibility. Furthermore, he refuses a salary. Instead, he requests reimbursement only for actual expenses. Whether motivated by principle, political wisdom, personal honor, or all three, the gesture resonates deeply. It creates an image that will follow him throughout the Revolution. A reluctant leader, not seeking power, accepting duty. History often admires such people, though it rarely makes their lives easier. Washington begins the long journey north toward Boston. The ride takes nearly 2 weeks. Roads wind through forests, villages, rivers, and rocky hills. Everywhere he travels, crowds gather. Some cheer enthusiastically, others simply stare. Most have never seen the man now entrusted with commanding America's army. Along the route, local militias greet him with formal escorts. Church bells ring. Cannons occasionally salute. The celebrations are heartfelt. Yet Washington himself remains unusually serious. He understands something many around him do not. The army awaiting him is in far worse condition than optimistic reports suggest. Before Washington even arrives, events around Boston take another dramatic turn. Just outside the city rise 2 important hills, Breed's Hill and nearby Bunker Hill. Whoever controls these heights commands much of the surrounding area. Colonial leaders decide to fortify them before the British can act. On the evening of June 16th, approximately 1,200 colonial troops quietly march onto Breed's Hill carrying shovels, picks, and axes. The night is warm. The moon offers enough light to work. Hour after hour they dig. Earth is piled into defensive walls. Heavy wooden posts strengthen the embankments. The work continues until dawn. British officers awakening inside Boston can scarcely believe what they see. Where yesterday stood an empty hill, today stands a fortification, practically within cannon range of the city. General Gage has little choice. The position must be taken immediately. June 17, 1775. The morning sun rises through lingering mist above Boston Harbor. British warships begin bombarding the hill. Their cannons thunder across the water. Smoke rolls lazily over rooftops. Wooden houses shake with each explosion. Yet the colonial defenses remain. The bombardment alone cannot dislodge them. British infantry prepare for assault. Scarlet uniforms gleam beneath the summer sun. Officers straighten swords. Drummers beat steady rhythms. The lines begin advancing uphill. Waiting behind rough earthworks are farmers, carpenters, laborers, blacksmiths, men who only weeks earlier had been living ordinary civilian lives. Many grip their muskets tightly. Some whisper prayers. Others simply stare downhill. Legend says Colonel William Prescott tells his men, "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes." Whether spoken exactly that way or not, the meaning is clear. Powder is scarce. Every shot must count. The British continue climbing. Closer. Closer still. The hillside falls strangely quiet. Thousands of men. Barely a sound. Then, a single command. A crashing volley erupts from the colonial lines. The front ranks of British soldiers collapse almost instantly. Smoke blankets the hill. The survivors stagger backward. The first assault has failed. The British reorganize. Then attack again. And again the defenders wait until the enemy comes dangerously close. Again the volley tears through the advancing lines. Again the assault collapses. Only during the third attack, after the Americans finally exhaust much of their ammunition, do British troops succeed in overrunning the position. The defenders retreat. But they do not flee in panic. They withdraw in surprisingly good order. The British technically win the battle. Yet the victory feels strangely hollow. More than 1,000 British soldiers have been killed or wounded. Nearly half the assault force. The Americans lose the hill. Britain loses the comforting illusion that defeating the rebellion will be easy. As one British officer quietly observes afterward, a few more such victories would have put an end to British dominion in America. The war has barely begun. Already, both sides understand that it will be far longer, far bloodier, and far more uncertain than anyone imagined on that quiet April morning in Lexington. An army without shoes. George Washington arrived outside Boston on July 2nd, 1775. The morning was warm. Mist still lingered over the meadows surrounding Cambridge as the first sunlight spilled across thousands of tents scattered over the rolling countryside. Campfires smoldered from breakfast. Horses stamped impatiently beside crude wooden fences. Muskets rested against wagons. Men in homespun coats lined rough roads to catch a glimpse of the man Congress had chosen to command them. Some removed their hats as he rode past. Others simply stared. He looked every bit the soldier. Tall, straight-backed, reserved. His blue military coat was clean despite the long journey north. His horse moved calmly through crowds that parted almost instinctively. Washington acknowledged greetings politely, but without extravagance. He was not a man given to dramatic entrances, nor was he someone easily fooled by appearances. From a distance, the camps surrounding Boston looked impressive. Up close, they told a very different story. The Continental Army, if it could already be called an army, consisted of nearly 20,000 men. On paper, that sounded formidable. Reality, unfortunately, preferred details. The soldiers came from different colonies, different militia traditions, different commanders. Some enlisted for only a few months. Others had no clear understanding of how long they intended to remain. Many had never marched farther than the neighboring town. Discipline varied enormously. Equipment varied even more. One company might possess excellent muskets. The next might have hunting rifles unsuitable for formal battlefield fighting. Some soldiers carried bayonets. Many did not. Uniforms were practically non-existent. There was no single appearance. Only a sea of mismatched coats, hats, boots, and trousers. It looked less like Europe's professional armies, and more like several neighboring villages had accidentally decided to camp together. Washington understood immediately. Winning battles would be difficult. Creating an army might prove even harder. His first days were spent not fighting the British, but counting. How many soldiers actually existed? How much gunpowder remained? How many cannon? How much food? How many wagons? The answers rarely matched official reports. Officers estimated, guessed, sometimes exaggerated. Occasionally they simply hoped. Military paperwork in 1775 possessed a refreshing disregard for precision. Washington preferred facts. He quickly discovered there were precious few. One report particularly disturbed him. Gunpowder. An army without gunpowder is little more than an unusually determined walking club. Washington ordered careful inspections. The numbers returned were alarming. Some historians estimate the army possessed enough powder for only a handful of rounds per soldier. If the British launched a major assault, the Americans might exhaust their ammunition within hours. The commander-in-chief kept this information secret. If General Gage learned the truth, he might attack immediately. Instead, Washington instructed officers to behave confidently. Patrols continued. Cannons remained visible. Camp activity appeared normal. It was, in effect, one enormous bluff. Fortunately, the British never discovered just how vulnerable their opponents truly were. History occasionally favors those who successfully hide their weaknesses. Every morning began before sunrise. Drums echoed across the camps. Soldiers emerged slowly from tents, rubbing tired eyes against the cool morning air. Breakfast was usually simple: salt pork, bread, sometimes beans, coffee if supplies permitted. More often, cider or watered beer. Fresh food quickly disappeared unless nearby farms could provide it. Meat spoiled rapidly in summer heat. Vegetables remained seasonal. Many meals tasted remarkably similar to yesterday's and tomorrow's. An experienced soldier learns to appreciate variety. A hungry soldier learns not to expect it. Training occupied much of each day. Washington insisted upon greater discipline. Companies drilled repeatedly, marching, loading muskets, forming lines, responding to commands. European warfare depended upon coordination. Battles were won not merely by courage, but by units moving together under tremendous pressure. That required endless repetition. Left, right, wheel, present, fire. Again, again, again. Some soldiers grew frustrated. Many had spent their lives making independent decisions. Farmers are not naturally inclined to enjoy being told exactly where to stand every few seconds. Yet gradually, improvement came. Slowly, patiently, one drill after another. Washington also confronted another challenge rarely celebrated in paintings: enlistments. Many militia had volunteered only until the end of the year. What happened afterward? Would they simply return home? The revolution, inconveniently, showed no sign of ending according to anyone's enlistment schedule. Washington pleaded with Congress for longer service. Without experienced soldiers remaining together, every campaign would require rebuilding the army almost from the beginning. Congress agreed in principle. Finding money proved considerably harder. The Continental Congress possessed extraordinary ambition. It possessed remarkably little cash. Governments are complicated enough during peace. Inventing one while fighting a war introduces additional difficulties. Across Boston Harbor, General Gage faced problems of his own. His army occupied the city, yet it remained surrounded. Supplies continued arriving by sea, thanks to the Royal Navy. But every movement beyond the city required caution. The countryside belonged increasingly to the rebels. British patrols encountered militia almost everywhere. The siege settled into an uneasy routine. Neither side seemed eager to launch a major attack. Instead, they watched each other. Across fields, across rivers, across narrow stretches of open ground. Waiting, always waiting. Summer drifted slowly into autumn. Leaves turned brilliant shades of red and gold across New England forests. Morning air grew colder. Campfires became more welcome after sunset. Soldiers repaired clothing before winter arrived. Or tried to. Boots wore out astonishingly quickly. Leather cracked. Soles separated. Some men wrapped cloth around their feet. Others walked barefoot whenever weather allowed. Shoemakers worked constantly. There were never enough. War consumed shoes with surprising enthusiasm. History books often celebrate glorious victories. Rarely do they pause to admire the humble cobbler. Yet without cobblers, armies stopped marching. Disease spread through the camps almost as reliably as rumors. Smallpox terrified everyone. So did dysentery, typhus, measles, simple infections. A minor cut acquired while chopping firewood could become life-threatening within days. Medical knowledge remained limited. Doctors did what they could. Sometimes they succeeded. Often they merely watched. Washington understood disease might destroy the army faster than British cannon. He ordered camps cleaned, latrines placed farther from water supplies, refuse buried whenever possible. These measures seem obvious today. At the time, they represented valuable military leadership. Good sanitation has quietly won more campaigns than dramatic speeches ever have. One concern weighed heavily upon Washington: loyalty. Not everyone in America supported the rebellion. Far from it. Thousands remained loyal to the crown. Some sincerely believed Parliament acted lawfully. Others feared revolution more than imperial authority. Many simply wished to avoid conflict altogether. Families divided. Brothers argued. Neighbors stopped speaking. Church congregations split over politics. The revolution would never be merely a war between Americans and Britain. Increasingly, it became a struggle among Americans themselves. Civil wars possess a particular sadness. They ask ordinary people to choose between familiar faces. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Britain decided stronger leadership was needed. General Thomas Gage was recalled. His replacement arrived with impressive credentials. General William Howe. Howe had fought bravely during the French and Indian War. He had personally led troops during the costly victory at Bunker Hill. Unlike some British officers, he respected American fighting ability. Perhaps more importantly, he did not underestimate Washington. That alone made him dangerous. During the autumn of 1775, another remarkable journey quietly unfolded. Far to the north, Colonel Benedict Arnold proposed an astonishing plan. He would lead an expedition through the wilderness of Maine to capture Quebec. If Canada joined the revolution, Britain might lose all of North America. It sounded bold, perhaps even brilliant. It also required marching hundreds of miles through nearly unmapped forests, across rivers, over mountains, into freezing weather. Because of course it did. Arnold's men endured almost unimaginable hardship. Rain-soaked supplies. Boats leaked. Food disappeared. Some reportedly boiled leather to survive. Others ate candles. Many turned back. Those who continued reached Quebec exhausted, starving, and desperately weakened. The assault ultimately failed. Yet the expedition revealed something important. American determination could carry men astonishing distances, even when common sense quietly suggested staying home. Back outside Boston, Washington searched constantly for opportunities. He lacked enough gunpowder for major operations. He lacked heavy artillery capable of forcing the British fleet from the harbor. What he possessed was patience. Patience is perhaps history's least celebrated military virtue. Yet Washington possessed it in abundance. He resisted pressure for reckless attacks. He preferred waiting until success seemed possible. Some criticized his caution. Others admired it. Both would continue doing so throughout the war. Then, during the winter, an extraordinary piece of news arrived. Far to the north, at Fort Ticonderoga on Lake Champlain, colonial forces under Ethan Allen and Benedict Arnold had captured dozens of heavy British cannon months earlier. Most commanders saw only one problem. The cannon sat nearly 300 miles away, across frozen rivers, snow-covered forests, mountain passes. Transporting them to Boston during winter appeared almost impossible. One young bookseller turned artillery officer believed otherwise. His name was Henry Knox, only 25 years old, intelligent, resourceful, entirely unconvinced by the word impossible. Knox proposed hauling 59 enormous cannon and mortars across frozen wilderness using sledges pulled by oxen. The journey would test both men and animals beyond anything they had previously experienced. Heavy snow, breaking ice, dangerous river crossings, hundreds of miles. Washington approved the plan, perhaps because desperate situations occasionally reward extraordinary ideas, or perhaps because he recognized something in Henry Knox, the quiet confidence of a man too determined to appreciate how difficult his task truly was. Sometimes, that is exactly the sort of person history needs. As winter settled over New England, the Continental Army waited, the British waited, and somewhere far to the north, massive iron cannon began their the cannons that changed Boston. Winter in New England is not merely cold. It is a season that seems determined to test every promise a person has ever made. The wind arrives first. It slips through the smallest cracks in wooden houses, rattles loose shutters, and whistles endlessly across frozen fields. Then comes the snow, soft at first, almost beautiful beneath pale morning sunlight, before settling into drifts that swallow roads, fences, and wagon tracks. Rivers freeze. Trees stand silent beneath coats of white. Even sound itself seems different, muted, slower, as though the world has wrapped itself in wool. For the soldiers surrounding Boston, the winter of 1775 is long, uncomfortable, and endlessly uncertain. Every morning begins with ice-coating blankets. Every evening ends beside smoky campfires that never seem quite warm enough. Many soldiers own only a single pair of shoes. Some own none. Boots wear through against frozen ground until bare feet meet snow wrapped only in strips of cloth. Frostbite becomes an unwelcome companion. Letters from home speak of warm kitchens, and sleeping children. The camps offer neither. Yet no one leaves. Not in large numbers. Not yet. Because despite the hardship, most still believe they are defending something worth enduring winter for. George Washington spends these months balancing optimism against reality. He rides through the camps almost daily. He notices everything. A broken wagon wheel. An empty flour barrel. A soldier whose coat has become little more than patches stitched together. A sentry standing barefoot on frozen earth. Washington rarely raises his voice. He simply remembers, then writes another letter to Congress requesting supplies that Congress still struggles to provide. The Continental Congress is attempting something almost unprecedented. It is trying to finance a war before creating a functioning national government. There is no federal tax system, no established treasury, no reliable income. Instead, Congress prints paper money. At first it works reasonably well. People accept the notes. Trade continues. But printing more money than one can easily support has consequences. Inflation begins quietly. Like many economic problems, it arrives politely before making itself impossible to ignore. Despite constant shortages, one project quietly continues hundreds of miles away. Henry Knox's artillery expedition. If ever there were a task that sounded like the beginning of an excellent joke, it might be this. A 25-year-old bookseller decides to drag nearly 60 heavy cannons across mountains during winter. The punchline, remarkably, is that he succeeds. Knox reaches Fort Ticonderoga in December. The captured British artillery waits exactly where it had been left months earlier. Massive iron guns, mortars, howitzers, some weigh more than 2 tons. Looking at them is one thing. Moving them is something else entirely. Knox gathers oxen, sledges, drivers, laborers, carpenters, blacksmiths, everyone who might possibly help. Then begins one of the most extraordinary logistical achievements of the Revolution. The journey covers nearly 300 miles. Frozen lakes, dense forests, rocky hills, steep valleys. Whenever snow proves deep enough, the sledges glide reasonably well. Whenever temperatures rise, everything becomes considerably more interesting. Ice cracks. Roads dissolve into mud. Oxen strain against impossible loads. At one river crossing, a cannon nearly plunges through thinning ice. Men scramble desperately with ropes. For a few terrifying moments, thousands of pounds of iron threaten to disappear beneath freezing water. Somehow they save it. Again and again, obstacles appear. Again and again, Knox finds solutions. Not dramatic ones. Practical ones. History often celebrates battlefield heroics. Yet entire campaigns sometimes depend upon people patiently solving transportation problems. Weeks pass. Villagers emerge from houses to watch the strange procession. Enormous cannons creeping slowly through snow behind teams of oxen. Children stare with wide eyes. Farmers remove hats in respect. Some probably wonder whether the young officer leading the expedition has completely lost his senses. Possibly. History occasionally rewards people who appear slightly unreasonable. By late January 1776, Knox finally reaches the Continental Army. Washington greets the arrival with enormous relief. At last, he possesses heavy artillery capable of threatening British positions inside Boston. The question becomes, how should he use it? The answer lies south of the city, Dorchester Heights. A series of hills overlooking both Boston and its harbor. Whoever controls these heights can place artillery directly above the city. British ships anchored below become vulnerable. The entire occupation suddenly grows dangerous. General William Howe understands this perfectly. So does Washington. The race is on. Who will occupy the heights first? Washington devises a remarkably clever plan. Everything depends upon surprise. The operation begins on the evening of March 4th, 1776. As darkness falls, American artillery opens a heavy bombardment against British positions. Cannons roar across Boston Harbor. Shells explode over the city. British officers assume this is merely another nighttime bombardment. They return fire. Attention focuses elsewhere, exactly as Washington hopes. While the artillery distracts the British, hundreds of soldiers quietly march toward Dorchester Heights, carrying something perhaps even more important than muskets. Shovels, axes, pickaxes, bundles of sharpened stakes. large wicker baskets called fascines filled with earth, pre-cut timber, everything required to build fortifications. The work begins immediately. Imagine the scene. No moon, cold wind, men speaking only in whispers, axes biting into frozen ground, shovels scraping against hard earth, oxen dragging heavy cannon uphill. The labor is exhausting. Hour after hour they dig, build, lift, hammer, move artillery into position. By dawn, what had been nearly empty hills have transformed into a formidable defensive position. Earthworks rise where none existed the previous evening. Cannons point silently toward Boston. General Howe awakens, looks through his spyglass, and reportedly exclaims that the rebels have accomplished more in one night than his own army could have achieved in months. Perhaps slightly exaggerated, but understandable. The transformation is astonishing. The British situation changes instantly. Warships anchored in the harbor now lie beneath American guns. Boston itself becomes exposed. Howe cannot simply ignore the new fortifications. He prepares an assault. Thousands of British troops gather. Boats are loaded. Officers review plans. The attack resembles the one fought at Bunker Hill months earlier. Only this time, the Americans occupy even stronger positions. Washington quietly waits. He expects another bloody battle. His soldiers prepare for it. Powder horns are filled. Muskets cleaned. Bayonets fixed where available. The hills stand ready. Nature, however, occasionally intervenes in human affairs. Just as British forces prepare to attack, a violent storm sweeps across Boston Harbor. Wind lashes the water. Heavy rain turns into snow. Waves crash against the shoreline. Boats cannot safely cross. The assault is postponed. By the time the weather improves, Howe has reached an uncomfortable conclusion. Even if British troops capture the heights, the cost might rival Bunker Hill, perhaps exceed it. He chooses another option: evacuation. On March 17, 1776, the British begin leaving Boston. The scene is extraordinary. Hundreds of ships crowd the harbor. Nearly 11,000 soldiers. Hundreds of loyalist families fearing Patriot retaliation. Thousands of civilians. Horses. Cannons. Supplies. Everything that can be loaded. The fleet sails toward Halifax in Nova Scotia. As the ships slowly disappear into the Atlantic, church bells ring across New England. The siege is over. Boston is free, without a massive battle, without storming city walls. Washington has won his first great victory through patience, engineering, and careful planning rather than reckless attack. The Continental Army celebrates. Citizens pour into the streets. Children climb abandoned British earthworks. Families return to neighborhoods occupied for months by soldiers. For many Americans, it feels like proof. Perhaps, just perhaps, the revolution can actually succeed. Washington enjoys only a brief moment of satisfaction. He understands something many others do not. Boston is important, but it is not the war. The British still possess the world's greatest navy. They still control Canada. They still command enormous resources. Most importantly, he knows exactly where they are likely heading next. New York. No city in America holds greater strategic importance. Its magnificent harbor can shelter entire fleets. The Hudson River reaches deep into the continent. Control New York, and Britain can potentially divide New England from the southern colonies. Washington immediately begins moving his army south. The celebration ends. Another campaign begins. Meanwhile, far from Boston, another battle is unfolding. Not with muskets, with words. For nearly a year, Congress has insisted it remains loyal to King George III. Even after Lexington, even after Bunker Hill, even during the siege of Boston, many still hope for reconciliation. Then news arrives from London. The king has rejected the olive branch petition sent months earlier. Instead of compromise, he declares the colonies in open rebellion. The message is unmistakable. The crown no longer views them as loyal subjects with grievances. It views them as traitors. Something shifts. Quietly, almost imperceptibly. If the king refuses to recognize their loyalty, what exactly are they still loyal to? At almost the same moment, a recently arrived English immigrant named Thomas Paine is putting the finishing touches on a small pamphlet. Its title is wonderfully simple: Common Sense. Within weeks, it will become one of the most influential pieces of political writing ever published. Not because it asks Americans to fight better, but because it asks them an even more dangerous question. Why should they continue calling themselves British at all? The answer will change the course of the revolution forever. Common sense and the birth of an impossible idea. Sometimes the most powerful weapon in a revolution is not a cannon, not a musket, not a sword. Sometimes it is a small book, something light enough to fit inside a coat pocket, something that can be passed quietly from one pair of hands to another, something read beside a fireplace after the children have gone to bed. History remembers battles because they are loud. Ideas, by comparison, arrive almost silently. Yet ideas have a remarkable habit of surviving long after cannons have rusted away. The winter of 1776 is drawing toward its end. Snow still clings stubbornly to the shadows of stone walls, but warmer days are beginning to soften the frozen ground. Across the colonies, ordinary life continues beneath extraordinary circumstances. Farmers prepare fields for spring planting. Blacksmiths repair plows alongside muskets. Mothers sew clothing while quietly wondering whether husbands or sons will still be home by harvest. Children continue growing, largely unaware that adults are trying to invent an entirely new political future. War has become part of daily life. Not constant fighting, something quieter, a persistent uncertainty. Letters take longer to arrive. Prices continue rising. Rumors spread with astonishing speed. Every traveler seems to carry another story. The British are sailing south. Congress is debating independence. The king has hired foreign soldiers. No one knows exactly which stories are true. Sometimes, all of them are. For nearly a year after Lexington and Concord, the Continental Congress has continued insisting that reconciliation remains possible. Even after bloodshed, even after Bunker Hill, even after the siege of Boston, the delegates still describe themselves as loyal subjects of King George III. Their quarrel, they insist, is with Parliament, not the king. It is an understandable hope. After all, declaring independence from the most powerful empire on earth sounds rather ambitious. Some might choose a stronger word. Absurd. Imagine standing before the Atlantic Ocean in 1776. Across those 3,000 miles lies Britain, a nation with one of the world's strongest economies, the most powerful navy ever assembled, professional armies, global trade, colonies on several continents, experienced officers, vast financial resources. Now imagine looking around the American colonies. A collection of provinces with no national government, no national treasury, no professional army worthy of comparison, no navy capable of challenging Britain, no shared national identity. Many colonists still consider themselves British. If someone had asked an ordinary farmer in 1774 whether these colonies would soon become an independent republic, he might have laughed politely, then returned to repairing his fence. Into this uncertain world arrives a man named Thomas Paine. Paine is an unlikely revolutionary. He is not wealthy, not especially famous, not born in America. In fact, he has lived in the colonies for barely more than a year. Born in England, Paine has struggled through much of his adult life. He has worked as a corset maker, a schoolteacher, a tax collector. He has known financial hardship, professional disappointment, personal failure. His first marriage ended tragically. His second ended unhappily. Benjamin Franklin, recognizing Paine's intelligence during a visit to London, encouraged him to emigrate to America. It may become one of Franklin's greatest recommendations. Paine possesses an unusual gift. He writes not for scholars, not for lawyers, not for politicians. He writes for ordinary people. His language is direct, simple, powerful. He avoids complicated legal arguments whenever possible. Instead, he asks questions that become surprisingly difficult to answer. Why should a tiny island rule an entire continent? Why should kings inherit power simply because of birth? Why should Americans continue hoping for reconciliation with a government that repeatedly rejects them? The questions themselves are not entirely new. Their presentation is. In January 1776, Paine publishes his pamphlet. Its title contains only 2 words: common sense. The name itself is brilliant. Who wishes to argue against common sense? Readers begin purchasing copies almost immediately. Printers struggled to keep pace with demand. Pamphlets spread from Boston to Charleston. People read them aloud in taverns, churchyards, coffeehouses, military camps. One literate neighbor often reads to an entire gathering. Books remain expensive. Listeners greatly outnumber readers. Ideas, however, require no literacy once someone gives them a voice. The opening pages strike readers with astonishing force. Paine attacks monarchy itself, not merely parliament, not simply specific taxes, the entire institution. He argues that hereditary kingship is unnatural, that no family possesses a divine right to govern forever. For colonists raised to respect the crown, these arguments are shocking, perhaps even scandalous. Yet they are written so clearly, so confidently, that many readers find themselves asking questions they had never dared ask before. Then comes Paine's most radical idea. Reconciliation, he insists, is no longer possible. Not because Americans have changed, because Britain has. The king has rejected their petitions, declared them rebels, sent soldiers against them. How many times, Paine asks in essence, must someone slam the door before you stop knocking? It is difficult to argue with that. Many try. Increasingly fewer succeed. Perhaps the pamphlet's greatest achievement lies in changing the conversation itself. Before common sense, independence remained a fringe idea, discussed quietly, almost apologetically. After common sense, it becomes respectable, debatable, possible. Ideas often spread this way, not suddenly, gradually, like dawn replacing darkness. One conversation, then another, until eventually people forget they once believed anything different. George Washington reads the pamphlet. So does John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, ordinary soldiers, ordinary farmers. The commander-in-chief reportedly observes that Paine's work is creating a powerful change in the minds of men. Washington recognizes what is happening. His army is no longer fighting merely to defend colonial rights. Increasingly, it is fighting for a new nation, one that does not yet officially exist. Inside military camps, the mood slowly changes. Evening conversations around campfires become more philosophical. What would an independent America look like? Who would govern? Would there still be governors? Would there be kings? No. Then what? Silence often follows, because imagining freedom proves easier than designing governments. Revolutions are remarkably good at destroying old systems. Building new ones requires different skills altogether. Not everyone embraces Paine's arguments. Far from it. Loyalists remain numerous. Some genuinely believe Britain offers stability impossible to replace. Others fear that independence will lead to economic collapse, or civil war, or both. Many have family in Britain, business partners in London, friends serving in the British Army. Choosing sides becomes increasingly painful. Imagine realizing that whichever decision you make, someone you love may never forgive you. Civil conflict rarely asks easy questions. Meanwhile, the British prepare for a vastly expanded campaign. The loss of Boston has embarrassed the government. Embarrassment often encourages governments to become more determined. King George III authorizes a massive military effort for 1776. More than 30,000 soldiers, hundreds of ships. It will become the largest overseas expedition Britain has ever launched. Not all these soldiers are British. The Crown hires approximately 30,000 German auxiliaries, mostly from the state of Hesse-Kassel. Americans quickly begin calling them simply Hessians. The arrival of foreign soldiers shocks many colonists. Patriot newspapers seize upon the news immediately. The king, they declare, is hiring mercenaries against his own subjects. The accusation spreads rapidly. Whether entirely fair or not matters less than how people receive it. Perception, history repeatedly reminds us, possesses extraordinary influence. Washington spends spring strengthening defenses around New York. He knows the British will come. The only uncertainty concerns when. New York presents enormous challenges. Unlike Boston, it cannot easily be surrounded. It consists of islands, rivers, harbors, waterways in every direction. A powerful navy can land troops almost wherever it chooses. Defending every possible landing point proves impossible. Washington studies maps late into the night. He rides constantly between defensive positions. Earthworks rise across Manhattan. Cannons overlook the harbor. Militia dig trenches beneath the summer sun. Everyone works. Everyone waits. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress grows increasingly restless. Delegates receive instructions from their home colonies. Several colonial governments now authorize support for independence. Virginia takes the lead. On June 7, 1776, Richard Henry Lee rises before Congress. His resolution is astonishingly direct. These united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. The room falls quiet. No one rushes to vote. The decision is simply too enormous. Instead, debate is postponed. A committee is appointed. If independence comes, someone must explain why. 5 men receive the task: Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, Robert Livingston. History will remember Jefferson most of all, though each contributes in different ways. Jefferson is only 33 years old, tall, reserved, more comfortable writing than speaking. John Adams later jokes that Jefferson should draft the document because Virginians enjoy greater popularity than New Englanders, and because Jefferson writes far better than Adams himself. Adams rarely lacked confidence. His compliment therefore carries considerable weight. Jefferson rents a small room nearby, places paper upon a writing desk, dips his quill into ink, then begins composing words that future generations will memorize. Words about equality, rights, liberty, government. Words that will echo far beyond the Revolution itself. Yet even as Jefferson writes, British sails have begun appearing on the horizon near New York. The largest fleet ever sent across the Atlantic is finally arriving. Ideas have prepared the colonies for independence. Now, armies must determine whether independence can survive. The war is about to become much larger, much more dangerous, and far more uncertain than anything the Americans have yet faced. A nation is declared while an empire arrives. On warm summer mornings, New York Harbor can appear almost peaceful. The tide rolls gently beneath wooden wharves. Fishing boats drift across glittering water. Seagulls circle overhead, occasionally diving toward schools of fish just below the surface. Merchants open warehouses. Dock workers begin another ordinary day lifting barrels of molasses, crates of cloth, and bundles of tobacco. If one did not know better, it might seem like any other morning. But in the summer of 1776, nothing about New York is ordinary. Every pair of eyes eventually turns toward the sea, because the sea is bringing an empire. The first sails appear on the horizon in late June. Tiny white shapes at first, almost impossible to distinguish from clouds. Hour by hour they grow larger. Then more appear, then dozens more. The harbor slowly fills with ships until the water itself seems covered in canvas. Warships, transports, supply vessels, hospital ships, floating warehouses, an entire military world crossing the Atlantic. One American observer later writes that the fleet looked like a forest of masts. It is difficult to imagine such a sight today. Hundreds upon hundreds of ships stretching across the horizon. Sunlight flashing from thousands of windows and cannon barrels. White sails billowing against the blue summer sky. The Royal Navy has arrived, and it has brought nearly everything Britain can send. General William Howe stands aboard one of the great ships as the fleet anchors in the harbor. Months earlier, he abandoned Boston. Now he intends to reclaim the initiative. Unlike some British commanders, Howe does not despise the Americans. He has fought beside colonial soldiers during the French and Indian War. He respects their courage. He simply believes that disciplined British regulars, properly employed, will eventually prevail. He also believes, perhaps still hopes, that many Americans remain loyal enough to accept reconciliation once military resistance collapses. The coming campaign, he thinks, may end the rebellion. It is a reasonable expectation. History, however, has developed a habit of disappointing reasonable expectations. Across the water, George Washington studies the fleet through his telescope. He has never seen anything like it. Neither have most of his soldiers. The ships continue arriving for days. Every tide seems to deliver another squadron, another regiment, another battery of artillery, another reminder of Britain's overwhelming naval power. Washington quietly calculates the numbers. His own army contains perhaps 20,000 men. Many are inexperienced. Some are sick. Others lack proper equipment. The British and their allies will soon outnumber them. Not dramatically, decisively. For a brief moment, one wonders what thoughts pass through Washington's mind. Fear? Certainly. Concern? Without question. But panic? Never. He lowers the telescope, turns to his officers, and begins issuing orders. New York presents almost impossible defensive problems. Unlike Boston, it is not protected by a narrow strip of land. Instead, it is surrounded by water. Manhattan Island, Long Island, Staten Island, the East River, the Hudson River, the harbor itself. An enemy possessing naval superiority can choose almost any landing point. Washington cannot defend everything. Therefore, he attempts to defend nearly everything. It is a decision he will later regret. Troops spread across multiple positions. Fortifications rise wherever engineers believe the British might land. Earthworks appear on hills. Cannons overlook waterways. Trees are cut down to create fields of fire. Farm fences disappear into military defenses. The landscape itself slowly transforms into a battlefield. Meanwhile, life inside New York becomes increasingly tense. Not everyone supports independence. In fact, the city contains a large loyalist population. Neighbors watch neighbors carefully. Some openly support Congress. Others quietly hope the British restore royal authority. Merchants wonder which currency will still possess value next month. Families avoid political discussions at supper. Church ministers choose sermons with extraordinary caution. One careless sentence can destroy friendships built over decades. The revolution has become deeply personal, no longer merely an argument between colonies and parliament. Increasingly, it divides streets, churches, even dinner tables. Far away in Philadelphia, another extraordinary scene unfolds. The delegates of the Continental Congress gather once more inside the Pennsylvania State House. The summer air hangs heavy. Windows remain open in hopes of catching the slightest breeze. Flies drift lazily through the chamber. Ink dries quickly in the heat. The debates continue hour after hour. Not everyone agrees. Some colonies still hesitate. Others demand immediate action. Everyone understands the consequences. Declaring independence is not simply writing words on paper. It is signing one's name beneath a charge of treason. Should Britain win, the punishment is obvious. Execution. The delegates know this. Every one of them. On July 2nd, 1776, Congress votes. 12 colonies support Richard Henry Lee's resolution for independence. New York abstains because its delegates lack authorization from home. The resolution passes. John Adams later believes July 2nd will become America's great national holiday. History, with gentle irony, chooses another date instead. Because 2 days later, Congress approves the wording of the Declaration itself. Thomas Jefferson's draft has already undergone revision. Benjamin Franklin suggests changes. John Adams contributes others. Congress debates individual phrases. Some sentences disappear entirely. One lengthy passage criticizing the slave trade is removed after objections from Southern delegates. History rarely emerges perfectly from its first draft. Compromise leaves fingerprints on nearly every important document ever written. Still, the central ideas remain. Jefferson's opening words possess remarkable simplicity. When in the course of human events, he explains that governments exist to protect natural rights, that legitimate power comes from the consent of the governed, that people may alter or abolish governments which become destructive. The arguments draw heavily upon Enlightenment philosophers like John Locke. Yet Jefferson gives them new life. Clear, elegant, memorable. Then comes perhaps the most famous sentence in American history. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. The words will inspire generations. They will also challenge generations. Because many people immediately recognize an uncomfortable contradiction. Not everyone in America enjoys equal rights. Women cannot vote. Enslaved Africans remain in bondage. Many native nations are treated as obstacles rather than equals. The Declaration expresses an ideal. Reality remains far behind. History often advances by proclaiming principles long before societies fully practice them. On July 4, 1776, Congress officially adopts the Declaration of Independence. The document is sent to printers. Copies begin spreading across the colonies. Couriers ride day and night. Newspapers publish the text. Town criers gather crowds. Church bells ring in some places. In others, people simply stand quietly listening as the words are read aloud. Imagine hearing them for the first time, not through school books, not as famous quotations, but as astonishing news. The colonies no longer claim to be loyal subjects. They now claim to be free states. Independent. The idea feels almost unbelievable. Many listeners probably experience equal measures of excitement and fear. Freedom sounds magnificent. Winning it remains another matter entirely. Back in New York, Washington receives the declaration. He immediately orders it read to the army. On July 9th, soldiers assemble in formation. Officers stand before them. The document is read aloud. Some cheer. Others listen silently. A few may struggle to grasp its political philosophy. Most understand one thing perfectly. They are no longer fighting for reconciliation. They are fighting for independence. The mission has changed. There can be no returning to the old relationship. Victory now means creating a new nation. Defeat means hanging as traitors. The stakes have become absolute. That evening, crowds gather in Lower Manhattan. Inspired by the declaration, citizens march toward Bowling Green, where a large gilded statue of King George III sits proudly atop a horse. The statue has stood there for several years. It symbolizes royal authority. Tonight, its future appears uncertain. Ropes are thrown around it. Voices shout. Men pull together. The great bronze figure crashes to the ground. Cheers erupt. The statue is broken apart. Much of the metal will later be melted into thousands of musket balls. There is something strangely poetic about that. A king transformed into ammunition for the revolution against him. History occasionally enjoys symbolism almost as much as poets do. The celebration, however, proves brief. Across the harbor, British officers continue preparing their invasion. Thousands of Hessian soldiers disembark onto Staten Island. Their blue uniforms contrast sharply with the scarlet coats of British regulars. American newspapers have portrayed them as terrifying mercenaries. Many are, in reality, disciplined professional soldiers following the orders of their own rulers. Like most soldiers throughout history, they did not personally choose the war. They simply crossed an ocean because governments commanded them to do so. It is worth remembering. History often divides people into heroes and villains. Real life is usually more complicated. Most armies consist largely of ordinary men obeying extraordinary circumstances. By August, the British force around New York exceeds 30,000 men. The largest expeditionary army Britain has ever assembled stands ready. Warships dominate the surrounding waters. Experienced generals review detailed maps. Supplies arrive daily. Everything points toward one overwhelming offensive. Washington knows it is coming. His officers know it. His soldiers know it. The only unanswered question is where the first blow will fall. Across the East River lies Long Island. Rolling farmland. Wooded hills. Country roads winding between scattered villages. It seems peaceful beneath the summer sun. Within weeks, it will become the site of the largest battle ever fought in North America up to that time. And for George Washington, it will become the greatest test of his leadership since accepting command of the Continental Army. The fate of the newborn United States now rests not only upon inspiring words, but upon whether its army can survive the storm that is about to break. The Battle of Long Island and the army that refused to die. For a few quiet weeks in August 1776, Long Island still resembles the peaceful countryside it has always been. Golden wheat bends gently beneath the late summer breeze. Apple orchards hang heavy with fruit. Small farmhouses stand among fields bordered by rough stone fences. Chickens wander lazily through barnyards. Children chase one another beneath ancient oak trees, blissfully unaware that Europe's greatest military machine is preparing to march across the very ground where they play. Morning dew sparkles on tall grass. Crickets sing through warm evenings. Nature, as always, remains wonderfully indifferent to human politics. Empires rise. Empires fall. The sparrows continue building their nests. The soldiers notice the beauty. Many quietly wonder if it will be the last peaceful landscape they ever see. Washington's army occupies defensive positions near Brooklyn Heights. Earthworks stretch across ridges overlooking New York Harbor. Cannons stare silently toward the sea. Soldiers strengthen trenches beneath the August sun. Axes echo through nearby woods as trees are felled to improve lines of fire. The work never truly ends. Dig, carry, hammer, repeat. War is surprisingly repetitive between moments of terror. George Washington rides constantly between defensive positions. His face reveals little. He studies every hill, every road, every creek, every possible route the British might choose. Maps cover his headquarters table. Messengers arrive almost hourly. Reports flow in from scouts. Some useful, some wildly inaccurate. The difficulty with intelligence during wartime is that everyone believes they possess valuable information. Determining which information is actually correct. That is the challenge. The British have no intention of attacking recklessly. General William Howe learned valuable lessons at Bunker Hill. He respects American defensive positions. He prefers careful maneuvering. If he can outflank Washington rather than smash directly into prepared fortifications, so much the better. Professional armies generally appreciate victories that require fewer funerals. On August 22, 1776, the waiting finally ends. The sea becomes alive with movement. British landing boats begin crossing from Staten Island. Row after row of flat-bottomed craft glides steadily across the water. Thousands of soldiers disembark near Gravesend Bay almost without opposition. Scarlet uniforms spread across the shoreline. Blue-coated Hessians follow close behind. Artillery rolls onto the beaches. Horses are unloaded. Supply wagons creak on a dry land. By evening, nearly 15,000 British and German troops have established themselves on Long Island. It is one of the largest amphibious landings in 18th century history. Washington watches helplessly from Manhattan. His navy cannot interfere, because, quite simply, he has almost no navy. The British possess complete control of the sea. The American commander now faces an agonizing decision. Should he abandon Long Island immediately, or defend it? Washington chooses to defend, partly because surrendering the position without a fight might devastate morale, partly because he hopes his fortified lines near Brooklyn can hold, partly because commanders rarely enjoy perfect information. Looking backward through history often makes difficult choices appear obvious. Living through them feels rather different. Between the British Army and the American defenses lies a series of wooded hills known as the Heights of Guan. Several narrow roads pass through these hills. Control the roads. Control the battlefield. American officers post troops to guard the main passes. It seems sensible. Unfortunately, one lesser-known route, Jamaica Pass, receives remarkably little attention. A local loyalist quietly informs British officers that the pass is almost undefended. General Howe smiles. Not dramatically. Professional soldiers rarely do. But inwardly, he has found exactly the opportunity he wanted. During the night of August 26th, while many American soldiers sleep beneath warm summer skies, Howe begins one of the most successful flanking marches of the Revolution. Thousands of British soldiers move silently through the darkness. No drums. No bugles, only muffled footsteps. Officers speak in whispers. The long column winds through Jamaica Pass almost completely unnoticed. By dawn, the British stand behind much of the American forward line. The trap has closed. Morning arrives bright and clear. August 27th. The Battle of Long Island begins. American units positioned near the hills suddenly discover British troops appearing where none should exist. Confusion spreads rapidly. Commands become contradictory. Messengers gallop desperately between scattered units. Some officers believe they face only a small attack. Others realize the entire British army is advancing. Smoke begins rising above the trees. Musket fire echoes across fields. The battle expands in every direction. Several American regiments fight stubbornly despite overwhelming odds. Among the most famous is a unit later remembered as the Maryland 400. The number itself is somewhat misleading. The force actually contains fewer men. History occasionally rounds numbers for dramatic effect. The Maryland soldiers launch repeated attacks against far larger British formations. Not because they expect victory, because someone must buy time. Time for the rest of the army to retreat. Again and again they charge. Again and again they are driven back. Many never return. Observers later recall the extraordinary courage displayed that morning. George Washington reportedly watches part of their desperate struggle from across a nearby river. According to tradition, tears fill his eyes as he quietly says, "Good God, what brave fellows I must this day lose." Whether spoken exactly that way or not, the emotion feels entirely believable. Commanders carry many burdens. Perhaps the heaviest is watching good soldiers die because duty leaves no alternative. Throughout the afternoon, American forces retreat toward the fortified lines at Brooklyn Heights. Some units remain organized. Others arrive in scattered groups. Exhausted men collapse behind earthworks. Officers count survivors. The numbers prove discouraging. The British have won a decisive battlefield victory. Thousands of Americans are killed, wounded, or captured. Even worse, Washington's army now finds itself trapped. Behind them lies the East River. Before them stands the British Army. Royal Navy warships threaten to cut off any escape. It appears the revolution may end before autumn. General Howe pauses. Instead of launching an immediate assault against the American fortifications, he begins preparing formal siege operations. The decision seems sensible. The Americans appear trapped. Why waste lives attacking strong defenses when starvation or surrender may accomplish the same objective? There is logic in the decision. Yet history will remember it differently. Because every hour Howe delays, Washington gains another chance. That evening, the atmosphere inside the American lines becomes strangely calm. Not cheerful, not hopeful, simply quiet. Soldiers speak softly around tiny campfires. Some write hurried letters home. Others clean muskets with slow, deliberate movements. Many suspect tomorrow will bring either surrender or annihilation. Washington walks among them. He says little. His presence alone offers reassurance. Leadership sometimes consists not of inspiring speeches, but simply refusing to appear afraid. Behind the scenes, Washington has already made his decision. The army must escape. Immediately, the challenge appears almost impossible. Nearly 9,000 soldiers, horses, cannons, supplies, all must cross the East River to Manhattan, without the British noticing, without the Royal Navy intervening, without panic. It is one of the most dangerous withdrawals in military history. As darkness falls on August 29th, every available boat is gathered. Fishermen, sailors, the experienced mariners of Colonel John Glover's Massachusetts Regiment. Many have spent their lives navigating difficult coastal waters. Tonight, those ordinary skills become priceless. Boat after boat begins crossing the river. Soldiers climb aboard quietly. No shouting, no unnecessary movement. Oars dip gently into black water. The current flows steadily beneath them. Above, clouds conceal much of the moon. A light rain begins falling. Nature once again seems willing to help. Hour after hour, the evacuation continues. One regiment boards, crosses, returns. Another boards. Again. And again. The operation demands extraordinary discipline. Any loud noise could alert British sentries. Any panic could become disaster. Yet remarkably, the soldiers obey. They wait patiently for their turn. Even artillery pieces are loaded into boats. Horses stand surprisingly still. Perhaps they sense the tension. Perhaps they are simply tired. Either explanation seems plausible. Just before dawn, disaster nearly strikes. A thick fog suddenly rolls across the river. At first, officers worry it will delay the evacuation. Instead, it becomes their greatest ally. The fog grows denser. Soon Brooklyn Heights disappear entirely. British lookouts can barely see beyond a few yards. Washington later believes Providence itself has intervened. Whatever one believes, the weather proves astonishingly fortunate. The final American units cross safely. Washington reportedly remains behind until nearly every soldier has departed. Only then does he board the last boats. When British troops finally advance later that morning, they discover empty fortifications. The entire Continental Army has vanished. General Howe is stunned. One of the greatest opportunities of the war has slipped away. He has won the battle, yet failed to destroy Washington's army. And that distinction will prove enormously important. Battles matter. Armies matter more. As long as the Continental Army survives, the revolution survives. Washington understands this instinctively. He does not need to win every battle. He simply must avoid losing the war. Sometimes survival itself becomes victory. The retreat from Long Island marks the beginning of one of the darkest periods of the Revolution. New York remains in grave danger. British momentum appears unstoppable. Many Americans begin doubting independence. Some soldiers quietly desert. Others question whether Congress has asked too much of ordinary people. Hope grows fragile, like a candle burning in a cold wind. Yet Washington refuses to surrender. He has lost a battle. Not his army, not his purpose, and somewhere beyond the horizon. The long war is only beginning. Because before winter arrives, the Continental Army will be driven across New Jersey, pursued relentlessly, reduced almost to collapse, until one desperate gamble on a freezing Christmas night changes everything. The long retreat across New Jersey. If victories are loud, defeats are often strangely quiet. There is no triumphant music, no dramatic speeches, only tired footsteps, the creak of wagon wheels, the distant rumble of artillery moving away from danger rather than toward it. The late summer warmth of 1776 slowly fades into autumn, and with it fades much of the optimism that had surrounded the Declaration of Independence only weeks before. The words Jefferson had written still stirred hearts, but words alone could not stop British bayonets. Across New York, reality was beginning to replace enthusiasm. After escaping from Brooklyn Heights, George Washington knows his army cannot remain on Long Island. The British control the sea. Their warships can sail wherever the tide allows, threatening American positions from multiple directions at once. It is like attempting to defend a house while your opponent can walk through any wall he chooses. Washington begins pulling his army back toward Manhattan. The movement is orderly, professional. Yet beneath the discipline lies growing anxiety. The soldiers have survived, but barely. Everyone senses that General Howe has only begun his campaign. Life inside New York City becomes increasingly uncertain. Many civilians flee northward with wagons piled high with furniture, blankets, family Bibles, and whatever possessions they can carry. Roads become crowded with refugees. Children cry from exhaustion. Old men pause frequently to catch their breath. Dogs bark nervously beside overloaded carts. Some families leave forever without realizing it. Others lock their front doors believing they will return within days. History has repeatedly demonstrated that wars are remarkably poor at respecting travel plans. The British advance carefully. General Howe refuses to rush. He has learned patience. His officers conduct reconnaissance. Ships probe rivers. Engineers inspect possible landing sites. Everything proceeds deliberately. To some critics, Howe appears overly cautious. To Howe himself, he is avoiding unnecessary casualties. After Bunker Hill, caution has become a habit. Whether that caution ultimately helps or hurts Britain remains one of the Revolution's enduring debates. On September 15, 1776, the next major crisis arrives. British warships move into the East River. Cannons thunder toward the American shore. Smoke drifts lazily across the water as thousands of British soldiers begin another amphibious landing, this time at Kip's Bay on Manhattan Island. The American militia defending the position watch the approaching boats with growing unease. The Royal Navy unleashes a devastating bombardment. The ground shakes beneath exploding shells. Trees splinter. Earth erupts into the air. Many militia have never experienced naval artillery before. The psychological effect is overwhelming. Before the British even reach the beach, some American defenders begin running. Then more. Within moments, organized resistance collapses. Entire units scatter across the countryside. Washington rides furiously toward the scene. He cannot believe what he is witnessing. The commander-in-chief attempts to stop the fleeing soldiers. He gallops directly into their path, shouting, pleading, ordering them to stand. His normally calm temperament briefly gives way to visible anger. One account claims he rides so close to the advancing British that aides fear he intends to sacrifice himself rather than witness the retreat. Whether entirely accurate or slightly embellished, the story reflects an undeniable truth. Washington is furious, not because the soldiers are afraid. Fear is natural, because panic has replaced discipline. There is an important difference. An army may survive fear. Panic is far less forgiving. Fortunately for Washington, British troops pause once again rather than pressing their advantage aggressively. The delay allows much of the Continental Army to withdraw northward across Manhattan. The pattern begins repeating itself. British victories, American retreats. The army survives. Again and again. History often remembers wars through decisive battles. The autumn of 1776 is different. It becomes a contest of endurance. A few days later, on September 16th, something unexpected happens. Near Harlem Heights, American forces launch a successful counterattack. The engagement remains relatively small, only a few hundred casualties altogether. Yet psychologically, it is priceless. For the first time since Long Island, Washington's soldiers drive British troops backward. The victory restores confidence. Not complete confidence, but enough. Sometimes armies need proof that they are still capable of fighting. Harlem Heights provides exactly that. Meanwhile, disaster strikes New York City itself. On the night of September 21st, a massive fire breaks out. Strong winds quickly spread the flames through tightly packed wooden buildings. Within hours, much of lower Manhattan is burning. Orange light fills the night sky. Smoke rolls across the harbor. Church steeples collapse into showers of sparks. Families flee carrying whatever they can save. British soldiers form bucket brigades alongside terrified civilians. No one knows exactly how the fire began. Accident? Arson? Patriot sabotage? Historians still debate the answer. Whatever its cause, nearly a quarter of the city lies in ruins by morning. War has many ways of destroying homes. Cannons are only one of them. Washington continues withdrawing north. His objective is simple: preserve the army. Some members of Congress quietly question his strategy. Why not fight? Why keep retreating? The answer seems obvious to Washington. Lose one city, and another may be recovered. Lose the army, and everything else disappears with it. It is a remarkably modern understanding of warfare. Governments may relocate. Cities may change hands. An army, once destroyed, is far harder to replace. The British continue advancing. Fort Washington, perched on northern Manhattan, becomes increasingly isolated. Some officers urge abandoning it. Others believe the fort remains defensible. Washington hesitates, perhaps hoping it might slow British operations, perhaps reluctant to surrender another position without resistance. The decision proves costly. On November 16th, British and Hessian forces assault Fort Washington from multiple directions. The defenders fight bravely, but they are overwhelmed. More than 2,000 American soldiers are captured. Cannons, supplies, everything falls into British hands. It is one of the worst defeats of the Revolution. Washington reportedly watches part of the battle from across the Hudson River, unable to intervene, forced to witness the loss through his telescope. There are few lonelier experiences than commanding a battle one cannot save. The situation deteriorates further. Fort Lee, across the river in New Jersey, also becomes untenable. British forces threaten to cut it off. Washington orders another retreat. His soldiers abandon heavy equipment. Supplies are left behind. Tents, food, ammunition. Anything too cumbersome to move quickly. The army begins marching across New Jersey. The retreat that follows enters American legend. Not because it is glorious, because it is miserable. November winds sweep across open fields with increasing bitterness. Rain turns roads into rivers of mud. Wagons become stuck axle deep. Horses strain against impossible loads. Soldiers trudge mile after mile carrying muskets on exhausted shoulders. Many have worn the same clothing for months. Coats grow threadbare. Shoes disintegrate. Some men wrap rags around bleeding feet. Footprints occasionally leave faint traces of blood on frozen ground. The image has become symbolic, perhaps slightly romanticized over time. Yet the suffering itself is undeniable. Desertions increase. Enlistments near expiration. Many volunteers had agreed to serve only until the end of the year. That end is approaching rapidly. Every few days another group quietly departs for home. No dramatic farewell. Simply men choosing families over an increasingly hopeless war. It is difficult to judge them. Their farms need tending. Children need feeding. Winter is coming. The revolution asks enormous sacrifices from ordinary people. Not everyone can continue paying the price. Washington writes letter after letter to Congress. His words grow increasingly urgent. He needs clothing, blankets, money, food, shoes, everything. Congress responds as best it can. Its intentions are admirable. Its resources remain painfully limited. The new nation exists largely on paper. Building an effective government while fleeing from one of history's greatest military powers proves rather inconvenient. Across New Jersey, many civilians watch events unfold with cautious uncertainty. Some support independence. Others quietly welcome the British. Still others simply hope whichever army arrives first will refrain from stealing their livestock. War often reduces lofty political ideals to remarkably practical concerns. Will the soldiers take our food? Will they burn the barn? Will my sons return? These questions matter deeply. They always have. General Howe believes victory is close. From his perspective, the evidence seems overwhelming. New York has fallen. Washington keeps retreating. The Continental Army shrinks almost daily. British officers begin discussing where the rebellion's final surrender might occur. Winter approaches. Military campaigns traditionally slow during cold months. Howe establishes a chain of outposts across New Jersey. Many are manned by Hessian troops. The largest garrison occupies the small town of Trenton. Their commander is Colonel Johann Rall, an experienced German officer. Confident, competent, perhaps a little too confident. Because winter, he believes, will provide a welcome pause. Surely the exhausted Americans will not attempt major operations during Christmas. Surely not. There is that word again. Surely. History has never been particularly fond of it. By early December, Washington's army reaches the Delaware River. Behind them, the British. Ahead, Pennsylvania. The broad river becomes the final barrier protecting Philadelphia, where Congress still meets. Washington orders every available boat removed from the New Jersey shore. Ferries, fishing boats, cargo vessels, anything capable of carrying men across the water. The British arrive too late. They stand on the opposite bank, watching the Americans disappear beyond reach. The Delaware flows silently between them. Cold, gray, unforgiving. For the moment, it has saved the revolution. But only for the moment. Washington counts his remaining soldiers. Barely a few thousand fit for duty. Many enlistments expire on December 31st. Unless something extraordinary happens, the Continental Army may simply dissolve. Not in battle, not through surrender, but because the calendar says their service is finished. The revolution has reached its darkest hour. Across the icy Delaware, Christmas approaches. Most people think of warmth, family, peace. George Washington is thinking of something entirely different. A frozen river, a winter storm, and one desperate gamble that could either rescue the revolution or end it forever. The night Washington crossed the Delaware. There are nights that seem to belong entirely to history. Nights when the wind carries more than cold. When the darkness feels heavier somehow, as though the world itself is quietly waiting to see what ordinary people will decide to do. The night of December 25th, 1776, is one of those nights. Across Europe, families are gathering around warm fireplaces. Church bells ring softly through villages dusted with snow. Children drift to sleep, believing tomorrow will bring celebration. Along the banks of the Delaware River, there are no celebrations. Only exhausted soldiers staring into black, freezing water. The American Revolution has reached its lowest point. Only 6 months earlier, Congress declared independence. Now that declaration seems almost like a beautiful dream slipping away. New York is lost. Most of New Jersey has fallen into British hands. Thousands of American soldiers have been captured. Others have deserted. Many enlistments will expire in less than a week. If the army dissolves, the revolution may dissolve with it. George Washington understands this with painful clarity. He needs a victory, not eventually, now. For several days, Washington studies maps inside the modest farmhouse serving as his headquarters. Candles burn late into the night. Messengers come and go through icy winds. Officers gather around rough wooden tables covered with papers. The plan before them appears dangerously ambitious, perhaps even reckless. The army will cross the Delaware River during the night, march nearly 10 miles through snow and freezing rain, reach Trenton before dawn, and surprise the Hessian garrison while it sleeps. Simple enough. Except for one small complication. Almost every part of the plan could fail. The weather alone threatens disaster. December storms have swept across Pennsylvania. The river is choked with floating sheets of ice. Strong currents pull relentlessly toward the south. Snow mixes with sleet. Rain freezes almost as soon as it falls. Anyone stepping into the water risks death from cold within minutes. The soldiers know this. Many quietly wonder whether the crossing is even possible. No one says so aloud. At least not where Washington might hear. The commander himself appears calm. Outwardly. Inside, no one can truly know. He understands the risk. Failure would almost certainly destroy his army. Success might merely postpone defeat. There are moments in history when leaders must choose between certain decline and dangerous hope. Washington chooses hope. As darkness settles over the Delaware, preparations begin. The boats waiting along the riverbank are Durham boats. Large, sturdy cargo vessels normally used for transporting iron and grain. Tonight, they carry something infinitely more valuable. An army. Colonel John Glover's Massachusetts Regiment takes charge of the crossing. Many of these men are experienced fishermen and sailors from Marblehead. Their knowledge of rivers and tides has little to do with military glory. Yet tonight, it becomes indispensable. History frequently depends upon skills that seem entirely unrelated to war. The first soldiers climb carefully into the boats. No shouting, no songs, only whispered commands. Oars slip quietly into the freezing water. The current pushes stubbornly against them. Chunks of ice scrape loudly against wooden hulls. Every sound seems unnaturally sharp in the winter darkness. Some soldiers clutch muskets beneath heavy coats. Others pull blankets tighter around frozen shoulders. Breath hangs in white clouds before disappearing into the night. The river itself appears endless. Black, silent, merciless. Washington crosses among the early boats. He stands throughout much of the journey. Tall, motionless, wrapped in his military cloak. The image later becomes one of the most famous paintings in American history. It is also somewhat inaccurate. The famous painting shows bright daylight, large floating icebergs, an overcrowded boat, an American flag that had not yet been adopted. Beautiful art, questionable documentary evidence. Reality is quieter, darker, far more uncomfortable, and probably far more frightening. The crossing takes much longer than expected. Strong currents slow every boat. Ice blocks progress repeatedly. Artillery proves especially difficult. Henry Knox's heavy cannon must somehow be ferried across without sinking the boats or losing the guns. Once again, Knox demonstrates remarkable determination. One cannon after another reaches the opposite shore. Slowly, patiently, against all probability. By the time the last soldiers arrive, hours have been lost. Washington originally hoped to begin marching well before midnight. Instead, the army does not fully assemble until nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. Already behind schedule, already exhausted. Yet there is no choice. They march. Snow falls steadily, then turns to freezing rain. The wind cuts through wool coats already soaked with moisture. Roads become slippery ribbons of ice and mud. The temperature continues falling. Many soldiers leave bloody footprints behind them. Some lack proper shoes entirely. Others wrap cloth around swollen feet. Still they continue. Mile after mile. No campfires. No stopping. Only the steady rhythm of boots crunching across frozen ground. One young officer later recalls the silence. Thousands of men moving together, yet speaking very little. Only the occasional creak of wagon wheels. The snort of tired horses. The clatter of artillery bouncing over rough roads. The weather itself seems to swallow every other sound. Imagine walking through such darkness, knowing that somewhere ahead waits an enemy, knowing that dawn approaches, knowing that if surprise is lost, everything may be lost with it. As the column advances, Washington divides his force. General Nathanael Greene commands one column. General John Sullivan commands another. Their routes converge upon Trenton from different directions. Communication becomes difficult in the storm. Messengers struggle through sleet. Road signs are difficult to read. At one point, Sullivan sends word that many muskets have become wet. Their powder is failing. Washington reportedly sends back a brief reply. Use the bayonet. Simple. Direct. There is nothing else to say. Meanwhile, Inside Trenton, Christmas night passes quietly. Colonel Johann Rall commands approximately 1,400 Hessian soldiers. Popular legend claims they spend the evening drinking heavily. Reality appears more complicated. Some undoubtedly celebrate. Others remain on duty. Professional soldiers rarely abandon all disciplines simply because the calendar announces a holiday. Still, the weather encourages complacency. Who would attack during such a storm? Who would march through freezing rain after midnight? Certainly not an exhausted enemy already driven across an icy river. As if that could ever go wrong. Shortly before 8 o'clock on the morning of December 26th, the first American troops enter Trenton. The storm still rages. Snow blows through narrow streets. Church bells begin ringing in alarm. Hessian officers rush from quarters pulling on uniforms. Drums beat urgently. Confusion spreads almost immediately. American artillery opens fire. Cannonballs crash into buildings. Smoke fills intersections. Musket fire echoes from house to house. The battle has begun. Unlike many battles of the Revolution, the fighting at Trenton is surprisingly brief. American soldiers push steadily through the town. Roads become blocked. Hessian units struggle to form organized defensive lines. Colonel Rall attempts to rally his men. He rides courageously toward the fighting. Soon afterward, he falls mortally wounded. Leadership begins collapsing. One regiment surrenders, then another. Within less than an hour, it is over. Nearly 900 Hessian soldiers have been captured. Others are killed or wounded. American losses are astonishingly light. Only a handful of wounded. 2 soldiers died during the march, not from enemy fire, but from exposure to the brutal cold. Even victory demands its price. Washington wastes no time. He knows British reinforcements may arrive quickly. The prisoners, captured supplies, weapons, food. Everything is gathered with remarkable efficiency. The army marches back toward the Delaware, again crossing the icy river, this time carrying victory with them. The military importance of Trenton is significant. Its psychological importance is immeasurable. For months, Americans have experienced retreat after retreat. Now, suddenly, they have defeated professional European soldiers, captured hundreds of prisoners, proved that the Continental Army still exists. News spreads like wildfire. Newspapers celebrate. Despondent civilians rediscover hope. Most importantly, soldiers whose enlistments are about to expire begin reconsidering. Washington rides before his assembled troops. He asks them to remain just a little longer. 1 month. Only one more month. He promises an additional bounty. Many hesitate. Then, one by one, they step forward. They will stay. Not because conditions have improved. Not because the war has become easier. Because Trenton has reminded them that victory remains possible. The revolution has not been won. Not even close. The British still possess overwhelming strength. Washington's army remains small, poorly supplied, dangerously fragile. Yet something invisible has changed. Hope has returned. And hope, once restored, can prove remarkably difficult to defeat. Only days later, Washington will risk everything once more at a place called Princeton. There, he will transform one daring raid into a camp. Princeton and the return of hope. There is something strangely peaceful about the days that follow Christmas. The excitement fades. Snow settles over empty fields. Villages become quiet again. Smoke rises gently from chimneys into pale gray skies. For most people, life slowly returns to its ordinary rhythm. For George Washington, there is nothing ordinary left. The victory at Trenton has given the revolution a heartbeat again. But a heartbeat alone cannot guarantee survival. The army still faces overwhelming odds. British forces remain scattered across New Jersey. Fresh reinforcements continue arriving from New York. Winter has paused the campaign only slightly. The war refuses to sleep. The captured Hessian soldiers march south through Pennsylvania under heavy guard. Local villagers gather along the roads to watch. Many have never seen professional European soldiers before. The prisoners appear tired rather than terrifying. Their blue uniforms are stained with mud, faces unshaven, boots worn from hard marching. Some glance curiously at the crowds. Others keep their eyes fixed on the snowy road ahead. War has a peculiar way of making enemies resemble one another. Hungry men look remarkably similar regardless of which king or Congress they serve. Washington understands that Trenton has surprised the British. Surprise, however, rarely lasts. General William Howe immediately orders Lord Charles Cornwallis to restore British control over New Jersey. Cornwallis is among Britain's most capable commanders. Energetic, determined, aggressive without being reckless. He gathers nearly 8,000 experienced soldiers and begins marching toward Trenton. His objective is straightforward: destroy Washington's army before it escapes again. Meanwhile, Washington makes another bold decision. Instead of withdrawing safely into Pennsylvania after Trenton, he crosses the Delaware once more. Many officers are astonished. Why return? Why risk everything again? The answer is surprisingly simple: momentum. Victories possess a life of their own. Allow them to fade. And so does morale. Washington believes the army must remain visible, must continue challenging British authority, even if only briefly. Sometimes confidence itself becomes a strategic weapon. By the end of December, American soldiers reoccupy Trenton. The town bears fresh scars from the recent fighting. Broken windows, damaged houses, discarded equipment still half buried beneath new snow. Residents cautiously emerge from homes, uncertain how long the Americans will remain. No one can offer them an answer, not even Washington. On January 2nd, 1777, Cornwallis arrives. British columns stretch along frozen roads toward Trenton. Scarlet uniforms brighten the otherwise colorless winter landscape. Drums echo through the cold afternoon air. American scouts report the advance almost immediately. Washington rides to inspect defensive positions south of town. The key obstacle is a sumping creek, a narrow stream crossed by a stone bridge. The Americans occupy the northern bank. If the bridge can be held, perhaps the British can be delayed until nightfall. Cornwallis wastes little time. British infantry advances toward the bridge. American artillery opens fire. Smoke rolls across the creek. Musket volleys crack sharply through the winter air. Again and again British soldiers attempt to cross. Again and again they are driven back. The bridge becomes a deadly bottleneck. Bodies begin accumulating near its entrance. The attack falters. For the moment, the Americans hold. As evening approaches, several British officers urge Cornwallis to launch one final assault before darkness. He declines. Washington appears trapped. The Delaware River lies behind him. Cornwallis believes there will be plenty of time tomorrow. One officer reportedly remarks, "At last we have run down the old fox." Cornwallis supposedly replies, "Yes, and we will bag him in the morning." It is an understandable confidence. After all, Washington seems cornered. History, however, has an extraordinary affection for escaping foxes. Night falls. Campfires appear across both armies. British soldiers settle into temporary camps. Many prepare supper. Others clean muskets or repair worn boots. Officers discuss tomorrow's victory almost as though it has already occurred. Across the creek, American campfires burn brightly. From a distance, everything appears normal. Sentries observe soldiers moving among the flames. Axes continue chopping wood. Voices drift through the darkness. The Americans, it seems, are preparing for another day of battle. Except, most of them are quietly leaving. Washington has devised another daring escape. Not backward, forward. Instead of retreating across the Delaware, he intends to march around Cornwallis's army during the night and strike the British garrison at Princeton. It is an astonishingly risky plan. The roads are frozen hard enough for artillery to travel. That small stroke of luck makes the movement possible. Had the ground remained muddy, the entire operation might have failed before it began. Winter, once again, becomes an unexpected ally. Throughout the night, American soldiers move silently eastward. To preserve the illusion that the camp remains occupied, a small number of men stay behind tending fires. Shovels continue digging noisily. Wagons deliberately creak in place. British sentries hear exactly what they expect to hear. Sometimes the easiest deception is simply allowing people to believe what they already assume. Before dawn on January 3rd, the Continental Army approaches Princeton. The town itself lies quiet beneath a gray winter sky. Frost coats fences and rooftops. Smoke rises lazily from a handful of chimneys. Most residents remain asleep. Within minutes, their peaceful morning will disappear forever. The British garrison at Princeton is smaller than Cornwallis's main force. Roughly 1,200 troops under Lieutenant Colonel Charles Mawhood. Mawhood initially intends to march south toward Trenton to reinforce Cornwallis. Instead, he unexpectedly encounters Washington's advancing army. Both commanders experience the same brief moment of surprise. Neither expected the other. War, despite all its planning, often contains remarkable coincidences. The battle begins almost accidentally. American militia exchange fire with British regulars. The militia soon begin falling back under disciplined British volleys. For a terrifying few moments, the familiar pattern threatens to repeat itself. Retreat. Confusion. Panic. Washington sees it unfolding. He acts immediately, riding directly toward the collapsing line. Washington places himself between his own retreating soldiers and the advancing British. He is astonishingly close to enemy muskets, perhaps within 30 yards. Some witnesses believe he is committing suicide. British muskets fire. Smoke explodes across the field. For several endless seconds, Washington disappears entirely inside a white cloud. His officers hold their breath. One reportedly covers his face, unable to watch. Then, the smoke drifts away. Washington is still there, completely unharmed. His horse remains standing. The bullets have somehow missed him, whether through luck, providence, poor British aim, or all three together. The commander survives. His soldiers erupt with renewed determination. If their general can face enemy fire without flinching, perhaps they can too. Leadership is sometimes contagious. Courage often spreads the same way. American regiments reform. This time they hold. Fresh troops under General Hugh Mercer arrive. Mercer himself fights fiercely but is surrounded. Mistaken for Washington because of his appearance, he refuses demands to surrender. British soldiers bayonet him repeatedly. Grievously wounded, he collapses upon the frozen ground. He dies several days later. His sacrifice becomes one of the Revolution's enduring tragedies. Mercer had been a physician before becoming a soldier. Like so many men in this war, he traded healing for battle because history left him little choice. The fighting intensifies. American artillery finally arrives. Cannon roar across open fields. British formations begin breaking apart. Some retreat toward Princeton. Others attempt to escape across nearby roads. Washington presses the attack relentlessly. By late morning, the British withdraw. Princeton belongs to the Americans. The victory itself is modest in scale. Roughly 200 British casualties and prisoners. American losses are significantly smaller, though deeply felt. Measured purely by numbers, Princeton is not one of history's great battles. Measured by morale, it is priceless. Within 8 days, Washington has transformed apparent defeat into astonishing success. First Trenton, now Princeton. The Revolution suddenly looks alive again. Cornwallis awakens on the morning of January 3rd expecting to destroy Washington. Instead, he discovers empty camps. His enemy has vanished. Again, by the time British troops pursue, Princeton has already fallen. The opportunity is gone. One cannot help imagining the frustration. Twice within little more than a week, Washington has escaped seemingly impossible situations. Military history remembers victories. It also remembers opportunities missed. The British soon abandoned many of their outposts across New Jersey. Instead of controlling the entire colony, they consolidate around New York. Washington marches his weary army into winter quarters at Morristown. The soldiers finally receive a chance to rest. Not luxurious rest, simply the chance to sleep beneath roofs rather than stars. To repair uniforms, clean muskets, write letters home. Many have survived one of the most difficult campaigns in American history. Few could have imagined doing so only a month earlier. Across Europe, news of Trenton and Princeton begins slowly crossing the Atlantic. Governments pay attention. Diplomats pay attention. One elderly French philosopher, watching events from afar, smiles with growing interest. His name is Voltaire. In the royal court of France, another man pays even closer attention. The Marquis de Lafayette. Young, idealistic, restless, and convinced that the American struggle represents something much larger than a colonial rebellion. Before long, France itself will enter the story. And with France, the balance of the entire war will begin to change. Philadelphia falls, but the revolution endures. Winter has a curious way of slowing history. Battles become less frequent. Roads disappear beneath snow and ice. Armies settle into rough camps where the greatest enemy is often the weather itself. The loud violence of autumn gives way to quieter struggles. Finding food, repairing boots, keeping warm through another bitter night. For a few months in early 1777, the American Revolution seems almost to hold its breath. The soldiers certainly wish it would. Washington's army settles around Morristown, New Jersey. Compared to what will come later at Valley Forge, Morristown is almost comfortable. Almost. The men build crude log huts. Not elegant structures, just enough to keep out the wind. Trees that had stood for decades become walls, roofs, fireplaces, and bunk beds within days. Entire forests quietly disappear into military necessity. The smell of fresh pine fills the winter air. Axes ring from dawn until sunset. Smoke rises from hundreds of chimneys scattered across snowy hillsides. For the first time in months, many soldiers sleep indoors. Even if indoors consists of a one-room cabin shared with 11 other men. Privacy, it seems, has become another casualty of war. Daily life returns to familiar routines. Morning roll call, weapons inspection, drill, guard duty, cooking, cleaning, repairing uniforms that have been patched so many times the original cloth is becoming difficult to identify. Some men carve chess pieces from scraps of wood. Others write long letters home by candlelight. Many simply sleep whenever possible. Exhaustion has accumulated over months of campaigning. The human body, eventually, insists upon collecting its unpaid debts. Washington spends the winter doing something perhaps even more important than fighting. Thinking. He reviews every campaign, every mistake, every success. Long Island. The retreat across New Jersey. Trenton. Princeton. Patterns begin emerging. He cannot defeat the British through conventional European warfare. Not consistently. They possess too many experienced soldiers. Too much artillery. Too much naval support. Instead, the Continental Army must survive. Strike when opportunities appear. Avoid destruction at all costs. It is not a glamorous strategy, but it may be the only one capable of winning. Across the Atlantic, political winds are beginning to shift. The French government watches events carefully. Officially, France remains neutral. Unofficially, many French ministers secretly enjoy watching Britain's difficulties. The memory of the 7 Years' War remains painfully fresh. Britain's victory in that conflict cost France much of its North American empire. Revenge possesses a certain appeal. Still, France will not openly support a rebellion unless it appears capable of surviving. No one enjoys investing in a hopeless cause. Washington's victories at Trenton and Princeton have changed that calculation. Only slightly, but enough to attract attention. One man, in particular, feels deeply inspired. Gilbert du Motier, better known as the Marquis de Lafayette. He is only 19 years old. Wealthy, well-educated, born into one of France's oldest noble families. He has everything a young aristocrat could reasonably desire, except adventure. When Lafayette reads about the American struggle, he becomes fascinated. These colonists speak of liberty, natural rights, self-government. The ideas seem almost intoxicating. Against the wishes of the French king, against the advice of his family, against nearly everyone's common sense. He decides to sail for America. History is full of young people making decisions older generations consider reckless. Occasionally, the young are correct. Spring slowly returns. Snow melts into muddy roads. Rivers swell with cold rain. Birdsong replaces the silence of winter. The armies begin moving once again. The campaign of 1777 promises to be decisive. British planners believe capturing Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital, will finally crush American resistance. After all, Philadelphia houses Congress, prints newspapers, coordinates much of the rebellion. Take the capital. Surely the rebellion collapses. It sounds logical. Governments throughout history have believed capitals possess magical political powers. Reality tends to be more complicated. General William Howe prepares a new strategy. Rather than marching directly across New Jersey toward Philadelphia, a route Washington expects, Howe chooses the sea. His army boards ships in New York Harbor. Thousands of soldiers disappear over the horizon. Washington receives reports, but no one knows exactly where the fleet is going. Philadelphia? New England? The Chesapeake? For weeks, the British simply vanish. Trying to predict 18th-century naval movements often resembles trying to guess where clouds will drift next month. The ocean keeps its own schedule. Finally, in late August, British sails appear in the Chesapeake Bay. Howe has landed his army in Maryland. Now he begins marching north toward Philadelphia from an unexpected direction. Washington reacts immediately. His army moves south to intercept. The race for the American capital has begun. The countryside through which both armies march is beautiful. Rolling Pennsylvania farmland stretches beneath the late summer sun. Stone farmhouses stand among golden fields ready for harvest. Apple orchards promise early autumn fruit. Peaceful creeks wind lazily through green meadows. Within days, these same fields will echo with cannon fire. War has an unfortunate talent for selecting picturesque locations. On September 11th, 1777, the two armies meet along Brandywine Creek. Washington has chosen a strong defensive position. The creek forms a natural barrier. Several bridges offer the obvious crossing points. American troops guard them carefully. It appears to be a sensible plan. General Howe, however, has spent years studying European battlefields. He recognizes an opportunity. While one British force demonstrates against the American front, another quietly marches upstream. Hours later, it crosses the creek almost entirely unopposed. The maneuver closely resembles Howe's successful flanking march at Long Island. History, it seems, occasionally repeats itself with discouraging efficiency. Washington receives conflicting reports. Some scouts insist British troops remain before him. Others warn of a large force moving around his flank. For crucial hours, uncertainty reigns. Then the truth becomes unmistakable. British soldiers suddenly appear where they should not be. Once again, Washington's left flank is in grave danger. The battle becomes fierce. American units fight stubbornly. General Nathanael Greene marches his division several miles at remarkable speed to stabilize collapsing lines. Artillery duels thunder across open fields. Smoke blankets the countryside. Commands disappear beneath the roar of cannon. Individual acts of courage occur everywhere. Many will never appear in history books. A drummer boy refusing to abandon his regiment. A wounded officer helping others retreat before accepting treatment himself. Farmers guiding lost soldiers through unfamiliar woods. History often remembers generals. Wars are usually carried by ordinary people. As evening approaches, Washington recognizes the inevitable. The army must retreat. Philadelphia cannot be defended if the army is destroyed. Once again, he chooses preservation over pride. The Continental Army withdraws in reasonably good order. It has lost the battle, but not itself. British casualties prove heavier than expected. American morale suffers. Yet the army survives to fight another day. Washington is beginning to master the difficult art of losing battles without losing wars. 2 weeks later, on September 26th, British troops march into Philadelphia. The city that had witnessed the signing of the Declaration of Independence now flies the Union flag once more. British bands play military marches through streets lined with curious spectators. Some loyalists cheer openly. Others remain cautious. Patriot families quietly leave the city before the occupation begins. Congress has already fled westward to York, Pennsylvania, carrying official documents, printing presses, and whatever dignity can fit into wagons. The American government continues functioning, simply somewhere else. Capturing Philadelphia has not ended the revolution. It has merely changed its mailing address. Many British officers are puzzled. How can the rebellion continue without its capital? The answer lies in a fundamental misunderstanding. This revolution is not centered upon a city. It is centered upon an idea. Ideas travel surprisingly well. They fit comfortably into saddlebags. They cross rivers. They hide inside farmhouses. They survive occupied capitals. One cannot arrest an idea with bayonets. At least not for very long. Washington refuses to leave Howe in peace. He launches attacks whenever opportunities appear. Some succeed. Others fail. One particularly confusing night engagement near Paoli ends disastrously for the Americans. British light infantry surprises General Anthony Wayne's troops. Bayonets flash through darkness. Even so, the emotional impact is real. Stories spread rapidly. Anger grows. Every conflict produces memories that become larger than the battle itself. By October, another fierce engagement unfolds at Germantown, just outside Philadelphia. Washington launches an ambitious surprise attack through thick morning fog. For several hours, the plan appears promising. Then, confusion intervenes. Dense fog obscures friend from foe. Units lose contact. Officers struggle to understand where anyone actually is. One American force mistakenly fires upon another. Coordination collapses. The British recover. Washington retreats. Another defeat. Yet something unusual happens afterward. European observers study the battle closely. Instead of mocking the Americans, they express admiration. The Continental Army has attacked boldly, fought aggressively, nearly succeeded against one of Britain's finest armies. Perhaps, these rebels are becoming something more than an angry militia. Across the Atlantic, French ministers take careful notice. And before the leaves have completely fallen from the Pennsylvania trees, far to the north, another British army will make a decision that changes the entire course of the war. Its destination is a quiet little town called Saratoga. There, an empire will suffer the defeat that convinces France to gamble on the American cause. And once France enters the war, Britain will no longer be fighting a colonial rebellion. It will be fighting a global conflict. Saratoga, the victory that changed the world. While George Washington struggles around Philadelphia, another army is marching hundreds of miles to the north. It moves through forests already beginning to glow with the colors of early autumn. Red maple leaves drift silently onto narrow woodland roads. Morning fog hangs over quiet rivers. Pine trees whisper beneath cool September winds. The wilderness appears timeless, untouched. Yet hidden beneath its peaceful beauty is one of the most ambitious military plans Britain has attempted during the entire Revolution. If it succeeds, the colonies may be divided forever. If it fails, the entire war may change. The architect of the plan is General John Burgoyne. Unlike many officers, Burgoyne enjoys the finer things in life. He writes plays, appreciates elegant clothing, travels with an unusually large baggage train. Some critics quietly joke that he campaigns with enough luggage for a royal vacation. The jokes are not entirely fair, nor entirely inaccurate. History occasionally possesses an excellent sense of humor. Burgoyne's mission appears straightforward on paper. His army will march south from Canada along the Lake Champlain, Hudson River corridor. Another British force under Colonel Barry Street Ledger will advance from the west. Meanwhile, General William Howe is expected to move north from New York City. The three armies will meet near Albany. New England, the heart of the rebellion, will be cut off from the southern colonies. Communication will collapse. Supply lines will break. Surely the rebellion cannot survive such a division. It is a bold strategy. Unfortunately, it depends upon extraordinary coordination. History has repeatedly demonstrated that large armies separated by hundreds of miles rarely cooperate exactly as planned. Burgoyne begins confidently. His army captures Fort Ticonderoga in July 1777. The victory comes almost too easily. American forces abandon the fortress after British artillery occupies nearby high ground. When news reaches Philadelphia, many members of Congress are horrified. How could such an important position fall? General Horatio Gates receives command of the Northern Department. General Philip Schuyler, though unfairly blamed by many politicians, quietly accepts removal. The revolution has no shortage of military challenges. It also possesses no shortage of political arguments. At first, Burgoyne believes success is inevitable. His troops are experienced. His artillery impressive. His Native American allies provide valuable reconnaissance. British newspapers celebrate early victories enthusiastically. London begins imagining the rebellion nearing its conclusion. The problem is that maps rarely mention mud, or fallen trees, or swamps, or exhausted horses, or thousands of American militiamen quietly chopping down forests ahead of the advancing army. The deeper Burgoyne marches into New York, the slower everything becomes. Roads scarcely deserve the name. Many are little more than rough trails through dense woodland. American forces destroy bridges, block paths with massive trees, burn supplies before retreating. Every mile requires enormous effort. Heavy artillery sinks into muddy ground. Oxen strain until they collapse from exhaustion. Wagons break. Horses die. Food begins running short. Moving an 18th century army through wilderness proves astonishingly difficult. Conquering territory is one thing. Transporting enough bread to feed everyone afterward is another. Burgoyne also receives deeply troubling news. Colonel St. Leger's western expedition has failed after the siege of Fort Stanwix. His Native American allies, discouraged by setbacks and frightened by exaggerated rumors of enormous American armies, begin leaving. The western column dissolves. Then another blow arrives. General Howe has not marched north. Instead, he has sailed toward Philadelphia. Burgoyne suddenly realizes he is advancing alone. The grand strategy has quietly become a solo performance. Still, he continues. Perhaps because retreat now appears politically impossible. Perhaps because he believes success remains within reach. Perhaps because commanders often convince themselves that one more push will solve everything. Human optimism is remarkably persistent, even when surrounded by evidence suggesting caution. Meanwhile, the American position grows stronger every day. Militia pour in from New England. Farmers leave fields. Blacksmiths leave forges. Young men arrive carrying hunting rifles beside older veterans already hardened by 2 years of war. Unlike professional soldiers, these militia often come for only a few weeks, long enough to fight, then return home before harvest. European officers sometimes dismiss such forces. At Saratoga, they prove decisive. General Horatio Gates commands the American army. He is cautious, methodical. Some critics later accuse him of claiming more credit than he deserves. Others argue he receives unfair criticism. History's verdict remains complicated. Fortunately for Gates, he possesses an extraordinary subordinate, General Benedict Arnold. At this point in the Revolution, Arnold is one of America's greatest battlefield commanders. Brilliant, fearless, aggressive. His earlier expedition through Maine nearly destroyed him. His courage at Quebec became legendary. He possesses an almost uncanny instinct for battlefield opportunities. He also possesses a remarkably difficult personality. Proud, quick-tempered, deeply sensitive to perceived insults. The qualities that produce military genius sometimes make peaceful cooperation rather challenging. Tension between Gates and Arnold grows steadily. The two men disagree over strategy, over credit, over everything, it seems. Meetings become arguments. Arguments become shouting matches. Eventually, Gates removes Arnold from active command. Officially, unofficially, Arnold refuses to stay quietly behind headquarters while battles unfold nearby. On September 19th, the first major clash occurs at Freeman's Farm. British troops advance through thick woodland. American riflemen harass them constantly. Trees explode into splinters beneath musket fire. Smoke drifts among autumn leaves. Visibility shrinks. The battle becomes chaotic. Small units fight independently. Officers struggle to maintain order. This is not the open field warfare of Europe. The American wilderness insists upon different rules. Arnold, despite lacking formal authorization, rides repeatedly toward the fighting. He directs troops, encourages attacks, moves wherever the danger appears greatest. His energy becomes contagious. American resistance stiffens. Again and again, British advances stall. By sunset, Burgoyne technically holds the field. Yet the victory has cost him dearly. Nearly 600 casualties. Losses he can scarcely afford. The Americans lose fewer men. More importantly, they continue receiving reinforcements. Every day favors them. Every day weakens Burgoyne. Weeks pass. The two armies watch one another across fields turning golden beneath October sunlight. Nights grow colder. Campfires burn brighter. Supplies continue reaching the Americans. British rations grow smaller. Horses become thin. Morale slowly erodes. Still, Burgoyne hesitates. Attack? Retreat? Wait. Each option carries danger. Finally, on October 7th, Burgoyne launches a reconnaissance in force toward the American lines. It is meant to test enemy strength. Instead, it triggers the decisive battle. American troops counterattack almost immediately. Once again, Benedict Arnold cannot remain idle. Although technically relieved of command, he gallops onto the battlefield anyway. No one successfully stops him. Perhaps because attempting to restrain Benedict Arnold during combat resembles attempting to reason with a thunderstorm. Arnold rides everywhere. He rallies wavering units, points toward weak British positions, leads charges personally. His horse splashes through muddy fields. Musket balls whistle past. Officers shout for him to slow down. He ignores them completely. Several times he appears certain to be killed. Several times fortune intervenes. American attacks begin overwhelming the British defenses. One fortified position falls, then another. German troops under Baron Riedesel fight stubbornly but cannot restore the situation. British lines bend, then break. Arnold charges directly toward one final strongpoint. As he reaches the enemy works, a musket ball shatters his left leg. His horse collapses beneath him. For a moment, he lies trapped beneath the dying animal. The battle rages around him. Soldiers finally pull him free. His leg is terribly broken. It will never fully heal. Ironically, the wound strikes the same leg injured years earlier at Quebec. History occasionally displays a dark sense of symmetry. Arnold survives. His leg does not. Doctors save the limb. Barely. It leaves him in constant pain for the rest of his life. Years later, when Arnold betrays the American cause, one elderly veteran supposedly remarks, "If only the bullet had struck a little higher." It is a cruel joke, yet one reflecting the enormous disappointment future generations will feel. For now, however, Arnold remains a hero, perhaps the greatest hero of Saratoga. Burgoyne withdraws. His army is exhausted, surrounded, supplies nearly exhausted. No rescue appears. The situation has become hopeless. On October 17, 1777, he makes the painful decision. He surrenders. Nearly 6,000 British and German soldiers lay down their arms. It is one of the greatest military disasters in British history. The surrender ceremony is remarkably dignified. Officers exchange formal courtesies. Weapons are stacked neatly. Bands play solemn music. Professional soldiers often understand one another better than politicians imagine. Defeat hurts. Humiliation is unnecessary. News of Saratoga spreads across the Atlantic with astonishing speed. In London, shock. In Philadelphia, celebration. In Paris, careful excitement. French Foreign Minister Charles Gravier, Comte de Vergennes, has been watching patiently for proof that the Americans can truly defeat Britain. Saratoga provides exactly that proof. One victory changes everything. No longer does France see desperate rebels. It now sees a potential ally. Benjamin Franklin, already in Paris charming nearly everyone he meets with his wit, simplicity, and famously unfashionable fur cap, suddenly finds French doors opening much more easily. Diplomacy, like war, often depends upon timing. Within months, France will sign an alliance with the United States. French money, French weapons, French fleets, French armies, all will soon enter the conflict. The American Revolution is about to become something Britain never wanted, a worldwide war. And while diplomats celebrate in elegant Parisian salons, George Washington is leading his exhausted army toward a bleak place in Pennsylvania, a place whose name will become forever associated with endurance. Valley Forge. There, the revolution will face another winter. Perhaps its hardest of all. Valley Forge, the winter that forged an army. If Saratoga restored hope, Valley Forge tested whether hope alone could survive. There are places in history remembered not because great battles were fought there, but because none were. Places where victory was measured not in conquered ground or captured cannon, but in simple endurance. Valley Forge is one of those places. It sits about 20 miles northwest of Philadelphia, overlooking the gentle curves of the Schuylkill River. Today it is peaceful, rolling hills, quiet forests, birdsong drifting through old oak trees. It is difficult to imagine that one winter here nearly broke the American Revolution. It is December 1777. The Continental Army arrives after weeks of exhausting marches. Around 12,000 soldiers climb the frozen hills. They are tired beyond words. Many have not been properly paid for months. Some have worn the same clothing for nearly a year. Blankets are scarce. Boots are falling apart. Uniforms are little more than collections of patches stitched onto older patches. The army reaches Valley Forge not as a triumphant force, but as a collection of determined survivors. Washington chooses the location carefully. The hills provide strong defensive ground. Philadelphia, occupied by the British, lies close enough to observe but too well defended to attack. The Continental Army can watch its enemy while protecting the approaches to the revolutionary capital at York. Strategically, it makes sense. Comfort, unfortunately, plays almost no role in the decision. The first priority is shelter. There are no barracks waiting, no warehouses, no prepared camps, only forest. Thousands of trees are cut almost immediately. The sharp rhythm of axes echoes across the valley from dawn until dusk. Log after log falls onto frozen earth. Within days, soldiers begin constructing small cabins. Each measures roughly 14 by 16 feet. Enough space for a dozen men. Barely. Imagine 12 exhausted soldiers sharing one tiny room throughout a Pennsylvania winter. Wet boots drying beside smoky fireplaces. Blankets hung wherever space allows. The smell of damp wool, wood smoke, sweat, soup, gunpowder. It is not pleasant, but it is home, at least for now. The cabins rise surprisingly quickly. Each regiment builds its own little village. Narrow streets appear between rows of huts. Simple chimneys stand above rough wooden roofs. By January, Valley Forge resembles a frontier town more than a military camp. Visitors later remark upon its remarkable organization. Washington insists upon order. Even hardship, he believes, benefits from discipline. The greatest enemy is not the British. It is logistics. The Continental Congress has good intentions. It also possesses an astonishing talent for administrative confusion. Supplies exist. Somewhere. Food has been purchased. Somewhere. Clothing has been ordered. Somewhere. The problem lies in transportation. Roads become impassable. Contracts fail. Wagons disappear. Officials argue over paperwork while soldiers wait for bread. Governments, it turns out, remain bureaucratic even during revolutions. Food shortages become constant. Some days the soldiers receive fresh beef. Other days, nothing. Flour arrives irregularly. Salt is precious. Coffee is almost impossible to find. Many meals consist of what soldiers bitterly nickname fire cake. Imagine mixing flour and water into a thick paste, then baking it directly over hot ashes. No salt, no butter, no seasoning, just scorched dough. It is technically food, in much the same way that rainwater is technically soup. One soldier writes that the men become so hungry they boil strips of leather. Another remembers searching frozen fields for abandoned vegetables left after autumn harvests. Some hunt squirrels. Others catch fish whenever rivers remain unfrozen. Officers often fare little better. The revolution proves remarkably democratic in distributing discomfort. Then comes the cold. Not dramatic blizzards every day. Something perhaps worse. Relentless cold. Morning frost covering every blanket. Ice forming inside cabins. Wind slipping through every crack between the logs. Water freezing overnight beside sleeping soldiers. Pennsylvania winters possess a quiet persistence. The cold never truly leaves. It simply waits outside the door. Disease spreads quickly. Influenza, typhus, pneumonia, dysentery. Smallpox remains a constant threat, though Washington's earlier decision to inoculate much of the army against it now proves extraordinarily wise. It is one of his greatest and least celebrated strategic decisions. Many European commanders hesitate to embrace inoculation. Washington insists. Thousands of lives are almost certainly saved. Sometimes the most important victories occur inside hospitals rather than battlefields. Contrary to popular legend, not every soldier walks barefoot through snow leaving trails of blood. Some certainly do. Many possess worn-out shoes. Others still have serviceable boots. The famous image captures a real hardship. It simply does not describe every man every day. History occasionally simplifies complex realities into unforgettable symbols. The suffering itself, however, remains entirely genuine. Nearly 2,000 soldiers died during the Valley Forge winter. Not from battle. From disease, malnutrition, exposure, exhaustion. The enemy waits comfortably in occupied Philadelphia while nature quietly wages war on the Continental Army. Washington carries the burden heavily. He rides through the camp daily. He visits hospitals, speaks with officers, writes endless letters to Congress. Again and again he pleads for supplies. His frustration becomes increasingly visible. He does not blame the soldiers. He blames the system failing them. The army must starve, dissolve, or disperse, he warns in one letter, unless conditions improve. They are not dramatic words. They are practical ones, which somehow makes them even more frightening. Inside Congress, arguments continue. Who should manage supplies? Who should command departments? Who deserves promotion? Politics refuses to pause simply because armies are freezing. Some delegates even begin questioning Washington's leadership. A small group of critics quietly discuss replacing him with General Horatio Gates, fresh from his triumph at Saratoga. Historians later call it the Conway Cabal. Whether it ever truly threatened Washington remains debated. What is certain is this: Washington learns of the criticism and says remarkably little. He simply continues leading the army. Sometimes dignity proves the strongest response. Then, in February 1778, a remarkable visitor arrives. His name is Baron Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben. Officially, he claims to have served as a Prussian general. The details of his military career are somewhat embellished. Benjamin Franklin may have quietly improved the resume before recommending him to Congress. Because of course he did. Franklin understood diplomacy. Sometimes a slightly polished introduction opens useful doors. Whatever the precise truth of von Steuben's rank, his knowledge is genuine, and it is exactly what the Continental Army desperately needs. Von Steuben speaks almost no English. This creates immediate challenges. Commands must be translated, then translated again, occasionally translated a third time after everyone realizes the first translation was completely wrong. The resulting conversations become unintentionally hilarious. Yet somehow, communication works. Mostly, von Steuben immediately notices the army's inconsistent training. Every regiment loads muskets differently, marches differently, forms battle lines differently. In European warfare, such inconsistency invites disaster. He decides to begin with a small model company. About 100 carefully selected soldiers. He trains them personally. Every movement, every command, every drill. Again, again, again. The men then return to their own regiments and teach others. The system spreads rapidly. Within weeks, the entire Continental Army begins moving with far greater precision. Unlike some European officers, von Steuben genuinely enjoys working with ordinary soldiers. He demonstrates rather than merely lectures. He jokes, swears impressively in several languages. When lacking the proper English word, he invents one. His colorful vocabulary quickly becomes legendary. The soldiers adore him. Professional respect mixed generously with amusement often creates excellent teachers. He also transforms camp sanitation. Latrines are relocated farther from kitchens. Waste disposal becomes more organized. Cooking improves. Small practical changes dramatically reduce disease. Military history often celebrates tactical genius. Von Steuben reminds everyone that knowing where to dig a toilet can also influence the outcome of wars. It lacks romance. It possesses enormous value. As winter slowly begins loosening its grip, something extraordinary has happened. The army that entered Valley Forge exhausted, poorly trained, and barely organized, is becoming something new. Not perfect. Not yet. But unmistakably more professional, more disciplined, more confident. The soldiers themselves begin noticing the difference. They march better, load faster, trust one another more completely. They have survived hunger, cold, disease, political uncertainty. Now, they are learning how to fight as one army rather than 13 collections of militia. The transformation is slow, quiet, almost invisible. Yet it may prove more important than any single battlefield victory. Because while Washington's soldiers train among the snowy hills of Valley Forge, Benjamin Franklin is achieving another kind of victory across the Atlantic. one fought with diplomacy instead of muskets. Soon, French warships will begin sailing toward America, and the revolution will no longer stand alone. France enters the war, and the revolution changes forever. Wars are rarely won by courage alone. Courage may keep an army alive. It may inspire impossible marches through snow. It may persuade hungry soldiers to remain 1 month longer. But eventually, courage needs ships, money, gunpowder, food, uniforms. The American Revolution has survived its darkest winter. Now it requires something else. A friend. Fortunately for the Americans, across the Atlantic, that friend has been quietly making up its mind. Paris in the late 18th century is a city of glittering contrasts. Broad boulevards echo beneath the wheels of elegant carriages. Street musicians perform beneath palace windows. Coffee houses buzz with arguments about philosophy, science, and politics. Inside luxurious salons, nobles discuss the latest writings of Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Voltaire. The Enlightenment is in full bloom. Ideas drift through France almost as quickly as perfume. Liberty, equality, natural rights, representative government. To many educated Europeans, these are no longer dangerous fantasies. They are becoming serious political questions. And across the ocean, a group of stubborn colonists appears to be testing those ideas with muskets. One American understands France better than anyone: Benjamin Franklin. By 1778, Franklin is already something of an international celebrity. Scientists admire his experiments with electricity. Writers enjoy his wit. Politicians appreciate his calm intelligence. Ordinary Parisians simply find him fascinating. He dresses more simply than fashionable French aristocrats, often wearing plain brown clothing and his famous fur cap. Some believe the outfit reflects frontier practicality. Others suspect Franklin understands perfectly well how memorable it makes him appear. Knowing Benjamin Franklin, both explanations may be true. Franklin spends countless evenings attending dinners, receptions, and private gatherings. He rarely appears rushed, rarely raises his voice, rarely pressures anyone openly. Instead, he listens, smiles, tells amusing stories, answers difficult questions with remarkable patience. Diplomacy, he understands, resembles gardening more than hunting. Growth cannot be forced, only encouraged. Behind the scenes, French Foreign Minister Charles Gravier, the Comte de Vergennes, studies events carefully. He is no reckless idealist. He knows war against Britain would be expensive, dangerous, possibly disastrous. France has only recently recovered from defeat in the 7 Years' War. The royal treasury is already strained. Entering another global conflict carries enormous risk. Yet allowing Britain to crush the American rebellion also carries consequences. A stronger Britain means a weaker France. European politics often resembles an elaborate game of balance. No great power wishes another to become too powerful. For months, Vergennes waits. He secretly provides American rebels with money, muskets, uniforms, and gunpowder through unofficial channels. Enough to help, not enough to provoke open war. It is a delicate dance. Aid without admission, support without commitment. Everyone involved understands the arrangement. No one says so aloud. Diplomatic silence can be remarkably useful. Then news of Saratoga reaches Paris. Everything changes. 6,000 British soldiers have surrendered. An entire British field army has disappeared. This is no longer a temporary uprising. This is a revolution with genuine military potential. Vergennes reaches his conclusion. The time has come. On February 6, 1778, France and the United States signed 2 treaties. One establishes formal friendship and trade. The other creates a military alliance. The agreement is simple. Neither nation will make peace with Britain without the other. France officially recognizes American independence. The American Revolution has gained one of Europe's greatest powers as an ally. Church bells ring in several American towns when the news finally arrives months later. Soldiers cheer. Cannons fire celebratory salutes. Even Washington, usually cautious with emotion, allows himself a rare moment of visible satisfaction. He knows exactly what this means. The odds have changed. Britain understands it as well. What began as a colonial rebellion has become something far more dangerous. Now the Royal Navy must defend not only North America, but the Caribbean, the English Channel, India, the Mediterranean, every corner of a rapidly expanding empire. British resources suddenly stretch across half the world. Victory in America becomes considerably more complicated. Spring returns to Valley Forge. The snow melts. Green grass slowly replaces frozen earth. The Schuylkill River sparkles beneath warmer sunlight. Birdsong fills forests that had echoed only with axes and coughing during winter. Nature quietly announces another beginning. The Continental Army has one of its own. On May 6, 1778, Washington orders a celebration. The soldiers assemble in neat formations, far different from the disorganized force that arrived months earlier. Cannons fire ceremonial salutes. Chaplains offer prayers. Musicians perform. The Declaration of Independence is read aloud once again. Then comes the news everyone has been waiting for. France is officially America's ally. The announcement spreads through the ranks almost instantly. Cheers roll across the valley. Men embrace. Hats fly into the air. For one afternoon, hunger, cold, disease, all seem very far away. Hope has become something tangible. Washington watches quietly. He has earned this moment, not through dramatic speeches, not through dazzling victories, but through endurance. He kept the army together when almost everyone expected it to disappear. Now, that persistence is beginning to pay dividends. Leadership, history often reminds us, is sometimes simply refusing to quit before fortune changes its mind. The French alliance brings immediate practical benefits. Money begins arriving. Weapons, clothing, professional officers, eventually, entire fleets. The Continental Army finally has access to resources it has lacked since the war began. Not unlimited resources, certainly not, but enough to continue fighting on far more equal terms. One of the most significant consequences appears almost immediately. British commanders decide Philadelphia is no longer strategically useful. Holding the city has become expensive, dangerous. French naval intervention could trap British troops far from New York. General Sir Henry Clinton, who has replaced William Howe as commander, receives orders. Abandon Philadelphia. Return to New York. The occupation that had seemed so important only months earlier quietly comes to an end. On June 18, 1778, British soldiers march out of Philadelphia. Wagons stretch for miles. Thousands of loyalist civilians accompany them, fearing retaliation if left behind. Families pack hurriedly. Children climb into overloaded carts. Household possessions balance precariously atop wagons. Some glance back at homes they will never see again. Wars create refugees as reliably as they create heroes. History remembers battles. Families remember departures. Washington immediately follows. His army leaves Valley Forge. The transformation is remarkable. Visitors notice straighter lines, better discipline, greater confidence. The soldiers march with noticeably improved precision. Von Steuben watches proudly. Months of relentless drilling have produced visible results. The Continental Army is beginning to resemble the professional force he always believed it could become. The two armies finally meet again at Monmouth Courthouse in New Jersey. The date is June 28, 1778. Summer has arrived with astonishing intensity. The heat becomes almost unbearable. Temperatures climb above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Heavy wool uniforms suddenly become torture devices. Sweat pours from exhausted faces. Water becomes almost as valuable as ammunition. Several soldiers collapse from heat stroke before firing a single shot. Nature, once again, insists upon participating in the battle. Washington intends to strike the retreating British rear guard. General Charles Lee receives command of the initial attack. Lee is experienced, intelligent, also deeply skeptical of the revolution's chances. His relationship with Washington has grown increasingly strained. When the fighting begins, confusion quickly follows. Lee orders a retreat, or perhaps merely a withdrawal. His commands become unclear. Units begin falling back without coordination. The opportunity appears to be slipping away. Then George Washington arrives. For perhaps the only time during the entire war, witnesses unanimously describe him as openly furious. He rides directly toward the retreating soldiers, dust swirling around his horse. His normally controlled voice echoes across the battlefield. What is the meaning of this? The exact words vary depending upon the witness. The emotion does not. Washington personally reorganizes the army under enemy fire. Regiments reform. Artillery takes position. The retreat stops. Then, the Americans stand. Throughout the scorching afternoon, the battle rages. British infantry attacks repeatedly. American lines hold. Von Steuben's training reveals its value. The soldiers maneuver calmly, reload efficiently, maintain formation even under intense pressure. They are no longer the frightened volunteers who fled at Kips Bay 2 years earlier. They have become veterans. As darkness approaches, the fighting ends without a decisive tactical victor. The British continue marching toward New York during the night. Washington remains on the field. Strategically, the outcome favors the Americans. They have faced Britain's finest army in open battle, held their ground, refused to break. The psychological significance is enormous. The Continental Army has grown up. After Monmouth, the Northern War settles into something unexpected. A stalemate. Neither side delivers a decisive blow. Instead, the conflict begins shifting southward, toward Georgia, toward the Carolinas, toward a new generation of battles fought among swamps, pine forests, and rolling plantations. Britain believes the southern colonies contain stronger loyalist support. Perhaps there, victory still awaits. The revolution, however, has already entered a new phase. It is no longer simply an American struggle. French fleets now sail the Atlantic. Spanish leaders watch with interest. Dutch merchants quietly assist where profit allows. What began with angry debates over taxation has become an international war stretching across oceans. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the final act is slowly approaching. A small tobacco port in Virginia. A French fleet blocked. The war moves south. History has a habit of changing direction quietly. Not always with a thunderous battle. Not always with the fall of a great city. Sometimes it simply turns a page. The year is now 1779. The great campaigns around New York have settled into an uneasy rhythm. Washington's army remains watchful. The British remain powerful. Neither side can land the decisive blow it desperately seeks. So British strategy changes. If the North refuses to surrender, perhaps the South will. British planners have long believed the southern colonies are different. Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia contain vast plantations worked by enslaved laborers. Many wealthy landowners have remained loyal to the crown, or at least have tried to avoid openly supporting rebellion. There are thousands of loyalists throughout the South. Surely, British commanders reason, once royal troops arrive, these loyalists will rise. The rebellion will collapse from within. It sounds logical. Again, history has an almost mischievous relationship with plans that sound logical. The South is a complicated place. Families are divided. Neighbors who once shared harvest festivals now refuse to speak to one another. Brothers fight on opposite sides. Church congregations quietly split over politics. Every village contains whispers. Every tavern contains arguments. Every road contains uncertainty. Who supports the king? Who supports Congress? Who is pretending to support whichever army happens to be nearby? War turns trust into an expensive luxury. The British begin their southern campaign in earnest. Late in 1778, they capture Savannah, Georgia. The city falls after determined fighting. British officers are encouraged. Savannah offers an excellent harbor, a valuable supply base, a foothold from which the conquest of the South can begin. The first step appears successful. In October 1779, American and French forces attempt to retake Savannah. French Admiral Charles Hector, Comte d'Estaing, brings warships and soldiers to assist the Americans. It is one of the first major examples of the new alliance in action. Thousands of soldiers prepare for a massive assault. Cannons roar for days. Engineers dig trenches closer to British defenses. Smoke hangs over the marshes like a gray curtain. Then comes the attack. Before dawn, columns of French and American soldiers advance through thick fog. The plan quickly begins to unravel. Guides lose their way. Units become separated. British defenders open devastating fire. Cannons loaded with grapeshot tear through advancing ranks. Musket volleys flash from earthworks. Within minutes, the assault dissolves into chaos. The casualties are terrible. Among the wounded is a young Polish cavalry officer named Casimir Pulaski, one of the revolution's finest horsemen. He dies 2 days later. His sacrifice earns him lasting respect in American history. But Savannah remains firmly in British hands. The Southern campaign continues. The British become even more determined. Their next objective is far more ambitious. Charleston, the richest city in the Southern colonies. A bustling port where ships from Europe, the Caribbean, and Africa crowd the harbor. Elegant brick buildings line broad streets. Church steeples rise above warehouses filled with rice, indigo, and imported goods. It is one of Britain's greatest colonial prizes. Ironically, the British are now preparing to capture a city they themselves had helped build. Empires, as it turns out, sometimes find themselves conquering their own possessions. In the spring of 1780, General Sir Henry Clinton sails south with an enormous force. Nearly 14,000 British soldiers. Warships fill Charleston Harbor. The city is surrounded by land and sea. American Commander General Benjamin Lincoln faces an impossible situation. Escape is nearly impossible. Relief is nowhere in sight. Still, he chooses to defend the city. The siege lasts weeks. British artillery pounds the defenses relentlessly. Day after day, night after night, brick walls crumble, roofs collapse, food supplies shrink, hospitals overflow. The smell of smoke mixes with damp sea air. Civilians huddle in basements while cannonballs crash through streets above. Children learn to distinguish the sound of incoming shells. No child should ever possess such knowledge. History rarely asks permission before teaching its harshest lessons. On May 12, 1780, Charleston surrenders. More than 5,000 American soldiers become prisoners. It is the largest surrender of American forces during the entire Revolution. British officers celebrate. London celebrates. Many believe the rebellion has finally reached its breaking point. Surely such a defeat cannot be overcome. Surely, there is that dangerous word once more. With Charleston secured, British Commander Lord Charles Cornwallis begins advancing inland. Cornwallis has grown into one of Britain's most respected generals. He is energetic, capable, persistent. Unlike some commanders, he prefers decisive action. If an enemy retreats, Cornwallis follows. If an opportunity appears, he attacks. His confidence is understandable. Everything seems to be going Britain's way. Yet the South refuses to behave as expected. Loyalists do appear. So do patriots. Entire regions descend into what resembles civil war. Small bands raid farms, ambush supply wagons, burn homes belonging to political enemies. Prisoners are not always treated kindly. The line between soldier and civilian begins disappearing. In some places, the revolution becomes intensely personal. Not armies against armies, neighbors against neighbors. Among the patriot leaders emerges an extraordinary figure, Francis Marion. History remembers him as the Swamp Fox. He commands no great army, no magnificent artillery, no glittering cavalry. Instead, he leads small groups of mounted volunteers through the swamps of South Carolina. They strike suddenly, disappear into marshes, attack supply lines, capture messengers, then vanish again. British officers grow increasingly frustrated. How does one defeat an enemy who refuses to stand still? Marion understands something Washington learned years earlier. Survival itself can become a weapon. Another patriot commander earns equal respect. Thomas Sumter, known as the Carolina Gamecock. Aggressive, fearless, sometimes almost reckless. His raids keep British garrisons constantly uneasy. No road feels entirely safe. No convoy entirely secure. Victory on a map becomes surprisingly difficult when every mile requires armed escorts. Meanwhile, the Continental Army sends another general south. Horatio Gates, the victor of Saratoga. Congress expects great things. Unfortunately, past victories guarantee very little in war. On August 16, 1780, Gates meets Cornwallis near Camden, South Carolina. The battle becomes a disaster almost immediately. Many American militia panic under British attack. Entire formations flee. Gates himself rides from the battlefield with astonishing speed. Legend later claims he continues riding for nearly 200 miles. Whether entirely true or not, it reflects the scale of the defeat. The Continental Army in the South appears shattered. British confidence reaches its highest point since the capture of Philadelphia. Washington receives the news with deep disappointment. Yet he does not panic. Instead, he chooses another commander, one very different from Gates, General Nathaniel Greene. Quiet, thoughtful, practical. Greene is not flashy. He does not seek glory. He simply solves problems. Sometimes that is precisely the kind of leader history requires. When Greene arrives in the South, he immediately recognizes reality. His army is too small to defeat Cornwallis directly. Trying would only produce another Camden. Instead, he divides his forces. A dangerous decision, yet one designed to force the British into difficult choices. Greene sends General Daniel Morgan westward with part of the army. Cornwallis responds exactly as Greene hopes. He divides his own forces in pursuit. The hunters are slowly being drawn apart. Among the British officers pursuing Morgan is Lieutenant Colonel Banastre Tarleton, only 26 years old. Brilliant cavalry commander. Fast-moving. Relentless. His green-coated dragoons have become famous and infamous throughout the South. Patriots accuse him of unnecessary brutality after earlier battles. Loyalists admire his effectiveness. Either way, his name inspires genuine fear. Tarleton believes Morgan cannot escape. Soon, he will discover that Daniel Morgan has prepared one of the cleverest battlefield traps of the entire Revolution. At a quiet pasture known as Cowpens, there, British confidence will meet American patience. And once again, the course of the war will begin to change. Cowpens and the race across the Carolinas. By the winter of 1781, the American Revolution has entered its 6th year. 6 years. Long enough for children born at the beginning of the conflict to be old enough to remember nothing except war. Long enough for fields to go untended. For families to become accustomed to empty chairs at supper. For young soldiers to become middle-aged before their time. Wars are often measured in campaigns and victories. The people who live through them usually measure them in winters. This has been a long one. The countryside of South Carolina is beautiful in January. Morning mist rises gently from winding creeks. Tall pine forests sway beneath cool breezes. Open pastures stretch toward distant hills, silver with frost before the rising sun warms the grass. Cattle graze quietly behind rough wooden fences. At first glance, nothing appears unusual. Yet hidden among these peaceful fields are armies searching for one another. One pursuing, one waiting. General Daniel Morgan commands roughly 1,000 American troops. They are a curious mixture. Continental regulars, Virginia riflemen, experienced militia from the Carolinas, backcountry volunteers who know every stream, every hill, every narrow forest trail. Morgan himself understands these men perfectly. He does not expect militia to behave like European professionals. Instead, he builds his entire battle plan around human nature. That simple insight will make all the difference. Colonel Banastre Tarleton, meanwhile, marches quickly. Very quickly. Perhaps too quickly. Tarleton has earned a reputation for relentless speed. He believes constant pressure prevents enemies from resting. Many times, he has been right. His cavalry seems capable of appearing almost anywhere. American officers often speak his name with genuine concern. No one doubts his courage. Few question his energy. His weakness lies elsewhere. Confidence. Sometimes, a little too much confidence. Morgan carefully selects the battlefield near a grazing area called Cowpens. Despite its name, there are remarkably few cows present that morning. History has a habit of naming famous battlefields after whatever happened to be nearby before armies arrived. Cowpens, Bunker Hill, Breed's Hill. The names linger long after the original landmarks disappear. Morgan studies the ground. Gentle rolling slopes. Open fields. Scattered woods. Perfect. He arranges his army in 3 lines. The first consists of expert riflemen. Their task is simple. Fire carefully. Aim for British officers. Then fall back. Not because they are defeated. Because they are supposed to. The second line consists largely of militia. Morgan gives them surprisingly modest instructions. Fire 2 volleys. Only 2. Then withdraw. Many commanders demand impossible heroics. Morgan demands something entirely achievable. 2 good shots. That is all. By setting realistic expectations, he quietly builds confidence. The militia know exactly what success looks like. Behind them stand the Continental regulars. Veterans. Professionals. They will hold the final line. Hidden behind a gentle rise waits Colonel William Washington's cavalry. No relation to George Washington, though the coincidence has confused more than one history student over the years. Early on the morning of January 17, 1781, Tarleton attacks. Almost immediately, he believes the Americans are retreating once again. There is little time for reconnaissance, little patience for caution. The British advance rapidly. Drums beat. Bayonets glitter beneath the winter sun. Scarlet uniforms move steadily across frost-covered grass. The American riflemen fire. British officers begin falling. Then, exactly as planned, they withdraw. Tarleton smiles. The rebels are breaking already. So it appears. Next come the militia. They fire one disciplined volley. Then another. British soldiers stagger. The advance slows briefly. Then, the militia retreat. Again, exactly as Morgan instructed. To Tarleton, everything looks familiar. The Americans are collapsing, just as so many militia have before. He urges his men forward. Faster. Finish them. Do not allow them to escape. The trap is closing. He simply does not realize which army is actually inside it. The British crest the low ridge expecting to find frightened fugitives. Instead, they encounter the Continental regulars, standing perfectly still, waiting. Muskets leveled. Officers calm. Veterans who have endured Long Island, Brandywine, Monmouth, Valley Forge. These are no inexperienced volunteers. Tarleton's exhausted soldiers suddenly meet a fresh, disciplined battle line. The Americans fire. The volley crashes across the field like thunder. British ranks hesitate. Momentum disappears. Then something remarkable happens. The retreating militia, having regrouped behind the regulars, begin returning to the fight. Not fleeing. Returning. They appear unexpectedly on the British flank. Some fire from nearby woods. Others reload while advancing. Tarleton suddenly realizes the Americans are attacking from multiple directions. His assumptions collapse. His formation begins unraveling. At exactly the right moment, William Washington launches the cavalry. American horsemen thunder across the open pasture. Sabers flash. Horses pound frozen ground. British cavalry attempts to respond. Too late. The attack strikes with devastating force. Confusion becomes panic. Panic becomes defeat. The Battle of Cowpens lasts barely an hour. Its results are astonishing. More than 800 British soldiers are killed, wounded, or captured. Nearly an entire field force disappears. American casualties remain comparatively light. Military historians still study Morgan's tactics today. His double envelopment, the enemy surrounded from multiple directions, becomes one of the finest examples of battlefield planning in American history. Sometimes genius appears not through complexity, but through understanding people. Morgan understood exactly how both armies would behave, then allowed human nature to do the rest. Tarleton barely escapes, riding desperately from the battlefield. His legendary speed, for once, serves his own survival rather than his pursuit of others. Stories later claim he fights a brief sword duel with William Washington before escaping. Whether every detail is accurate hardly matters. Cowpens has become one of Britain's worst defeats in the South. When Cornwallis receives the news, he is furious. Months of careful campaigning have been undone in a single morning. More importantly, Morgan has escaped with his prisoners. Cornwallis makes an immediate decision. He will pursue, relentlessly, no matter how far, no matter how long. The American army must be destroyed. Thus begins one of the most extraordinary pursuits in military history. The race to the Dan. General Nathanael Greene rejoins Morgan. Together, they begin retreating north through the Carolinas toward Virginia. Not because they are beaten, because Greene understands something Washington learned years before. A preserved army remains dangerous. A destroyed army accomplishes nothing. Cornwallis follows with astonishing determination. To increase speed, he makes an almost unbelievable choice. He orders much of his baggage burned. Extra wagons, tents, supplies, even some personal belongings. Bonfires light the winter night. British officers watch expensive equipment disappear into flames. The message is unmistakable. Travel light. Move fast. Catch green. There is a certain irony in watching one of Britain's finest armies voluntarily destroy its own possessions simply to keep up with an opponent who never possessed very much to begin with. Rain turns roads into mud. Rivers swell dangerously. Bridges become precious. Every crossing matters. American engineers repeatedly destroy bridges after crossing them. British pioneers rebuild them. Again and again. The campaign becomes less a series of battles than a contest of endurance. Who can march farther? Who can suffer longer? Who can simply refuse to stop? Greene proves remarkably skillful. He keeps just enough distance between his army and Cornwallis. Never close enough to be trapped. Never far enough to be ignored. It is a delicate balance. Every wrong turn could mean disaster. Every delayed crossing could mean annihilation. Messengers ride constantly through rain-soaked forests. Local farmers provide intelligence. Ferries appear just in time. Fortune seems quietly favoring the Americans once again. Finally, in February 1781, Greene reaches the Dan River. Boats have already been gathered along the Virginia shore. One regiment after another crosses safely. Artillery follows. Wagons. Horses. The entire army. Only after the last American boat reaches the northern bank do British troops arrive. Cornwallis stands watching from the opposite side. The river flows silently between them. He has marched hundreds of miles, burned his baggage, driven his soldiers to exhaustion. Yet once again, the Continental Army has escaped. It is difficult not to imagine the frustration. George Washington escaped across the East River, across the Delaware. Now Nathaniel Greene escapes across the Dan. The Revolution has become remarkably skilled at surviving impossible situations. Cornwallis cannot remain indefinitely in Virginia. His own supplies are running dangerously low. His men are exhausted. Eventually, he turns south once more. Greene immediately follows. Not recklessly. Not directly. But carefully. Like a patient hunter following a larger, stronger animal. Waiting for exactly the right moment. Only weeks later, Greene will finally offer battle at a place called Guilford Courthouse. The British will technically win. The Americans will retreat. Yet the victory will cost Cornwallis so dearly that one British officer will utter words destined to become famous. Another such victory would ruin us. Sometimes, winning becomes the fastest path toward defeat. And Cornwallis is about to discover exactly what that means. Guilford Courthouse and the victory that cost too much. There is an old idea that victory is simple. One army wins. The other loses. Flags rise. Cannons fall silent. History moves on. Real wars are rarely so accommodating. Sometimes both sides leave a battlefield believing they have accomplished something. Sometimes both sides are right. And sometimes, one army wins the battle while quietly losing the war. That is the story of Guilford Courthouse. The winter of 1781 slowly begins giving way to spring. The forests of North Carolina awaken almost reluctantly. Dogwood blossoms appear among tall pines. The air softens. Creeks swollen by winter rain flow gently through green meadows. Birds return to branches that had stood silent for months. Nature once again reminds humanity that seasons continue changing regardless of who happens to control the nearest town. The soldiers notice these changes. Many have not seen home in years. The smell of fresh earth. The first warm afternoon. The songs of birds. Small comforts become surprisingly powerful when one has spent so long surrounded by smoke and gunpowder. General Nathaniel Greene has achieved exactly what he intended during the long retreat across the Carolinas. His army survives. British forces have been drawn far from secure supply bases. Cornwallis has marched his soldiers relentlessly. Many uniforms are torn. Boots nearly worn through. Food remains scarce. Victory at Cowpens still hangs over the British camp like an unwelcome memory. Greene understands something important. His army has grown stronger. Cornwallis's has grown weaker. The balance is changing. Slowly, patiently, almost invisibly. Greene chooses the battlefield carefully. Near Guilford Courthouse, in present-day Greensboro, North Carolina. Rolling farmland mixes with thick woods. Open fields alternate with patches of dense forest. It is not entirely unlike Cowpens. Greene arranges his army in 3 lines. The design is familiar, almost intentionally so. The first line consists primarily of North Carolina militia. Behind them stand Virginia militia. The Continental regulars wait in reserve. Greene hopes each line will wear down the British before the next receives the attack. It is a thoughtful plan, though, as always, battle possesses a remarkable talent for ignoring thoughtful plans. On the morning of March 15, 1781, Cornwallis advances. He commands roughly 1,900 veteran soldiers. Greene possesses perhaps 4,500 men. On paper, the Americans hold a numerical advantage. Reality is more complicated. Many of Greene's troops remain militia with limited battlefield experience. Numbers alone rarely tell the full story. Experience matters. Training matters. Confidence matters. The first exchange comes quickly. American militia fired disciplined volleys into the advancing British. For a brief moment, everything proceeds according to Greene's expectations. Then the pressure increases. British bayonets move steadily forward. Smoke thickens. Commands disappear beneath musket fire. Some militia hold their ground. Others begin falling back. Then more follow. The first line dissolves faster than Greene hoped. Not disastrously, but faster. War has a way of compressing carefully imagined timelines. The British press onward toward the second American line. Here the fighting becomes fierce. Virginia militia, better prepared than many expect, deliver heavy fire. Several British regiments stagger beneath repeated volleys. The advance slows. Officers struggle to keep formations intact. Trees break visibility into dozens of small engagements. Soldiers often fire at shadows moving through smoke. Friends disappear only a few yards away. Noise fills every corner of the forest. Yet strangely, vision becomes increasingly limited. Battlefields are often remembered as places one cannot hear. Veterans frequently describe the opposite. They could hear everything. It was seeing clearly that became impossible. General Greene rides continuously behind the lines. Calm, observant, rarely dramatic. He encourages retreating units, directs reinforcements, studies the changing battle almost like a chess player examining dozens of possible moves. Unlike Washington, Greene seldom seeks the center of attention. His leadership lies in quiet decisions. Correct decisions, repeated again and again. Cornwallis, meanwhile, grows increasingly frustrated. His veterans continue advancing, but every success demands another painful cost. Officers fall. Sergeants disappear. Entire companies shrink alarmingly. Every 100 yards seems to require another sacrifice. Victory begins feeling unusually expensive. Near the center of the battlefield, British and American forces become dangerously intermingled. The fighting grows chaotic. Smoke drifts through the trees. Uniform colors disappear beneath dirt and black powder. At one critical moment, Cornwallis makes an astonishing decision. He orders his artillery to fire directly into the confused mass of soldiers. British and Americans alike. The cannon crews hesitate. Surely there has been some mistake. There has not. The guns fire. Iron balls tear through both armies. American attacks falter. British formations also suffer terrible losses. It is one of the harshest decisions of the entire campaign. Yet Cornwallis believes there is no alternative. Sometimes commanders save armies by sacrificing parts of them. History rarely judges such moments easily. Eventually, Greene recognizes the situation. His final line still stands. The army remains organized. There is no need to risk destruction. He orders a withdrawal. Once again, the Americans leave the battlefield intact. British troops remain in possession of the ground. Technically, Cornwallis has won. Technically. Yet when the firing finally stops, the true cost becomes painfully clear. Nearly 1/4 of Cornwallis's army has been killed or wounded. Some elite regiments are shattered. Officers are disproportionately lost. Medical tents overflow. Surgeons work without pause. The groans of wounded men continue long after the cannon falls silent. Victory has never felt so hollow. Greene loses the battlefield. Cornwallis loses something perhaps even more valuable: his ability to continue campaigning aggressively. British officers quietly examine casualty lists. The numbers speak for themselves. One victory like this, perhaps two, and there will be no army left. British statesman Charles James Fox later summarizes the campaign with remarkable accuracy. "Another such victory would ruin us." The phrase enters history. Sometimes one sentence captures an entire war. Greene later reflects upon the campaign with surprising optimism. "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." Few statements better summarize the American strategy. The Continental Army does not need spectacular victories every month. It simply needs to continue existing. Each defeat costs Britain time, money, men, patience. The arithmetic slowly begins favoring the revolution. Cornwallis now faces a difficult decision. Remain in the Carolinas? Continue chasing Greene? Return to South Carolina? Instead, he chooses something unexpected. He marches north into Virginia, partly to disrupt American supplies, partly to join other British forces operating there, partly because the Carolinas no longer seem capable of delivering decisive results. Greene watches him leave, then quietly turns south. Rather than following Cornwallis, he begins reclaiming South Carolina almost piece by piece. British garrisons find themselves increasingly isolated. Small forts surrender. Supply lines shrink. Loyalist support weakens. Without fighting another major battle, Greene gradually recovers much of the South. It is one of the most brilliant campaigns of the Revolution. Remarkably, accomplished largely after tactical defeats. Meanwhile, Cornwallis enters Virginia. The colony is larger, richer, more strategically important. British leaders hope controlling Virginia will finally crush the rebellion. Among the officers operating there is a young French nobleman who has become one of Washington's most trusted commanders, the Marquis de Lafayette. Still only in his early 20s, still astonishingly energetic, he commands a small American force, too weak to confront Cornwallis directly, strong enough to remain constantly troublesome. Lafayette begins shadowing the British army, never allowing it complete freedom, always watching, always waiting. Washington himself, still near New York, studies every report arriving from the south. Far away, another French commander is preparing to sail from the Caribbean. Another French army waits in Rhode Island. Individually, none of these movements seems decisive. Together, they are quietly assembling one of the greatest military traps in history. The pieces are moving across the board. The final game is about to begin. Its destination lies on the banks of the York River, a quiet Virginia town, almost forgotten today except for one extraordinary autumn. Yorktown, where an empire will discover that even the strongest army cannot fight the sea. The road to Yorktown. There are moments in history when events seem to move with almost unbelievable precision. Separate decisions, separate armies, separate nations, each acting for its own reasons, yet somehow, all drifting toward the same place. Like rivers that have spent hundreds of miles wandering independently before quietly meeting at the sea. The summer of 1781 is one of those moments. No single commander fully understands what is about to happen. Not Washington, not Cornwallis, not even the French admirals crossing the Atlantic. History is assembling its final act piece by piece. The actors simply have not read the ending yet. Virginia in the summer is beautiful in a way that almost feels unfair during wartime. Wide rivers shimmer beneath warm sunlight. Green tobacco fields stretch toward distant forests. Gentle breezes carry the scent of pine, damp earth, and salt drifting inland from the Chesapeake. Farmhouses sit quietly among rolling hills. Children still chase one another through fields. Fishermen still cast nets into slow-moving rivers. Life continues. It always does, even while armies march only a few miles away. Lord Charles Cornwallis enters Virginia, believing he can restore British control. His army remains experienced, disciplined, though noticeably smaller than it once was. Months of relentless campaigning through the Carolinas have taken their toll. Veterans march with worn boots, faded uniforms, scarred faces. These are no longer the confident soldiers who landed on Long Island 5 years earlier. Experience has made them tougher. It has also made them tired. Waiting for them is the Marquis de Lafayette, still only 23 years old. It is easy to forget his age. Responsibility has a curious habit of making people appear older. Lafayette commands only a modest force, far too small to defeat Cornwallis directly. He knows this perfectly well. Instead, he follows, observes, retreats when necessary, advances when opportunities appear. His mission is simple: never allow the British complete freedom. Keep them moving. Keep them uncertain. Keep them waiting. Cornwallis grows increasingly irritated. Every time he turns to engage Lafayette, the Americans disappear. Every time he resumes marching, they return. Supply wagons vanish during the night. Messengers fail to arrive. Local militia attack isolated patrols. The British Army is not being defeated. It is being exhausted. The strategy feels strangely familiar. Washington smiles quietly when reading Lafayette's reports. His young protege has learned well. Throughout Virginia, enslaved men and women watch the armies with intense interest. For many, the war carries a different meaning. The British have promised freedom to enslaved people willing to flee patriot owners and support the crown. Thousands take that desperate chance. Some become laborers. Others serve as guides. A few bear arms. Many simply hope the chaos of war might provide an opportunity never offered during peace. Their stories often disappear beneath larger military narratives. Yet they remain an essential part of the revolution. Liberty, after all, did not mean the same thing to everyone. By midsummer, Cornwallis receives new instructions. Establish a secure naval base somewhere along the Virginia coast. A harbor where British ships can anchor safely. Where supplies may be unloaded. Where the Royal Navy can support future operations. After considering several possibilities, Cornwallis chooses Yorktown. It appears sensible. The town sits beside the York River, flowing directly into the Chesapeake Bay. Its position seems naturally defensible. Ships can easily reach it, or so everyone believes. Yorktown itself is a modest settlement. Nothing particularly grand. A few hundred buildings, warehouses, churches, taverns, homes shaded by old trees. Fishing boats drift quietly along the river. The townspeople watch British engineers arrive. Soon the peaceful village becomes a construction site. Soldiers dig trenches. Cannons are positioned overlooking the water. Earthworks spread across surrounding hills. Cornwallis expects only a temporary stay. History quietly smiles. Far away in New York, George Washington faces an agonizing decision. For years, he has dreamed of recapturing New York City, the British stronghold, the place where so much had gone wrong back in 1776. Attacking New York feels emotionally satisfying, strategically important, perhaps even inevitable. French General Jean-Baptiste Donatien de Vameur, better known as the Comte de Rochambeau, studies the situation differently. He is older than Lafayette, older than Washington, an experienced professional officer. Calm, patient, practical, Rochambeau gently suggests another possibility. Forget New York. Strike Cornwallis instead. The proposal is bold, dangerously bold. It depends upon one enormous uncertainty: the French fleet. Without naval superiority, any attack on Yorktown is impossible. British warships could simply evacuate Cornwallis whenever necessary. Everything depends upon Admiral François-Joseph Paul, Comte de Grasse, currently sailing somewhere in the Caribbean. No one knows precisely what he will do. Letters cross the Atlantic painfully slowly. Entire campaigns unfold before messages arrive. Planning wars during the 18th century often resembles playing chess by mail. Washington and Rochambeau decide to gamble. If de Grasse sails to Virginia, they will march south immediately. If not, they can still return toward New York. The decision requires extraordinary secrecy. British intelligence constantly watches Washington's movements. If General Sir Henry Clinton suspects the true destination, he may reinforce Cornwallis. Deception becomes essential. Throughout August 1781, American and French armies begin marching. Officially, they appear to be preparing another operation against New York. Campfires remain burning. False reports circulate. British spies observe exactly what Washington wishes them to observe. Meanwhile, the main army quietly turns south. The march itself becomes remarkable. Thousands of American soldiers. Thousands more French troops. Artillery. Supply wagons. Engineers. Cavalry. Stretching mile after mile along dusty roads. Villagers emerge from homes simply to watch them pass. Many have never before seen such an enormous Allied force. French uniforms of white and blue mingle with faded continental coats. Different languages fill the air. English, French, German, occasionally Dutch. The revolution has become an international army. Discipline impresses nearly everyone. French soldiers march with precise European formality. American veterans, though less polished, move with growing confidence thanks to years of experience and von Steuben's training. The contrast is fascinating. Different traditions, different customs, one shared purpose. Somehow, it works. Washington rides among the columns almost every day. He exchanges ideas with Rochambeau, consults engineers, reads fresh dispatches whenever couriers arrive. Still, one question dominates every conversation. Where is de Grasse? Without the fleet, nothing matters. Finally, in late August, astonishing news arrives. De Grasse has committed, not merely with a few ships, with nearly his entire fleet. 28 ships of the line, thousands of sailors, additional soldiers. He is sailing toward the Chesapeake. Washington reportedly can scarcely contain his excitement. Years of frustration, years of missed opportunities. Suddenly, everything seems possible. The Allied army increases its pace. Dust rises constantly beneath thousands of marching feet. Summer heat becomes oppressive. Soldiers sweat beneath heavy wool uniforms. Water wagons struggle to keep pace. Yet morale remains unusually high. Everyone senses they are moving toward something important. Perhaps not everyone understands exactly what, but something. Meanwhile, Cornwallis continues strengthening Yorktown. He remains surprisingly unconcerned. The Royal Navy has never failed Britain before. If danger appears, ships will come. They always have. His confidence is understandable. For generations, British sea power has protected armies across the globe. The ocean belongs to Britain. At least, it always has. Then, on September 5, 1781, far beyond the horizon, sails appear upon the Chesapeake. French sails, British sails, dozens of them. White canvas glowing beneath the afternoon sun. The fate of the American Revolution is about to depend not upon muskets, but upon warships. The Battle of the Chesapeake begins. Few soldiers at Yorktown witness it. Yet the outcome will determine everything. Because whichever navy controls those waters will control Cornwallis's future, and perhaps the future of the United States itself. The Battle of the Chesapeake and the Siege of Yorktown. Sometimes the most important battle of a war is fought where almost no one on land can see it. No cheering crowds gather along the shore. No famous speeches echo across the waves. Just wind, salt, wood, canvas, and hundreds of cannons waiting patiently beneath the decks of great ships. The sailors fighting that day cannot know it. Many soldiers marching toward Yorktown cannot know it. Even George Washington cannot know it with certainty. Yet the future of the American Revolution is floating upon the waters of the Chesapeake Bay. The Atlantic Ocean has always been Britain's greatest ally. For generations, the Royal Navy has connected an empire spread across continents. Armies can lose battles. Governors can be replaced. Colonies can rebel. As long as Britain controls the sea, the empire usually finds a way to recover. Ships bring reinforcements, food, gunpowder, money, fresh regiments. The ocean is Britain's highway. Closing that highway, even briefly, is almost unthinkable. Almost. Admiral Francois-Joseph Paul, Comte de Grasse, sails north from the Caribbean with 28 ships of the line. Each vessel is an extraordinary floating fortress. Towering masts stretch toward the sky. Miles of rope crisscross above crowded decks. Hundreds of sailors climb the rigging with astonishing confidence. Below deck, rows of heavy bronze cannons wait behind closed gun ports. Entire forests have become ships. Entire foundries have become artillery. The cost of building such fleets is almost unimaginable. Empires are expensive. De Grasse carries more than sailors. French soldiers fill transport ships behind the fleet. Supplies, siege artillery, everything Washington and Rochambeau desperately need. His mission is simple. Reach the Chesapeake before the British. Protect the entrance. Keep Cornwallis trapped. Simple missions, history quietly reminds us, often prove the hardest. The British respond immediately. Admiral Sir Thomas Graves sails south from New York. His objective is equally straightforward. Break the French blockade. Relieve Cornwallis. Restore British control of the bay. The fate of an empire now depends upon two admirals who will never exchange a single word. Only cannon fire. On September 5th, 1781, the fleets sight one another. The afternoon sun glitters across restless water. Signal flags climb masts. Drums beat. Orders echo from quarterdecks. Hundreds of sailors hurry to battle stations. Gun crews remove protective covers from polished cannon. Powder boys carry cartridges through dark passageways below. Silence slowly disappears beneath organized preparation. Every man aboard understands what comes next. Naval warfare in the 18th century is strangely elegant and unimaginably terrifying. The great ships form long parallel lines, each trying to maximize the firepower of broadside cannons. The maneuver resembles an elaborate dance until the guns begin. Then elegance vanishes. The first broadsides explode across the bay. Dozens of cannons fire simultaneously. The sound rolls across the water like continuous thunder. Smoke erupts from every gun port. Within moments, entire ships disappear behind drifting clouds of white powder smoke. Visibility collapses. Captains struggle to distinguish friend from enemy. Splintered wood flies through the air with deadly force. Iron cannonballs smash into thick oak hulls. Masts crack. Rigging falls. Sails tear apart. The sea itself seems to shake. For sailors, cannonballs are only part of the danger. Wooden ships create their own weapons. When heavy iron strikes thick oak, thousands of razor-sharp splinters explode across crowded gun decks. Many wounds come not from iron, but from wood. Surgeons work constantly. The smell below deck is unforgettable. Salt water, blood, smoke, sweat, burning rope. History rarely romanticizes naval medicine. For good reason. The battle lasts several hours. Neither fleet loses a ship, at least not immediately. Yet victory is measured differently. The British fail to enter the Chesapeake. Unable to break the French position, Admiral Graves eventually withdraws. De Grasse remains. The entrance to the bay stays firmly under French control. Cornwallis has just lost his escape route. He simply does not know it yet. When word reaches Washington, relief washes across the Allied camp. The gamble has worked. The French control the sea. For perhaps the first time during the Revolution, an entire British army stands truly isolated. No reinforcements, no evacuation, no rescue. The trap has closed. Cornwallis soon realizes the truth. British warships do not appear. Instead, French sails dominate the horizon. His confidence begins fading. Yorktown, once chosen because it seemed safely connected to the sea, has quietly become a prison. The river protecting him now imprisons him. History delights in such ironies. By late September, Washington and Rochambeau arrive. Nearly 17,000 American and French soldiers surround Yorktown. British defenders number fewer than 9,000. The lines tighten every day. Engineers begin marking positions. Surveyors pace carefully across open ground. Soon, the digging begins. Siege warfare is patient warfare. Not dramatic charges every morning. Not constant attacks. Instead, thousands of men quietly moving enormous amounts of earth. Night after night, soldiers dig trenches closer to enemy defenses. Each morning the lines have advanced slightly. Cannons move forward. Then more trenches. Then more cannon. Slowly, methodically, like an enormous machine tightening around its target. The work is exhausting. Heavy shovels bite into Virginia clay. Pickaxes strike buried roots. Wheelbarrows creak through darkness. Engineers measure angles by lantern light. Artillery officers carefully calculate distances. Everything depends upon precision. One misplaced battery. One poorly dug trench. One careless mistake. Lives will pay the price. Washington personally visits the works almost daily, sometimes carrying a shovel himself. The gesture inspires the soldiers. Great commanders rarely become great by remaining comfortably distant. The men notice. They always notice. French engineers contribute invaluable expertise. Their experience from European wars proves indispensable. American officers observe carefully, learning, improving. The alliance extends beyond muskets and ships. Knowledge itself becomes a weapon. By early October, the first parallel trench is complete. Heavy artillery rolls into position. Massive French siege guns. American cannons. Mortars capable of throwing explosive shells high into the air before they crash down inside Yorktown. The bombardment begins. The roar is continuous. Day, night, then day again. Cannon smoke drifts above the town almost constantly. British guns answer whenever possible. Windows shatter. Roofs collapse. Warehouses catch fire. Shells burst among defensive positions. Earthworks slowly disappear beneath relentless bombardment. Yorktown becomes a landscape of dust and shattered timber. Inside the British lines, life grows increasingly miserable. Food dwindles. Water becomes difficult to obtain safely. Medical supplies run low. Hospitals overflow with wounded men. Officers try maintaining morale. Some succeed. Others quietly wonder how much longer this can continue. The constant shelling wears upon everyone. Sleep becomes almost impossible. Silence itself begins feeling unfamiliar. One evening, an artillery shell lands frighteningly close to Cornwallis's headquarters. The explosion showers dirt across nearby officers. For a few moments, no one speaks. Even experienced commanders understand how little separates survival from death. One shell, a few feet, history changes. Washington remains determined not to waste lives unnecessarily. The siege progresses according to careful engineering rather than reckless enthusiasm. Every trench reduces British options. Every battery increases pressure. Time now favors the Allies. Cornwallis knows it. Washington knows it. Everyone knows it. The only remaining question is how long the British can endure. Still, two important British defensive positions continue delaying the advance. Small fortified earthworks known as Redoubt No. 9 and Redoubt No. 10. As long as these strong points remain in British hands, the Allied trenches cannot move much closer. They must be taken. Quickly. Decisively. The task will fall to hand-picked assault troops. French soldiers against one redoubt. American soldiers against the other. No firing. Only bayonets. Only courage. Among the Americans leading the attack is a young officer eager to restore his family's honor. Alexander Hamilton. The assault he has waited years to command is finally about to begin. And under the quiet Yorktown, the last great battle. By the middle of October 1781, the nights around Yorktown have grown noticeably colder. Autumn has arrived quietly. The humid heat of Virginia's summer has faded into crisp evenings scented with fallen leaves and damp earth. Campfires flicker across miles of Allied trenches. Thousands of tiny flames dance beneath a sky crowded with stars. Some soldiers sit silently, warming their hands. Others write letters by candlelight. Many simply stare into the fire, thinking of home, wondering how many more battles remain. Few realize they are standing only days away from the end of a revolution. The siege continues with almost mechanical precision. Each evening, American and French engineers move the trenches closer. Each morning, British defenders wake to discover the enemy has advanced again. Only a few dozen yards, sometimes less. Yet every yard matters. Every shovel full of earth tightens the circle. There is something strangely relentless about siege warfare. It does not rush. It simply refuses to stop. General Cornwallis studies the growing network of Allied trenches through his telescope. He understands the danger perfectly. The first line of siege works already dominates much of Yorktown. If the Allies complete a second line, their artillery will stand dangerously close. Close enough to destroy the remaining defenses. Close enough to make every movement inside the town nearly impossible. One obstacle still delays them. Two advanced British fortifications, Redoubt No. 9 and Redoubt No. 10. They must hold, or everything else falls. The Allied commanders reach the same conclusion. The redoubts cannot remain in British hands. They must be captured. Immediately, the mission is divided. French troops under the Baron de Viomenil will assault Redoubt No. 9. American light infantry under the Marquis de Lafayette will attack Redoubt No. 10. Command of the American assault goes to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton has waited a long time for this opportunity. Only 26 years old, he has already served beside Washington for years as an aide-de-camp. The work is important. Writing letters, organizing reports, managing military correspondence. Yet Hamilton longs for something different. A battlefield command. a chance to prove himself under fire. Now, Washington finally gives him one. History occasionally rewards patience, though rarely before testing it thoroughly. The orders are unusually strict. No muskets. No firing. Unload the weapons. Fix bayonets. Silence will preserve surprise. Victory must come with cold steel rather than gunpowder. The soldiers nod quietly. There is little else to say. A loaded musket can misfire. A bayonet never does. On the evening of October 14th, darkness settles across Yorktown. Clouds drift slowly across the moon. The air is cool, almost peaceful. British sentries peer into the night beyond their earthworks. Some hear distant shovels. Others hear only insects. The countryside seems strangely calm. It is the kind of silence that often exists just before history becomes loud. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the assault begins. American soldiers climb from the trenches, moving quickly, quietly. Bayonets glint faintly beneath the moonlight. No drums. No bugles. Only footsteps across damp grass. Hamilton leads from the front. His men follow closely behind. The distance is surprisingly short, perhaps 100 yards. It feels much longer. A British sentry suddenly notices movement. He shouts a warning. Almost instantly, muskets flash from the redoubt. Cannon loaded with grapeshot roar into the darkness. The silence shatters. American soldiers begin running. Faster now. The enemy has seen them. There is no reason to move quietly anymore. Hamilton reaches the defensive ditch first. Men leap into it, climb the opposite wall, hack through sharpened wooden obstacles with axes. Others simply pull the stakes aside using their bare hands. British defenders reload desperately. There is almost no time. The Americans are already climbing over the earthworks. Then, they are inside. Bayonets clash. Rifles become clubs. Officers shout conflicting commands. The fighting lasts only minutes, perhaps fewer than 10. Remarkably brief, remarkably violent. The British commander realizes further resistance serves no purpose. He surrenders. Redoubt number 10 belongs to the Americans. Across the battlefield, French troops storm Redoubt number 9. Their assault proves even more difficult. The defenses are stronger, resistance fiercer, casualties heavier. Still, the French press forward relentlessly. Finally, after intense hand-to-hand fighting, their objective also falls. Both redoubts have been captured. The siege may now continue. The final barrier has disappeared. Washington receives the news with quiet satisfaction. No celebration, no triumphant speeches. Simply another important step completed. The second parallel trench is immediately extended through the captured positions. By dawn, massive Allied artillery stands frighteningly close to Yorktown itself. British soldiers watch the new batteries appear almost as if by magic. One night, one assault, the situation has become dramatically worse. The bombardment resumes. Now at much shorter range. The effect is devastating. Heavy cannonballs crash through defensive walls. Mortar shells explode above crowded streets. Buildings collapse. Guns are knocked from their positions. Every hour becomes more dangerous than the last. Cornwallis's engineers repair damage whenever possible. There is simply too much damage. Too many guns. Too little time. Inside Yorktown, life becomes almost unbearable. Hospitals overflow. Fresh wounds arrive faster than surgeons can treat them. Food grows increasingly scarce. Water barrels splinter beneath artillery fire. Horses die where they stand. Dead animals cannot always be buried immediately. The smell of smoke mixes with sickness and damp autumn air. Even veteran soldiers begin showing signs of exhaustion. Courage can withstand many things. Constant bombardment tests even the strongest nerves. Cornwallis searches desperately for options. Could he break through the Allied lines? Unlikely. The Americans and French greatly outnumber him. Could the Royal Navy rescue him? No French sails still guard the Chesapeake. Could he simply wait? Every passing day weakens his position further. None of the available choices seem promising. Still, he refuses to surrender. Not yet. On the night of October 16th, Cornwallis attempts one final gamble. Under cover of darkness, British troops quietly cross the York River. The plan is bold. Move part of the army across first, then transport the remainder. Escape northward. Continue the campaign elsewhere. For a brief moment, The plan appears to work. The first wave reaches the opposite shore safely. Then nature intervenes. A violent storm suddenly sweeps across the river. Powerful winds scatter boats. Heavy rain lashes the water. Crossings become impossible. Some boats drift dangerously downstream. Others barely avoid capsizing. The operation collapses. The soldiers already across the river must return. Sometimes history changes because of brilliant strategy. Sometimes because of bad weather. Morning reveals the truth. The escape has failed. British officers look across the Allied lines. Fresh artillery batteries continue firing. The trenches continue advancing. The French fleet still blocks the bay. There will be no miracle. Cornwallis gathers his senior officers. The discussion is brief. Everyone understands reality. Further resistance will only produce unnecessary deaths. Honor has been satisfied. Duty fulfilled. The army cannot be saved. On October 17th, a drummer appears upon the British works. Beside him walks an officer carrying a white flag. The cannon gradually falls silent. For the first time in weeks, an extraordinary quiet settles over Yorktown. Soldiers on both sides cautiously emerge from trenches. Many simply stand listening. After so many days of continuous bombardment, silence feels almost unfamiliar. Negotiations begin immediately. Washington refuses generous terms previously offered by the British after Charleston. Nothing vindictive. Nothing cruel. Simply equal treatment. The conditions are accepted. The surrender ceremony is scheduled for October 19th. An empire has 2 days left before one of the greatest military defeats in its history becomes official. And on that cool autumn afternoon, the world will watch as thousands of British soldiers lay down their arms. The revolution that began with frightened militiamen at Lexington is about to claim its greatest victory, the surrender at Yorktown. Morning arrives gently over Yorktown on October 19th, 1781. A thin layer of mist rises from the York River. The smoke that had hung over the town for weeks has finally begun to drift away. Autumn sunlight filters softly through fading oak leaves. Birds, silent during the long bombardment, cautiously return to the trees. The cannons are quiet. For the first time in many days, no one reaches instinctively for cover. Silence has reclaimed the Virginia countryside. It feels almost fragile, as though a single careless word might shatter it. Across the Allied camps, soldiers wake knowing this day will be remembered. Many carefully brush dirt from faded uniforms. Others polish buttons that have not shone in months. Officers straighten worn coats. Musicians tune fifes and drums. No one mistakes this for a celebration. Too many friends have been buried. Too many winters endured. This is something quieter. A moment of recognition. A long road has finally reached its destination. George Washington dresses with unusual care. His familiar blue and buff uniform is clean, though still simple. He mounts his white horse, Nelson. The same calm expression rests upon his face that has accompanied him through 6 exhausting years of war. Observers often remark upon Washington's remarkable self-control. He rarely displays overwhelming joy, rarely visible despair. Perhaps leadership has taught him that emotions, like armies, sometimes require discipline. Nearby stands General Rochambeau. French officers in elegant white uniforms gather beside American commanders whose coats bear every sign of hard campaigning. The contrast is striking. French soldiers appear polished. American veterans appear weathered. Yet no one doubts which army has carried the heavier burden. The French have brought strength. The Americans have brought endurance. Together, they have accomplished what neither nation could likely have achieved alone. Inside Yorktown, British soldiers prepare as well. The atmosphere is entirely different. Uniforms remain neat. Military discipline survives defeat. Yet exhaustion hangs visibly over the ranks. Many men have not slept properly in weeks. Faces appear pale, beards uneven, eyes hollow. These are professionals. They know how to lose with dignity. Knowing how does not make it easier. Lord Cornwallis himself does not attend the surrender ceremony. Officially, he claims illness. Instead, he sends his second-in-command, General Charles O'Hara. Historians have debated Cornwallis's absence for centuries. Was he genuinely unwell? Embarrassed? Making a political statement? Perhaps a little of each. Whatever the reason, his empty place becomes one of the ceremony's quietest details. Sometimes absence speaks more loudly than presence. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the British column begins marching. Nearly 8,000 soldiers. Scarlet coats faded by dust and smoke. Regimental flags lowered. Drums beating a slow cadence. The long line stretches across open fields between the opposing armies. American and French troops stand silently watching. No cheering. No insults. Only observation. Professional soldiers often understand the weight of defeat better than spectators do. Legend later claims the British military band plays a tune called "The World Turned Upside Down." It is a wonderfully poetic image. Unfortunately, modern historians are not certain it actually happened. The story may have emerged years later. The exact melody remains uncertain. What is certain is that the moment itself felt as though the world had indeed shifted. Empires are not supposed to lose colonies like this. Not Britain. Not after generations of military success. Yet here they stand. General O'Hara first approaches Rochambeau. The French commander politely gestures toward Washington. The victory, after all, belongs primarily to the Americans. O'Hara then rides toward Washington. Washington declines to accept the sword personally. Instead, he directs O'Hara to Major General Benjamin Lincoln. There is symbolism here. Lincoln had surrendered Charleston the previous year. Now, he receives the surrender of Britain's finest army. History occasionally offers moments of quiet balance. Formalities conclude quickly. Then comes the act everyone has anticipated. The British begin stacking their arms. Muskets are placed carefully into long rows. Bayonets glint beneath the autumn sun. Cannons are surrendered. Flags lowered. One weapon after another. One regiment after another. The process continues for hours. The sounds are surprisingly ordinary. Metal striking metal. Boots upon dry grass. Quiet commands. There is no dramatic music. Only the everyday noises of an army ceasing to exist as a fighting force. Some British soldiers cry openly. Others stare straight ahead. Many simply appear numb. For years they have fought across oceans. Endured disease. Storms. Heat. Cold. Now, the campaign is over. One can admire courage even while opposing the cause for which it fought. Washington certainly seems to understand this. His officers have received strict instructions. Show respect. There will be no mocking. No celebrations in front of defeated men. Victory without dignity diminishes both victor and vanquished. American soldiers struggle to obey. Not because they wish to be cruel. Because they are human. Many remember Long Island. The prison ships. Valley Forge. Friends who never returned. Holding one's emotions after 6 years of sacrifice requires remarkable restraint. Still, they manage. The line holds. Silence remains. It is perhaps the greatest compliment they can offer defeated enemies. As evening approaches, the surrender is complete. Yorktown belongs to the Allies. British prisoners begin marching toward temporary camps. French engineers inspect abandoned fortifications. American soldiers cautiously explore streets that had recently echoed beneath enemy boots. Children emerge from cellars. Civilians step outside. The war has not officially ended. Yet everyone senses something enormous has changed. George Washington walks quietly through portions of the captured works. Some officers expect speeches. There are none. He studies shattered cannon, collapsed earthworks, broken wagons, fresh graves. Victory carries an unmistakable cost. Even the greatest triumph cannot erase the suffering that produced it. Perhaps Washington understands this better than anyone. That evening, campfires burn peacefully across the Allied lines. French musicians perform soft melodies. American soldiers share extra rations whenever possible. Laughter returns cautiously, not loud, not wild, gentle, almost uncertain. As though everyone has forgotten exactly how peace is supposed to sound. Far away in London, the news has not yet arrived. Ships still cross the Atlantic at the speed of the wind. Weeks will pass before Parliament learns what has happened. Weeks during which British ministers continue making plans that no longer matter. History often changes faster than information can travel. Benjamin Franklin, still in France, will soon hear of Yorktown. He reportedly smiles with quiet satisfaction. His diplomacy, Washington's endurance, French courage, American persistence, all have converged in one extraordinary victory. Few revolutions receive such fortunate timing. Fewer still survive long enough to benefit from it. Yet despite the surrender, the war is not technically finished. British armies still occupy New York, Charleston, Savannah. The Royal Navy remains powerful. Peace treaties have not been signed. Kings do not surrender because of one battlefield. Governments move slowly, especially governments shocked by unexpected defeat. The fighting has largely ended. The politics. Across the Atlantic, members of the British Parliament are preparing for bitter debates. Could the war continue? Should it continue? Or has an empire finally reached the moment when it must accept the impossible? The answer will determine not only the future of Britain, but the birth of a new nation called the United States. The peace that created a nation. Wars often end more quietly than they begin. The first shots at Lexington had echoed through a cool April morning with confusion and panic. No one there knew whether they were witnessing a brief disturbance or the beginning of a revolution. Now, after 6.5 years of marching, fighting, starving, hoping, and surviving, the end arrives not with cannon fire, but with letters, meetings, signatures, long conversations in elegant rooms far removed from muddy battlefields. History enjoys reminding us that armies may win wars, but diplomats usually finish them. When news of Yorktown finally reaches London in late November 1781, the reaction is immediate. A messenger rushes into the residence of Prime Minister Lord North. According to later accounts, North listens in stunned silence, then quietly whispers, "Oh God, it is all over." Whether those were his exact words is difficult to prove. What matters is that they perfectly capture the mood. The British government suddenly realizes that Yorktown is not simply another defeat. It is the defeat. Inside Parliament, fierce debates erupt. Some members insist Britain should continue fighting. After all, the Royal Navy still dominates much of the world's oceans. British armies remain in New York, Charleston, Savannah, Canada, and countless imperial outposts. Surely the colonies can still be subdued. Others disagree. How many more soldiers? How much more money? How many more years? Britain has not merely been fighting Americans. It has also been fighting France, Spain, the Dutch Republic. A conflict that began in Massachusetts has expanded into a global war stretching from the Caribbean to India. The empire is tired. Its treasury is strained. Its people are growing weary. Sometimes, the strongest nation in the world simply reaches the point where victory costs more than peace. Lord North's government collapses. New political leaders take office. Almost immediately, they begin exploring negotiations. No one wishes to admit defeat openly. Politicians rarely do. Yet everyone understands the direction events are moving. The question is no longer whether peace will come, only what shape it will take. Across the Atlantic, George Washington receives the news cautiously. He has learned over many years not to celebrate too early. British troops still occupy New York City. Nearly 10,000 seasoned soldiers remain there. One political misunderstanding, one failed negotiation, one renewed campaign. Everything could begin again. Washington keeps the Continental Army together. Prepared, watchful, patient. He has become remarkably skilled at patience. Meanwhile, in Paris, American diplomats prepare for perhaps the most important negotiations of their lives. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, John Jay, three very different men. Franklin, the elderly philosopher whose quiet charm has won over French society. Adams, determined, stubborn, and fiercely protective of American interests. Jay, thoughtful and cautious, with a lawyer's careful attention to detail. Their personalities often clash. Fortunately, so do their strengths. The negotiations prove surprisingly delicate. France has been America's ally. Yet French interests are not identical to American interests. Spain also enters the discussion. Each nation hopes to shape the post-war world in its own favor. Diplomacy, unlike battle, rarely produces obvious heroes. It rewards patience, compromise, carefully chosen words. Sometimes, the placement of a single sentence matters more than an entire regiment. One issue dominates the talks. Recognition. The United States insists Britain must acknowledge complete independence, not partial autonomy, not colonial self-government, not some revised imperial arrangement. Complete independence. Anything less would make the entire revolution meaningless. After months of discussion, Britain agrees. It is an extraordinary moment. An empire formally recognizes that 13 of its colonies have become a sovereign nation. Words written on paper quietly accomplish what 6 years of warfare alone could not. Borders become the next great question. Where exactly does this new country begin and end? Many Europeans imagine the United States occupying only the Atlantic coastline. American negotiators think much bigger. They argue for territory stretching westward to the Mississippi River, north to the Great Lakes, south toward Spanish Florida. Remarkably, they succeed. The boundaries established in the peace treaty create a nation far larger than many observers expected. A vast landscape of forests, rivers, mountains, and open plains now belongs to the young republic. Much of it remains home to native nations who have not been consulted. Their future will become one of the great unresolved tragedies left by the revolution. Peace for some does not always mean peace for all. Fishing rights, trade, debts, property belonging to loyalists. Each issue requires careful negotiation. Some disputes are settled cleanly. Others are left frustratingly vague. History rarely produces perfect agreements. Only agreements considered acceptable at the time. Finally, on September 3, 1783, representatives signed the Treaty of Paris. Ink dries slowly upon thick paper. Seals are pressed into wax. Pens are carefully returned to their cases. The American Revolutionary War is officially over. Not because armies have disappeared, but because governments have agreed they no longer need to fight. Back in America, the mood is complicated. There is joy, certainly. Church bells ring. Public celebrations erupt in towns and villages. Cannons fire ceremonial salutes. Families embrace loved ones returning after years away. Yet there is uncertainty as well. Winning independence has answered one enormous question. It has created dozens of new ones. How should the country govern itself? Who should lead? How much power should individual states possess? How strong should the national government become? Revolutions are often excellent at destroying old systems. Building new ones proves considerably harder. One by one, British forces begin leaving American soil. Charleston is evacuated. Savannah follows. Finally, New York City, the last major British stronghold. On November 25, 1783, British soldiers march toward waiting ships. Thousands of loyalist civilians leave with them. Many sail for Canada. Others journey to Britain or the Caribbean. Some have lived in America for generations. Now they abandon homes forever. The revolution creates winners. It also creates exiles. History remembers independence. Families remember farewell. American troops enter New York. Crowds cheer. Flags wave above streets that had remained under British control since 1776. Washington rides into the city almost exactly where, years earlier, he had been forced to retreat in defeat. The symmetry is almost poetic. He leaves not as a defeated commander escaping across rivers, but as the victorious leader of an independent nation. Sometimes history rewards those willing to endure long enough. A few weeks later, Washington gathers his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York. The mood is deeply emotional. These men have shared years of hardship together. Long marches, cold winters, impossible decisions. Now, the army is dissolving. Washington raises a glass, unable to speak at first. Finally, he quietly thanks his companions. One by one, the officers embrace him. Many weep openly. Washington himself appears close to tears. No grand speech could better express what they have lived through. Sometimes silence carries the greater weight. Then comes one final act, perhaps the greatest of Washington's life. He resigns. On December 23, 1783, he appears before Congress in Annapolis, Maryland. Standing calmly before assembled delegates, he returns his military commission. He gives up power voluntarily. No army forces him. No law demands it. He simply believes that military authority should belong to civilian government. King George III reportedly remarks that if Washington truly surrenders power willingly, he will be the greatest man in the world. It is a remarkable compliment from a defeated monarch, and perhaps an honest one. For centuries, victorious generals had often become kings, dictators, conquerors. Washington chooses instead to become a private citizen. He returns home to Mount Vernon, to farming, to quiet mornings overlooking the Potomac River. The world can scarcely believe it. The revolution has not only created a republic, it has demonstrated that power can be surrendered peacefully. That lesson may prove even more enduring than the battlefield victories themselves. Yet the story of American independence is not quite complete. The war has ended. The nation has been born. But the ideals proclaimed in 1776, liberty, equality, and the rights of mankind, remain unfinished promises. In the quiet years ahead, Americans will discover that winning freedom from an empire is only the beginning. The harder task will be deciding what kind of country they truly wish to become. A republic is born, and the revolution lives on. The cannon have fallen silent. The armies are marching home. The smoke that once drifted across Lexington, Trenton, Saratoga, Valley Forge, Cowpens, and Yorktown has finally begun to disappear into memory. For the first time in nearly 8 years, America wakes without an active war for independence. One might imagine that peace feels simple. It does not. Peace has its own uncertainties, its own arguments, its own sleepless nights. Winning a revolution, it turns out, is only the first chapter. Learning how to live after one. That is the difficult part. Across the 13 former colonies, ordinary life slowly begins returning. Farmers once again focus on harvests instead of marching orders. Blacksmiths spend more time repairing plows than muskets. Shipbuilders return to merchant vessels instead of privateers. Church bells ring for weddings rather than military alarms. Children who had grown accustomed to the sight of marching soldiers begin chasing one another through village streets again. It feels wonderfully ordinary. And after years of extraordinary hardship, ordinary has become something precious. Yet everywhere the scars remain. Entire towns still bear the marks of cannon fire. Burned farms wait to be rebuilt. Roads are deeply rutted from years of military traffic. Widows quietly tend gardens alone. Many veterans return carrying wounds that no surgeon can see. Some wake suddenly in the middle of the night, still expecting distant drums. Others find it difficult to remember what life looked like before the war. History often measures victories in treaties. People measure them in recoveries. The economy struggles almost immediately. Congress owes enormous debts. Foreign loans must somehow be repaid. Many soldiers have received little or no regular pay during the war. Some officers possess certificates promising future payment. Promises are comforting. Bread generally requires something more substantial. Inflation has damaged confidence. Trade routes must be rebuilt. Ports reopen slowly. Merchants cautiously resume business. The nation is free. It is not yet prosperous. The new government also faces a rather awkward problem. It possesses surprisingly little power. The Articles of Confederation, adopted during the war, deliberately create a weak central government. This made perfect sense while resisting tyranny. No one wanted another distant authority resembling Parliament. Now, however, weakness creates new difficulties. Congress cannot easily collect taxes. It cannot reliably raise an army. It cannot effectively regulate trade between the states. The 13 states behave almost like 13 separate countries, politely agreeing to cooperate whenever convenient. Convenience, unfortunately, proves inconsistent. Travelers crossing state lines sometimes encounter different currencies, different trade regulations, different political priorities. Virginia thinks differently than Massachusetts. South Carolina differently than Pennsylvania. New York differently than Rhode Island. Each state treasures its independence, sometimes almost as fiercely as the nation itself. Building unity proves harder than defeating Britain. Empires often impose unity from above. Republics must persuade people to choose it voluntarily. George Washington watches these developments from Mount Vernon. For the first time in years, he enjoys quiet mornings. He rides through his fields, inspects crops, writes letters, welcomes visitors. He genuinely hopes retirement will last. There is something deeply human about that hope. After decades of public service, he simply wishes to become a farmer again. History, however, rarely grants peaceful retirements to those who have changed the world. Thomas Jefferson serves as governor of Virginia before later traveling abroad. John Adams becomes America's representative in Britain. Benjamin Franklin, now elderly and increasingly frail, finally returns home after years in France. Crowds greet him as a hero. He smiles politely. His body is tired. His mind remains wonderfully sharp. Few men have helped create a nation with equal measures of wit, diplomacy, science, and stubbornness. For Native American nations, however, the peace treaty brings deep uncertainty. Britain has surrendered enormous territories east of the Mississippi River. Yet those lands are not empty. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Shawnee, the Cherokee, the Miami, the Delaware. Dozens of nations continue living across those forests and valleys. Few had been invited to the negotiations in Paris. Their futures have largely been decided without them. It is one of the revolution's greatest contradictions. A war fought in the name of liberty opens new opportunities for some while creating new dangers for others. The frontier will remain troubled for generations. The contradiction surrounding slavery is equally impossible to ignore. The Declaration of Independence had proclaimed that all men are created equal. Many Americans genuinely believe those words. Many others interpret them rather differently. Roughly 500,000 enslaved people remain in the United States after the war. Some northern states begin gradual emancipation. Others do not. In the South, slavery continues expanding. The revolution has challenged monarchy. It has not ended human bondage. Future generations will inherit that unfinished question, and eventually, they will fight another terrible war over it. History often solves one problem while quietly planting the seeds of another. Veterans begin gathering in small groups, sharing stories, remembering friends, sometimes laughing about impossible marches that once seemed unbearable. Memory has an interesting habit of softening certain hardships. Valley Forge remains cold. The hunger remains real. Yet veterans often recall the friendships first. Shared suffering creates unusually strong bonds. Perhaps because no one else can fully understand them. The revolution also changes the wider world. Across Europe, kings watch nervously. Philosophers grow excited. Ordinary people ask uncomfortable questions. If ordinary colonists can overthrow one of the world's greatest empires, what else might be possible? In France especially, the American example proves enormously influential. French officers return home carrying stories of republican government, constitutional rights, popular sovereignty. Ideas travel remarkably well, sometimes better than armies. Within only a few years, France itself will enter its own revolution, one far bloodier, far more unpredictable. History does not repeat itself exactly, but it often rhymes. The British Empire, meanwhile, begins quietly adapting. Losing America is painful, humiliating, expensive, yet Britain survives. Indeed, it eventually grows stronger in other parts of the world. Canada develops along a different path. India becomes increasingly important. Australia soon emerges as another major colony. Empires, like nations, rarely remain still. They change, sometimes because they choose to, sometimes because history gives them no alternative. Back in the United States, calls grow louder for constitutional reform. Merchants want stable commerce. Farmers want predictable laws. Veterans want compensation. Political leaders increasingly recognize that independence alone is insufficient. The republic requires stronger foundations. Discussions begin quietly. Letters circulate. Private meetings multiply. No one yet realizes that within a few short years, delegates will gather in Philadelphia once again, this time not to declare independence, but to design an entirely new system of government, one that will endure for centuries. Or at least, they hope it will. Hope, after all, has carried this nation remarkably far already. As evening settles over the young republic, the sounds of war fade a little further into memory. Wind moves gently through forests that once echoed with musket fire. Rivers continue flowing toward the sea, indifferent to flags and borders. Old battlefields grow green again. Wildflowers bloom where artillery once stood. Nature possesses an extraordinary ability to heal landscapes. Human hearts usually require a little longer. And so the revolution reaches its quiet ending. Not with one final battle, not with one triumphant speech, but with millions of ordinary people waking each morning in a country that did not exist a decade before. A fragile experiment, a hopeful beginning, an unfinished promise. In the final moments of our journey, We will leave the battlefields behind completely and reflect upon what this remarkable revolution truly meant, not only for America, but for the world, and for those countless ordinary souls whose names history never recorded, yet whose footsteps carried a new nation into existence. Closing reflections, the long echo of liberty. If you were to walk today through the quiet fields of Lexington, or stand beside the Delaware River on a cold winter morning, or wander beneath the old earthworks at Yorktown as the afternoon sun filters through the Virginia pines, you might wonder where the revolution has gone. There are no marching armies now, no smoke drifting above distant hills, no hurried riders carrying desperate messages through the night. The muskets have long since rusted away. The drums have fallen silent. The horses are gone. Only the land remains, peaceful, patient, as though it has been waiting centuries for someone to stop and listen. History often leaves behind fewer footprints than we imagine. The American Revolution lasted a little more than 8 years. In the scale of civilizations, it was a remarkably brief moment. The Roman Republic endured for centuries. The Byzantine Empire survived for more than 1,000 years. The kingdoms of Europe rose and fell across generations. Yet those 8 years changed the course of history with extraordinary force. Sometimes, a single decade quietly outweighs an entire century. Think back to where our story began. A handful of nervous militiamen standing on Lexington Green before sunrise. They were farmers, shopkeepers, blacksmiths, school teachers, ordinary people holding ordinary lives. Few believed they were beginning one of history's most influential revolutions. Most simply hoped to survive the morning. History rarely announces itself. It usually arrives disguised as another ordinary day. Then came Bunker Hill, the Declaration of Independence, the desperate retreats through New Jersey, Washington crossing the icy Delaware beneath a moonlit sky, the victories at Trenton and Princeton, the terrible winter at Valley Forge, the triumph at Saratoga, the long Southern Campaign, Cowpens, Guilford Courthouse, Yorktown. Each moment alone seems important. Together, they become something larger. A story not merely of military success, but of endurance. Again and again, the revolution survived situations that should have destroyed it. It survived because people refused to surrender hope. Sometimes that hope looked like courage. Sometimes it looked like stubbornness. Quite often, the difference between the two proved impossible to distinguish. George Washington became the face of the revolution, and deservedly so. Yet he never stood alone. Without Nathanael Greene, the South might have been lost. Without Daniel Morgan, Cowpens might never have happened. Without Henry Knox dragging cannon through snow, Boston may have remained occupied much longer. Without Lafayette, without Rochambeau, without de Grasse, without Franklin quietly charming the French court, without thousands of anonymous soldiers digging trenches at Yorktown, the story would almost certainly have ended differently. History remembers great names. Great names depend upon countless forgotten ones. Pause for a moment and imagine those forgotten people. The young drummer boy who never appeared in a portrait. The woman who baked bread for hungry soldiers passing through her village. The blacksmith repairing broken wagon wheels late into the night. The nurse changing bandages inside overcrowded hospitals. The messenger riding alone through forests despite knowing enemy patrols were nearby. The sailor reefing sails high above a storm-tossed Atlantic. The enslaved man risking everything for the uncertain promise of freedom. The loyalist family quietly packing belongings onto a ship, leaving home forever. The child waiting months for a father who never returned. History belongs to them too, perhaps even more than it belongs to generals. The revolution also reminds us that ideals are rarely completed in a single generation. The Declaration declared that all people possessed certain natural rights. The nation that emerged struggled immediately to live according to those words. Women remained excluded from political life. Slavery endured. Native nations faced increasing displacement. Economic inequality persisted. Political arguments began almost immediately. Perfection never arrived. Perhaps it never does. Yet the ideals themselves continued traveling forward. Each generation would return to those familiar words, sometimes to celebrate them, sometimes to criticize them, often to demand that America live up to them more completely. Ideas possess remarkable endurance. Long after armies disappear, across the ocean, the revolution inspired others. Some saw hope, others saw danger. Kings feared its example. Reformers embraced it. French revolutionaries carried similar language into their own struggle. Latin American independence movements found encouragement in it. Later democratic movements across Europe would study it carefully. The American Revolution did not invent liberty, but it gave liberty a new vocabulary, one that would echo around the world. Of course, history is never simple. Britain did not collapse. Instead, it transformed. The United States did not immediately become united. It argued, compromised, expanded, divided, fought another devastating civil war, continued evolving. History prefers journeys to endings. There is always another chapter, another question waiting patiently beyond the last page. Perhaps that is why old battlefields feel so peaceful today. The arguments that once seemed impossible have become memories. Grass grows over trenches. Trees shade forgotten roads. Birdsong replaces cannon fire. Nature quietly performs the slow work of forgiveness. She asks for no monuments, no speeches, only time, and she has plenty of it. If you visit Valley Forge on a snowy evening, you may hear only the wind moving gently through bare branches. It is difficult to imagine hungry soldiers building rough cabins there. If you stand beside the Delaware River before dawn, the water flows calmly beneath the winter sky. No desperate army waits on the opposite bank. At Yorktown, the earthworks remain surprisingly modest. The battlefield seems almost too quiet for a place where empires change direction. Perhaps that is history's final lesson. The places where the world changes often appear surprisingly ordinary. As our journey finally draws to a close, the campfires have burned low. The soldiers have gone home. Washington has returned to Mount Vernon. Franklin has laid aside his diplomatic papers. The French fleet has sailed back across the Atlantic. The muskets have been stacked, the flags carefully folded. The revolution has become memory, then history, then legend. Yet somewhere beneath those layers, it remains the story of ordinary human beings making impossible decisions under extraordinary circumstances. People who grew tired, who became frightened, who doubted themselves, who disagreed with one another, who made mistakes, who persevered anyway. Perhaps that is why this story continues to resonate after nearly 2.5 centuries. Not because every decision was perfect, not because every ideal was immediately fulfilled, but because a small collection of scattered colonies dared to imagine that governments could derive their authority from the consent of the governed rather than the inheritance of kings. It was an audacious thought, fragile, uncertain, as if that could ever go wrong. And yet, despite every setback, every contradiction, every hardship, the experiment endured. So tonight, as sleep begins to settle in, let the sounds of marching feet fade into the distance. Let the crack of muskets dissolve into the whisper of autumn leaves. Let the great sailing ships disappear beyond the horizon. Imagine the last campfire glowing softly beneath the stars outside Yorktown. The conversations have quieted. The sentries make their final rounds. Somewhere, an owl calls from the dark forest. A gentle breeze carries the scent of pine across the sleeping countryside. The moon rises above fields where armies once stood. The rivers continue their timeless journey toward the sea. And history, never truly asleep, quietly turns another page. Thank you for traveling through the American Revolution with me. Rest well, and until our next journey.